Chapter 851. Pew. The destroyed star cloud was completely different from the trace of star cloud that Chu Nan had destroyed during his experiment. The star cloud that covered almost his entire Dantian was instantly destroyed, and it was almost equivalent to his entire Dantian being destroyed. Chu Nan spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly spat out a ball of blood mist in the air, dyeing the arena in front of him red. The seven-colored light belt formed by spatial energy that was originally surrounding him dissipated at the same time and became invisible. Everyone was originally looking forward to Chu Nan successfully condensing the star cloud and becoming the youngest heaven control expert in history, but now, such a change suddenly happened, immediately shocking everyone. No way. Supremacy Melanie was shocked and could not help but take a step forward. Chu Nan had a close relationship with Supremacy Ovally and she admired him greatly. Therefore, she was actually very concerned about him. Previously, when she saw that Chu Nan was actually condensing a star cloud, although she felt a little emotional about the appearance of such a rare genius in the Earth Federation, she was mostly happy for him. However, Chu Nan's current appearance was clearly a huge mistake in condensing the star cloud. He had even failed. Sigh. The other 4-star grade martial artists beside him sighed. Although the 4 of them were from different countries and belonged to different factions, and their attitudes towards Chu Nan were different, now that they had personally seen such a genius fail to condense the most important star cloud, they could not help but feel pity. The importance of condensing a star cloud to a martial artist was self-evident. If he failed at this most important moment, it almost meant that it was impossible for this martial artist to successfully condense a star cloud in the future. In other words, it was impossible for him to break through to the heaven control realm in the future. No matter how powerful Chu Nan's strength and talent were, being a void break martial artist was his highest achievement. Moreover, he had failed to break through in front of so many people. It was definitely a huge psychological blow to him. Not to mention breaking through to the heaven control realm in the future, even if his injuries recovered, it would be very difficult for him to recover to his previous level. Moreover, from the situation of Chu Nan spitting out such a mouthful of blood, his injuries were definitely extraordinary. Not to mention recovering, it was probably a problem for him to nurse his health. When he thought of this, a staff member of the organizing committee beside him could not help but say to Supremacy Melanie, "Supremacy, do you think we should announce the suspension of the competition now? Chu Nan is already so heavily injured, so he definitely can't persist in the competition." The other 4-star grade martial artists nodded in unison, but Supremacy Melanie frowned slightly. She thought for a moment and shook her head. "There's no hurry. Let's wait and see." The others were immediately stunned. Chu Nan was clearly heavily injured. Did they still need to see it? Supremacy Melanie focused her gaze on Chu Nan on the virtual screen and remained silent. She had once heard Ovally mention that this kid had already learned the Flame of Life cultivation method from her, so some ordinary injuries should not be a problem for him. She just did not know how far this kid had cultivated the Flame of Life. Could he recover from his injuries in such a situation? As if sensing the thought in Supremacy Melanie's mind, a milky white light suddenly rose from Chu Nan's body and a faint aura surrounded him. Seeing this scene, all the audience who were paying attention to the competition and Chu Nan's opponent were shocked. What was going on? Seeing the milky white light emitting from Chu Nan's body, Supremacy Melanie was first shocked before a smile appeared on her face. This kid is indeed talented and can actually cultivate the Flame of Life to this extent. Wait, no, this is not only the Flame of Life. What cultivation method is this? A cultivation method that even Supremacy Melanie could not understand was naturally the Goddess Song cultivation method that Chu Nan felt was very magical. Before destroying the nearly complete star cloud, Chu Nan had already expected the powerful impact he would suffer. Therefore, he was already prepared to mobilize the Flame of Life and the Goddess Song. Although the near destruction of his Dantian made it extremely difficult for him to circulate his internal breath and use his cultivation method, with his previous experience of reconstructing his body several times in the alternate space, a terrifying injury that was no different from death in the eyes of other martial artists was simply a small problem for him. The milky white light produced by the Flame of Life mixed with the light green aura of the Goddess Song surrounded him. In less than half a minute, the injuries in his body had already recovered, and his Dantian had returned to the appearance before the star cloud condensed. With this experience, he was even more certain of the bold thought that had appeared in his mind previously. He opened his eyes and smiled at his stunned opponent. "I'm sorry, can you give me a little more time?" His opponent still looked at him in a daze, as if he did not know how to react. Chu Nan gently took a deep breath and sat cross-legged again. He activated the breath control in his Dantian with all his might. This time, he did not mobilize spatial energy like before. Instead, he purely mobilized his internal breath to circulate in his meridians and deliberately eliminated the interference of spatial energy. Under his deliberate and precise control, his internal breath quickly formed a complete cycle in his meridians. Moreover, the frequency and speed of the circulation inside and the surrounding physical environment made extremely precise adjustments, causing the situation of his internal breath circulating in his meridians to be exactly the same as in his Dantian. In other words, Chu Nan was now turning his entire body into a virtual Dantian through precise data simulation. After confirming that there were no mistakes in every part of his body, with a thought, Chu Nan's internal breath continued to circulate at high speed in his meridians. At the same time, he mobilized the spatial energy to circulate with the complete spatial energy structure that he had confirmed. Soon, a star cloud appeared in Chu Nan's Dantian. Then, 2 strands, 3 strands, gradually formed. With his previous experience, the speed at which Chu Nan condensed the star cloud became even faster. Soon, his dantian was filled with the star cloud and all the naturally produced internal breath would be transformed into spatial energy by the star cloud. Under normal circumstances, this was already considered a successful condensation of the star cloud. However, Chu Nan did not stop. He continued to control the internal breath that scattered into his various meridians to circulate with the spatial energy. Soon, he successfully condensed a trace of star cloud in the thickest meridian. Chu Nan was overjoyed. It really worked. With the first success, what happened next was natural. Threads of star cloud condensed in Chu Nan's meridians and spread out before gradually connecting. They passed through the connection between his meridians and his dantian and connected to the star cloud that had already been produced in his dantian. When the last bit of the star cloud filled his meridians and connected his entire body, he suddenly felt that his entire body seemed to have become extremely transparent and his entire body seemed to have fused into the surrounding space. He understood. Now that his star cloud was all over his body, the spatial energy inside and outside his body had naturally transformed. This was the true fusion of his body into the universe. From this moment on, he became a true heaven control expert. Chapter 852. I've practiced martial arts for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such an unpredictable guy. The other star-grade martial artist leaned closer to the virtual screen and fixed his eyes on Chu Nan. However, no matter what, since this kid can make me unable to figure him out, it's really interesting. I heard that this kid doesn't seem to have a master. If he's not from the Earth Federation, I can't wait to snatch him over and take him as my disciple. Come on, do you think those old fellows from the Earth Federation are blind? This kid is so outstanding, so how can they let him go so easily? Another star-grade martial artist beside him curled his lips and said, moreover, this kid is almost certain to have successfully condensed a star cloud. Even if he has never taken a master before, he has already paved his own path. Why would he need others to guide him? That's not right. Supremacy Kashuri shook his head. Even if he really successfully condenses a star cloud now, the future path of martial arts can't be said to be smooth. If he can have star-grade martial artists like us to guide him, it will also help him take another step forward in the future. That star-grade martial artist laughed. What, Kashuri, even you're tempted? Supremacy Kashuri's expression did not change, of course. Who doesn't want such an outstanding disciple? Alright, don't even think about it. Supremacy Melanie, who had been silent, waved her hand at the few of them. Someone has long taken a fancy to this kid. You don't have a share. Otherwise, do you think I would easily let him leave a few days ago? The other 4 star-grade martial artists, including Supremacy Kashuri, looked at each other and revealed as expected expressions. With Chu Nan's outstanding talent and performance, it was clearly impossible for those star-grade martial artists of the Earth Federation not to fancy him. It's just a pity. Supremacy Melanie sighed. She recalled that although Overly clearly took a fancy to this kid and even pushed his precious disciple to his side, she had already disappeared for half a year. Although there was no need to worry about her safety, with her past achievements, it was unknown when she would appear again. If she did not return when the garden hunting assembly held by the royal family of the Declan Empire began next year, wouldn't Chu Nan waste a good time? However, for Overly's sake, she could not directly snatch Chu Nan. Looking at the 7-colored light around Chu Nan on the virtual screen completely fade and sensing that all the spatial energy in the arena had returned to normal without any abnormalities, Supremacy Melanie and the other 4 star-grade martial artists were even more surprised. This kid had clearly just successfully broken through, but he could actually do this. His talent was really too shocking. Just as everyone was thinking, a shocking change suddenly happened in the arena. Chapter 853. Seeing the phenomenon around Chu Nan, the last bit of confidence of the opponent who originally felt that he had recovered and was about to fight him was instantly shattered. He smiled bitterly and shook his head before saying to Chu Nan, congratulations on successfully breaking through. I'm not your match, and I'm afraid none of the students in this competition are your match. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely win the championship of this competition. I really didn't expect that a genius with such terrifying talent like you would appear in a small country like your Earth Federation. Chu Nan smiled and was about to speak when a change occurred. He only felt the spatial energy around him suddenly condense at a high level. The speed was shocking, and the change was even more terrifying. What really surprised him was that he had stood up and experienced such an extremely special spatial energy change twice before. It was what Supremacy Overly had experienced when she brought him through space twice. In other words, a star-grade martial artist was currently crossing through space to enter the arena. Chu Nan was shocked. He looked at his opponent who also sensed the change but had a blank expression and did not know what was going on. Just as he raised his right foot and was about to take a step back to observe the situation, a thick arm suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed him. Chu Nan clearly saw this arm stretch towards him and could even clearly see the thick black hairs on it. However, because the spatial energy around him was completely locked, he could not move at all. The movement of his arm looked slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Almost the moment it appeared, he grabbed Chu Nan. At the same time, a tall figure completely appeared. It was a burly man who looked extremely sloppy. His beard completely covered his face, and he was like a beggar on the street. The man grabbed Chu Nan as if he was holding a chick and looked around before laughing. Since you fools don't want it, I'll accept this kid. After saying that, the man grabbed Chu Nan and disappeared into thin air. From the moment the man appeared to the moment he grabbed Chu Nan and disappeared, only a sentence had passed. All the audience watching this competition were sighing with emotion at the success of Chu Nan's star cloud condensation. Now that such a shocking change suddenly happened, they were immediately stunned. In the organizing committee office, the 5-star grade martial artists reacted the fastest. When that man's arm appeared out of thin air, her expression had already changed and she stood up. However, that man appeared too suddenly and his actions were extremely decisive and fast. Just as they reacted, the man had already grabbed Chu Nan and disappeared. They did not have the time to do anything. Supremacy Melanie stared at the distant arena with a gloomy expression. As a star-grade martial artist specially invited by the United States of Meleta, although she would not be directly responsible for any specific matters in this competition because of her status, now that someone had actually kidnapped a contestant in front of her, this matter was a slap in her face. However, that man was clearly also a star-grade martial artist. He actually chose to attack at this moment and did not give them any time to react. Now, even if they wanted to chase after him, they could not. She knew very well that just this point alone had embarrassed the United States of Meleta and her, a star-grade martial artist. It was not only her but the other 4 star-grade martial artists also had ugly expressions. Although they were not as embarrassed as Supremacy Melanie, if word got out that they were present and Chu Nan was kidnapped, they would definitely be extremely embarrassed. When they thought of this, the 4 star-grade martial artists looked at each other. Suddenly, their bodies moved and they disappeared. Supremacy Melanie ordered in a low voice. Immediately inform the Stargate to strictly manage it. We can't let that guy leave the star system with Chu Nan. The staff in charge of the organizing committee beside him hesitated for a moment and asked, but, Supremacy, the other party is a star-grade martial artist after all. If he brings Chu Nan through the Stargate, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop him. No, Supremacy Melanie shook her head. It's impossible for him to bring Chu Nan's body through the Stargate because that will only kill him. Therefore, we only need to inform the Stargate and stop every spaceship that wants to jump through the Stargate and carefully search it. That staff pondered for a moment and wanted to ask more, but Supremacy Melanie glared at him. What are you waiting for? The other party is a star-grade martial artist. If you stay stunned for a while longer, they might have already passed through the Stargate. The staff member's expression immediately turned cold and he hurriedly received the order to leave. Seeing the staff leave, Supremacy Melanie stared at the competition venue where only Chu Nan's opponent was left on the virtual screen. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled into a smile. Kid, you're really popular. With his previous 2 experiences with Supremacy Ovally, Chu Nan was not unfamiliar with spatial travel. However, compared to the previous 2 times when Supremacy Ovally only brought him through an extremely short spatial travel, this time, the spatial travel that this bearded and sloppy man brought him through was clearly much longer. Chu Nan even had the mood to divert his attention to sense the changes in the surrounding space to compare it to the previous 2 times when Supremacy Ovally brought him through space. Unfortunately, when Supremacy Ovally brought Chu Nan through space, the first time, he could not even sense spatial energy, so he naturally did not know the changes in his surroundings. Although he could clearly sense spatial energy the second time, his understanding was not deep. Moreover, the time was too short and he did not have the time to savor it. Therefore, after comparing, he really could not tell the difference. However, after carefully sensing for a while, Chu Nan discovered that putting aside the environment observed by his facial features, just from the change in the spatial energy around him, it was almost identical to the place he had stayed for a long time. That was an alternate space. When he first discovered this, Chu Nan was still a little strange, but he continued to sense it seriously for a while. After comparing the various statistics that he had long memorized in his mind, he quickly confirmed that it was not his imagination. The beggar-like man beside him, who was actually an extremely powerful star-grade martial artist, was currently bringing him through the space. It was exactly the same as the alternate space after passing through the Stargate. This thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind and he quickly understood. It seemed that the reason why star-grade martial artists could travel through space was completely the same as human technology mastering the technology of the Stargate and being able to cross the stars and dominate the Milky Way. Chapter 854. The star-grade martial artist beside him did not give Chu Nan much time to investigate. In less than half an hour, he felt the surrounding spatial energy change again and the scene he could see returned to light from the darkness. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the huge fireball that seemed to be close to him on the left. He felt that the temperature clearly far exceeded the temperature on the surface of planet Tomrel. He knew that in less than half an hour, this star-grade martial artist had actually brought him from planet Tomrel to a place much closer to the star. Although he was stepping on hard ground and looking down, he discovered that the place he was in was very wide, and he could not breathe any air in his nostrils. The gravity attraction his body felt was almost equivalent to nothing. It seemed that he was on an asteroid closer to the star. However, Chu Nan was certain that this guy did not bring him out of this star system. If he passed through the Stargate, it was impossible for Chu Nan not to sense it. Most importantly, the Stargate of any star system was strictly monitored, let alone an extremely important residential planet like planet Tomrel. Therefore, it was definitely not that easy for the other party to bring him through the Stargate. It seemed that the other party had directly captured him to an asteroid in the star system to avoid any subsequent pursuers. This discovery made Chu Nan feel slightly relieved. As long as he was still in the star system, there was still a reference point. It was more convenient for him to return. However, there was an even more important problem now. This guy opposite him looked no different from a beggar. If he did not attack, it was impossible for anyone to treat him as a star-grade martial artist. What did he want to do by capturing him? Chu Nan frowned and looked at the star-grade martial artist opposite him. That star-grade martial artist was also sizing him up. Although his thick beard almost completely covered his face and no one could see the expression on his face, there was still undisguised praise in his eyes. He watched as Chu Nan nodded lightly from time to time as if he was very satisfied. After being stared at by him for a while, Chu Nan finally could not help but break the silence and use the technique of spatial energy to microwave vibration to send his voice over. Senior, why did you capture Find me. Hearing Chu Nan's voice, the star-grade martial artist opposite him was clearly a little surprised. Then, he frowned and opened his mouth. A cold snort sounded in Chu Nan's ears. Kid, didn't you always say that you don't have a master? Why do you know the trick to transmit your voice in space? Chu Nan looked at him in confusion. Does this have anything to do with whether I have a master? Nonsense. You just condensed a star cloud today. If you don't have the guidance of a master above the high-level heaven control realm, how can you master such a technique? Chu Nan grinned. Senior, you're too arbitrary. Although I've only successfully condensed a star cloud this year, it doesn't mean that I don't have the chance to master this technique. It's not very difficult. I'll learn it after comprehending it slightly. I don't doubt your talent. That star-grade martial artist shook his head. It's that you shouldn't have such an opportunity at all. You didn't condense a star cloud previously, so you naturally can't survive in space. Why do you need to comprehend such a trick? Senior, you're wrong. Chu Nan also shook his head, not to mention that you can still simulate the same environment to figure out this trick even if you're not in space. Who told you that you can't survive in space without condensing a star cloud? Nonsense. That star-grade martial artist suddenly said angrily, although your talent is indeed strong enough, how can you not abide by the basic rules? If you can't successfully condense a star cloud and throw you into space, it's your luck that you can live for more than 2 minutes. Chu Nan recalled the situation when he unintentionally fell into space and thought to himself that if he had not been quick-witted and used the goddess song and the flame of life to forcefully extend his life, he might have been able to survive for 2 minutes, but it was impossible for him to live longer. However, when he heard this star-grade martial artist mention this, Chu Nan recalled another problem. According to ordinary theory, this star-grade martial artist was indeed right. Only by successfully condensing a star cloud would martial artists have the ability to survive and move freely in space. In other words, from then on, they would become true heaven control martial artists. Then, now that he had finally successfully condensed a star cloud and was coincidentally in this space environment, he could properly experience how different it was from before. When he thought of this, Chu Nan ignored the star-grade martial artist and focused most of his attention on his physical condition. With this feeling, Chu Nan immediately discovered that the connection between his body and the surrounding space had indeed become completely different from before. Before this, although he could also survive and move freely in space, he mostly relied on the extremely powerful physical situation brought about by his countless physical destruction in the alternate space to forcefully resist the invasion of space that was completely different from the situation on the surface and obtain these abilities. Now, the star cloud had successfully condensed and enveloped his entire body. Just by standing here, the spatial energy around him naturally circulated with the star cloud and directly transformed with the various energies in his body, causing him to not even need to breathe or circulate his blood to feel that his body was extremely comfortable and smooth. Not only did he not sense the slightest pressure from the surrounding space environment, but it also made him feel completely different from when he was on the surface. If one had to compare, he had relied on his extremely powerful and special body to forcefully survive in space. Now, he was like a part of space and lived in it extremely naturally without any difficulty. Although the results seemed to be similar, the difference was actually very great. At the very least, Chu Nan no longer felt any pressure. His body was not affected by the pressure of the surrounding space environment. Be it his movements, internal breath, or spatial energy circulation, they became much smoother and natural. Under such circumstances, the strength Chu Nan could unleash was undoubtedly much stronger than before. If he were to fight Greg again, Chu Nan even believed that he could completely defeat him from head to toe without any pressure. After confirming these facts, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. Sound could not be transmitted in a vacuum. His laughter did not pass through the vibration of the spatial energy, so it could not reach the ears of the star-grade martial artist opposite him. However, the smile on his face was clearly seen by that star-grade martial artist. Seeing Chu Nan suddenly laugh inexplicably, he frowned. Alright, kid, I can't be bothered to beat around the bush with you. Since you say that you don't have a master, let me ask you, are you willing to be my disciple? Chapter 855. Although Chu Nan was already mentally prepared when he heard this star-grade martial artist suddenly appear, he was still very surprised to hear him say it. About that. Senior, you want me to be your disciple? Cut the crap. The star-grade martial artist opposite him glared. Tell me if you're willing. What if I cough? What if I'm unwilling? Chu Nan asked carefully. You're unwilling. That star-grade martial artist's eyes widened even more, his eyes filled with disbelief. Kid, did I hear wrongly? Could it be that you can't tell that I'm a star-grade martial artist? I can tell. Then you're still unwilling. That star-grade martial artist's eyes completely widened this time. As the strongest star-grade martial artist, I want to take you in as my disciple now. Aren't you going to immediately kneel down in gratitude and agree? You're actually still unwilling. Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes. Senior, I naturally understand that you're very powerful and respectful to you, but this has nothing to do with being your disciple, right? Kid, are you crazy? That star-grade martial artist tilted his head and sized up Chu Nan again. How many people knelt on the ground crying and begging me to take them in as my disciples? Now that I've taken a fancy to you and want to take the initiative to take you in as my disciple, you're actually unwilling. Chu Nan shook his head and thought to himself that he had seen many star-grade martial artists and there were also many who wanted to take him in as their disciple. It was not strange. Senior, I've long firmly believed that I want to walk my own martial arts path, so I'm unwilling to take you as my master. Please understand my thoughts, Chu Nan said seriously. Ha! That star-grade martial artist looked at Chu Nan from head to toe and exhaled from his nostrils. His tone was filled with disdain. Kid, I've seen many young geniuses like you. They all think that their talent is especially outstanding and they can cultivate to the highest realm alone, so they don't need a master's guidance. However, none of these guys can succeed on the wrong path. Do you think you can be different from them? Chu Nan sighed and knew that according to common sense, the star-grade martial artist was right. No matter how talented a martial artist was, it was very easy for them to embark on the wrong path without anyone's guidance. At best, it would affect their cultivation progress, and at worst, they would directly waste their entire cultivation life. It was not strange for them to even lose their lives when cultivating martial techniques. If he could have a powerful star-grade martial artist as his master to guide him at any time, it would undoubtedly be extremely helpful to his improvement. Not only could he avoid those unnecessary detours, but most importantly, he could obtain the most important experience from a star-grade martial artist. It would be much easier to break through many passes. However, Chu Nan's original talent could not be considered outstanding and his previous cultivation path was extremely difficult. The reason why he could have such an achievement now could be said to be mostly because of his powerful data ability, which was completely different from other martial artists. With this ability, Chu Nan could grasp his situation extremely exquisitely and know all the changes in his body like the back of his hand. Although this ability could not help him not make mistakes, it could help him immediately understand what was wrong after every mistake and correct it in time and accuracy. Or more accurately, Chu Nan's cultivation path for the past year was actually built on countless mistakes and failures. Then, he would extract the best path that was most suitable for him. Coupled with his various fortuitous encounters in the past year, he had improved so quickly. It was impossible for there to be a second martial artist with his ability, and it was impossible for there to be a second martial artist who had the same experience as him. Therefore, he was long convinced that his martial arts path could only be continuously explored by himself and could not rely on others. Even if the guidance of a star-grade martial artist could bring him a lot of help and prevent him from taking detours, in his opinion, with the help of a powerful data ability, every detour he took was actually extremely helpful to his martial technique increase. It was not a bad thing. Therefore, he had long made up his mind that he would definitely not take anyone as his master. Otherwise, as long as he was willing, not to mention other star-grade martial artists, as long as he asked, Supremacy Ovally would definitely not reject his idea of becoming her disciple. Although the guy in front of him was an extremely powerful star-grade martial artist, Chu Nan had long passed the stage where he only knew how to bow and worship star-grade martial artists. Even if he heard that the other party wanted to be his disciple, his heart did not fluctuate at all. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. I still insist on my own thoughts and have no intention of becoming a disciple." After saying that, he turned around and pointed in the direction of planet Tomrel. "There are so many young genius martial artists in this competition. Senior can completely find a disciple that you're satisfied with. I don't think anyone will reject such a request." Seeing that Chu Nan thought for a moment but still rejected him so seriously, the expression of the star-grade martial artist opposite him sank. "You're really unwilling." "Yes." Chu Nan still shook his head and his tone did not waver. That star-grade martial artist narrowed his eyes slightly. "Kid, I admire your talent and your confidence, but do you really think you can break through to the same realm in the future without a star-grade martial artist telling you how to break through the heaven control realm?" Chu Nan was silent for a moment before he smiled bitterly. "Senior, I know very well how difficult it is to become a star-grade martial artist, but under the starry sky, not every star-grade martial artist successfully broke through under the guidance of another star-grade martial artist, right?" "Good, very good." That star-grade martial artist nodded lightly. "Kid, you're the most talented young martial artist I've ever seen, so I wanted to be tempted to take you in as my disciple. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. It seems that if I don't use some methods, you're unwilling to submit. Could it be that you think I'll let you go easily after capturing you? Since you're unwilling to be my disciple, I might as well kill you." In the end, the spatial energy around that star-grade martial artist suddenly surged wildly, and his eyes revealed dense killing intent. Facing such a blatant threat, Chu Nan's expression did not change at all. He did not even blink. Instead, he shrugged and chuckled. "As the strongest star-grade martial artist, if Senior wants to kill me, I indeed have no strength to resist. However, since Senior spent so much effort to capture me, I believe you won't just kill me. This is not beneficial to Senior at all. Instead, it will make you offend many people because of this. It's not worth it, right?" That star-grade martial artist raised his eyebrows. "What? You dare to threaten me?" "I don't dare." Chu Nan hurriedly lowered his head. "However, Senior, before you kill me, can you answer a question?" "Speak." "I admit that as a star-grade martial artist, your strength must be extremely powerful, far surpassing me. However, what can you teach me?" Chapter 856. After Chu Nan asked this, the surrounding space seemed to have completely frozen in an instant. Even the spatial energy stopped flowing naturally and time seemed to have stopped at this moment. That star-grade martial artist glared at Chu Nan for a moment before suddenly flying into a rage. "Kid, say that again? You're asking me what I can teach you? Are you serious? I'm a star-grade martial artist. Do you know what a star-grade martial artist means? Do you know how much I know? Do you know?" Chu Nan allowed him to curse, but he still maintained his smile and expression. After a while, the star-grade martial artist finally stopped his crazy actions. He looked at the still smiling Chu Nan and the anger in his heart did not decrease. He rested and was about to continue when Chu Nan suddenly spoke. "Senior, may I ask what is your name?" The star-grade martial artist was stunned and looked at Chu Nan with a strange expression. "Just call me Quadairo." Alright, Supremacy Quadiro, I don't have any objections to my question just now. Instead, I sincerely want to ask. Chu Nan asked with a serious expression, Senior, since you're a star-grade martial artist, you should know that it's best for a martial artist to follow a complete path in their advancement and not. According to the common saying of our Earth Federation, it's like beating around the bush. For me to be able to cultivate to this extent, I already have my own understanding of martial techniques and a complete martial technique system. Under such circumstances, what can Senior teach me that can help me improve myself? Seeing Chu Nan's serious expression, the anger in Supremacy Quadiro's heart lessened slightly, but he still sneered with an unfriendly expression. Kid, I didn't believe you when you said that you had never had a master because it's too shocking that you can cultivate to this extent by yourself. However, now that I hear your question, I begin to believe that you've indeed never had a master. What do you mean? Chu Nan asked in surprise. Nonsense. Supremacy Quadiro cursed, if you once had a master, why would you ask such a stupid question? Do you think master only taught you martial techniques? Do you think star-grade martial artists are as narrow-minded as you think? Or is it that the star-grade martial artists of your Earth Federation are all trash, causing you to have some misunderstanding of star-grade martial artists? Chu Nan could not help but shake his head. He did not expect that Supremacy Quadiro would actually be so resentful because of his words, causing him to begin to misunderstand all the star-grade martial artists of the Earth Federation. I don't think so. It's just that, I'm really curious. Senior, what can you teach me? Since you want to take me in as your disciple, you have to impart something that can convince me, right? Supremacy Quadiro looked at Chu Nan from head to toe and sneered. Very good, it seems that you're still unwilling to admit defeat. I've seen many arrogant kids, but you're the first kid to be so arrogant in front of a dignified star-grade martial artist like me. You want to be convinced by me? That's simple. Just casually come up with a question related to martial techniques. As long as I'm not stronger than you, I'll lose all my face as a star-grade martial artist. Is that so? Chu Nan smiled, then according to Senior, as long as you can't defeat me in the question set by me, you have to give up on taking me in as your disciple. Nonsense. Supremacy Quadiro said angrily, if I can't even defeat you, kid, how can I have the face to take you in as my disciple? Since Senior is a star-grade martial artist, you naturally have to keep your word. Cut the crap. Supremacy Quadiro waved his hand and interrupted Chu Nan, hurry up and ask the question. I'll definitely make you convinced today and take the initiative to kneel down and beg me to take you in as my disciple. At this point, Supremacy Quadiro's eyes suddenly moved, and he added with a dark expression, however, remember this, don't rely on this reason to stall for time. I'll only give you 5 questions. After that, you have to listen to my arrangements, understand? I understand. Chu Nan smiled and agreed. Just as he was about to move, Supremacy Quadiro suddenly spread out his hands and pressed them on his shoulder. Then, he felt the surrounding spatial energy change violently and instantly entered the alternate space again. Chu Nan could only stop all his actions and hold back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, allowing Supremacy Quadiro to bring him through space. The duration of this spatial travel was also long enough for Chu Nan to carefully experience the change in spatial energy in his surroundings like before. With his previous experience, it was easier for him to experience it now. With the intention to explore, Chu Nan immediately confirmed that his previous opinion was not wrong. When Supremacy Quadiro brought him through space, the space he passed through was 97.723867% similar to the alternate space he had entered after passing through the Stargate. Although it could not be said to be completely identical, it was not a problem to treat it as the same spatial environment. Through this comparison, Chu Nan could not help but guess. From this, it could be seen that the so-called physical body transmigration of these star-grade martial artists was actually just the physical body directly entering an alternate space and transmigrating through the journey in the alternate space. The principle was similar to a spaceship jumping through a Stargate. However, this also brought about a problem. How did these star-grade martial artists enter and leave the alternate space without a Stargate? As Chu Nan carefully gathered the detailed data of the alternate space around him and compared it to the data stored in his mind, he calmly waited for the moment Supremacy Quadiro led him out of the alternate space. After patiently waiting for a while, Chu Nan suddenly felt the spatial energy around Supremacy Quadiro move wildly, causing the surrounding spatial energy to change violently. Chu Nan immediately focused and sensed the subtle changes in the spatial energy around him. A moment later, he felt his body lighten and his eyes suddenly lit up. Looking carefully, he discovered that the green grass in front of him and the blue sky and white clouds above his head had actually appeared on an obvious human planet. According to the information, there was only one inhabited planet in this star system, and they had clearly not passed through the Stargate just now. Then, there was only one explanation for this situation. Supremacy Quadiro had actually brought him back to planet Tomrel. Beside him, Supremacy Quadiro looked up at the sky and sneered in disdain. Humph, these guys' noses are very sharp, but they never expected that I would actually bring you back to this planet. After saying that, he patted Chu Nan's shoulder. Alright, kid, come up with the question. I'm warning you, don't dream of deliberately causing any commotion to attract their attention. With me here, you can't escape. I don't have that thought. Chu Nan shrugged and calmed his mind for a moment. Then, he squatted down slightly and retracted his fists. Suddenly, he twisted his waist lightly, took a step forward with his right foot, and stretched out his right fist from his waist to punch. It was the first move of the first stance of the Hong clan's long fist. Sitting horse rush fist. Supremacy Quadiro looked at Chu Nan for a while. When he saw that he did not do anything else, he frowned and asked, "It's over." "It's over." Supremacy Quadiro could not help but be stunned before he flew into a rage. Kid, are you kidding me? Chapter 857. I don't dare. Chu Nan shook his head. Then you're giving me a question just because you casually punched me. Supremacy Quadiro still had an angry expression. Are you looking down on me or all the star-grade martial artists? Senior, you're being too serious. I've cultivated this fist technique for a long time and believe that my understanding of it far exceeds others. Even if I want to take another step forward, I don't know where to start. If Senior can point out the problem with Senior's punch and allow me to advance in this fist technique, I'll be extremely grateful. Then you'll acknowledge that I'm stronger than you and qualified to be your master. Supremacy Quadiro sneered. Kid, I'll teach you a lesson today. Do you know what's a star-grade martial artist? After saying that, the punch Chu Nan had thrown quickly flashed through Supremacy Quadiro's mind. He squatted down slightly and retracted his fists to his waist. He twisted his waist and was about to punch when he suddenly stopped. No. Supremacy Quadiro frowned slightly and shook his head. With his super understanding of martial techniques as a star-grade martial artist, it was naturally very easy to master such a simple fist technique. However, it was precisely because his understanding of martial techniques was super strong that he easily discovered that although the punch Chu Nan threw seemed simple, it was actually very complicated. He originally planned to casually punch out and make it extremely smooth and natural. He could even unleash an extremely powerful force and guarantee that Chu Nan would immediately be terrified and obediently listen to his arrangements. However, just as he was about to punch, he recalled the punch Chu Nan had thrown and felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, Supremacy Quadiro adjusted his posture and threw a punch. Although his movements were extremely smooth after punching out and the strength in his entire body erupted, the tip of his fist brought about an intense piercing sound and looked extremely powerful. Supremacy Quadiro felt that it was a little inferior to Chu Nan's punch. He did not know how this feeling came about, but with the strength of a star-grade martial artist, he could clearly sense this. After frowning for a moment, he stood up and said to Chu Nan, Kid, punch me again. Chu Nan smiled and squatted down before throwing another sitting horse rush fist. This time, when Supremacy Quadiro saw Chu Nan's punch, his expression could not help but become serious and he no longer had the disdain from before. When Chu Nan threw the first punch earlier, he did not pay much attention to it. He only saw that he was extremely skilled in using this punch and had clearly cultivated it for a long time. Now that he was seriously watching, he immediately discovered that although Chu Nan's punch was indeed simple, it perfectly mobilized every part of his body. Moreover, his entire action was extremely smooth, allowing all his strength to perfectly fuse into his fist the moment he threw it, causing the power displayed on his fist to be extremely shocking. Putting aside internal breath and spatial energy, in terms of the use of his body, Chu Nan's punch could be said to be perfect. With Supremacy Quadiro's super understanding of martial techniques, he could not see any flaws. After Chu Nan threw a punch, Supremacy Quadiro was silent for a moment before squatting down and trying to punch. Although with his extremely powerful body as a star-grade martial artist, even if he did not use any internal breath or spatial energy, the power displayed by his punch clearly surpassed Chu Nan. Supremacy Quadiro still felt that something was wrong. After thinking carefully for a moment, Quadiro understood what was wrong. Although his punch could definitely be called perfect in the eyes of other martial artists, compared to Chu Nan's punch earlier, it was obvious that he was still lacking in the use of his physical strength and was far inferior to his punch. Supremacy Quadiro could not help but glance at Chu Nan. Kid, how long have you cultivated this fist technique? Chu Nan thought for a moment and replied, from last year until now, about a year and a half. You cultivated to this extent in just a year and a half. Supremacy Quadiro was immediately shocked. He definitely did not doubt Chu Nan's talent, but although this fist technique was simple and easy to master, he needed more than 10 years of hard work if he wanted to cultivate to a perfect level like Chu Nan. Now that Chu Nan said that he had only spent a year and a half cultivating to this extent, it was really unbelievable. Seeing Supremacy Quadiro's expression, Chu Nan smiled and asked, Supremacy, do you have anything to guide me with this fist technique? Hearing the trace of mockery in Chu Nan's tone, Supremacy Quadiro's expression sank. He squatted down slightly and frowned as he thought for a moment before punching again. Although this punch was much stronger than the previous one, Supremacy Quadiro knew very well that the use of his physical strength was clearly inferior to Chu Nan's previous punch. This discovery made Supremacy Quadiro frown even more. While he was slightly angry, he also felt a trace of guilt. As a star-grade martial artist, he was actually inferior to Chu Nan in such a simple fist technique, causing him to be unable to accept it. Therefore, Supremacy Quadiro threw another punch, but he still felt that something was wrong. He thought for a moment and threw another punch. Seeing Supremacy Quadiro punch after punch, Chu Nan's expression did not change on the surface. He still maintained a respectful expression, but he was overjoyed in his mind. Although this sitting horse rush fist was indeed simple, he had relied on his extremely powerful data ability to make tens of thousands of subtle adjustments to achieve the perfection of his current situation. This fist technique could completely mobilize all the physical strength in his body, and it was impossible for a second martial artist to achieve the same level because it was impossible for a second martial artist to have the same powerful data ability as him and make all kinds of extremely precise adjustments in cultivation. Although Supremacy Quadiro was a star-grade martial artist, it was impossible for him to have such an ability. No matter how deep his understanding of martial techniques was, no matter how hard he worked, it was impossible for him to reach the same level as Chu Nan in this most basic external martial technique. As he threw punch after punch, the expression on Supremacy Quadiro's face became more and more serious. As he continuously practiced and tried, Supremacy Quadiro gradually discovered that this fist technique was not as simple as it looked. This was because just this simple move could clearly fully mobilize his physical strength. It could even automatically make the dantian in his body resonate and mobilize his internal breath to complement it. As a star-grade martial artist, the star cloud in his dantian had long condensed. With this automatic mobilization, the spatial energy around him automatically fused. The power of this fist technique naturally became extremely powerful. In fact, when he threw the last punch, spatial cracks appeared in the space in front of him, as if they had directly pierced through it. This phenomenon was naturally not surprising to him. On the contrary, it made him a little vexed. This was because Chu Nan had clearly only used his physical strength when he threw that punch earlier. It could be seen that his understanding of this punch was extremely deep and he could already control his strength very well. Now, he, a star-grade martial artist, could not control his punch. This would only make him feel extremely embarrassed. Thinking of this, Supremacy Quadiro became even more focused. Chu Nan was about to burst out laughing. If anyone else was here and saw that a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Quadiro was actually focused on cultivating such a simple fist technique, what would their expression be? However, Chu Nan did not have the time to care so much. Seeing that Supremacy Quadiro would probably not be able to complete his cultivation in a short period of time, he focused on another matter. Chapter 858. Hey, kid. Chu Nan stopped his crazy brain and stored all the data he had deduced in his mind. As he divided most of his attention to making the final calculations, he opened his eyes and smiled at Supremacy Quadiro. Supremacy, is there a problem? Supremacy Quadiro's expression was very ugly now. Apart from revealing some anger, there was also confusion and a trace of shame. Seeing Chu Nan open his eyes, he frowned and asked, Kid, you said that this is a complete fist technique. Oh, right, it's a complete set. Senior, why are you asking this? Could it be that you've already deduced the entire fist technique from the fist technique just now? Nonsense. Supremacy Quadiro sneered, it's only such a simple fist technique. What do you want me to deduce? Then, Senior, you mean? Show me your entire set of fist techniques. It's only one fist technique. It's meaningless for me to guide you even if I want to. If it's a complete set, with my vision, I can easily guide you. I guarantee that you'll enjoy it endlessly. Seeing the deliberately arrogant expression on Supremacy Quadiro's face, Chu Nan chuckled in his mind. Although he had almost focused all his attention on the data calculation in his mind just now, he still focused a small portion of his attention on Supremacy Quadiro. In the past 40 minutes, Supremacy Quadiro had been repeatedly experimenting with the sitting horse rush fist that Chu Nan had practiced. However, every time he finished experimenting, the expression on his face was always unhappy. Clearly, he was not satisfied with his experiment. Clearly, although he was a star-grade martial artist, it was impossible for him to truly perfectly unleash his physical strength like Chu Nan. After all, it was impossible for him to have the same powerful data ability. However, he was clearly very unwilling to admit defeat like this, so he actually found such a reason now. Chu Nan smiled and did not expose him. Instead, he nodded obediently and practiced the Hong Clan's long fist from the first move, sitting horse rush fist, to the third move, the fourth move, shooting horse cup fist. Although Chu Nan's current strength was no longer the same as before, he still insisted on practicing the Hong Clan's long fist every day. His goal was not to continue improving his mastery of the Hong Clan's long fist, but to accurately control the changes in his body through the data reflected when practicing the fist. However, this side effect made his understanding of the Hong Clan's long fist deeper and deeper. Coupled with his powerful data ability, when he used this fist technique now, although every move looked simple, it gave people the feeling that it was extremely smooth and natural as if it was made by heaven and did not have any signs of being chiseled. At the same time, he could extremely accurately mobilize the physical strength of his entire body, looking relaxed but powerful. At first, Supremacy Quadiro was still expressionless, but as Chu Nan practiced his moves, the surprise in his eyes became stronger and stronger. Seeing that Chu Nan had finished the last move, he retracted his fist and stood up. Supremacy Quadiro asked in a low voice, Kid, where did you learn this fist technique? Chu Nan shrugged, I bought it from a vendor. Vendor. Supremacy Quadiro had a suspicious expression. Although this fist technique is not an extremely profound fist technique, it's clearly extraordinary. Why would a stall sell it casually? Perhaps I was lucky. Chu Nan replied indifferently. Impossible. Supremacy Quadiro shook his head, clearly not believing it. This fist technique is so special. Even if someone sells it, it will definitely attract people to snatch it. What right do you have to buy it? Chu Nan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to answer Supremacy Quadiro's question. He was indeed lucky to be able to buy this Hong Clan's long fist at that time and happened to encounter it. However, although the Hong Clan's long fist was a little special, it was only an ordinary fist technique in the end. If not for Chu Nan's powerful data ability that had been modified countless times, it would not have been extremely compatible with his situation like now, causing this fist technique to even make Supremacy Quadiro sigh in surprise. However, Chu Nan would not explain these things to Supremacy Quadiro. Moreover, even if he explained this, the other party would clearly not believe him, so he simply ignored it. Supremacy, you shouldn't be concerned about this problem now, right? You've already seen the entire fist technique. Is there anything you can guide me with? Do you really think I'm stumped by you? Supremacy Quadiro glared at Chu Nan and frowned for a moment. He suddenly raised his hand and threw a punch. From the posture of this punch, it was obvious that it was the first move of the first stance of the Hong Clan's long fist, sitting horse rush fist. However, from the beginning of this punch, the spatial energy around him surged. When the last punch was thrown, a large amount of spatial energy around him was thrown along with the fist. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the originally empty space in front of him. The surrounding space seemed to have been compressed into the black hole, causing a large area of grass roots and soil on the grassland to roll up. Then, spatial energy surged forward and instantly blasted out a deep ravine more than 200 meters long, more than 30 meters wide, and more than 10 meters deep in the deepest part. It was enough to see the rock layer below. The power of this punch was undoubtedly countless times stronger than the original sitting horse rush fist that Chu Nan had used. After punching out, Supremacy Quadiro raised his eyebrows at Chu Nan with a proud expression. "How is it, kid? How's my punch compared to yours?" Chu Nan frowned and shook his head lightly. He had a disapproving expression and even sighed softly. "Senior, I want you to guide me with this fist technique, not the use of spatial energy." "Nonsense," Supremacy Quadiro said angrily. "If you don't complement the use of spatial energy with this fist technique, what's the difference between it and a street gangster fight? Now, you're a heaven control expert who has successfully condensed a star cloud. How can you still be interested in weaker methods?" Chu Nan sighed and casually threw a punch. The spatial energy around him surged and instantly struck out a terrifying ravine that was longer, wider, and deeper on the grassland in front of him. Now that his star cloud had successfully condensed, his use of spatial energy had increased to another level. When he threw this punch, not only was his control of spatial energy precise, it was also even more terrifying. Although the power of this punch was shocking, it could not be considered his full strength. "Senior, when I first bought this fist technique, it could at most be considered a D-rank martial technique. Later on, after cultivating and improving it many times in my hands, combined with the various comprehensions in my cultivation, it became like this. I've already tried Senior's current display countless times in my previous cultivation, so." Chu Nan did not continue, but the meaning of his words was very obvious. If Supremacy Quadiro could not take out a stronger understanding of this fist technique than Chu Nan, he could not be proud. Supremacy Quadiro's face, which was half covered by his beard, turned red. He widened his eyes and looked at Chu Nan before roaring in a low voice, "Kid, are you really looking down on me? It's only an ordinary fist technique. If I can't take out something that can convince you, how can I be a star-grade martial artist?" Chu Nan was secretly happy. Although there was still an unattainable difference in strength between him and Supremacy Quadiro, in terms of understanding and use of a martial technique, he might not be inferior to this star-grade martial artist. Moreover, this was the first cultivation method he had come into contact with after obtaining the data ability of the Hong clan's long fist. In this world, he believed that it was impossible for a second martial artist to understand this fist technique better than him. How could it be easy for Supremacy Quadiro to take out something that convinced him in a short period of time? However, just as the smile on Chu Nan's face appeared, he saw Supremacy Quadiro raise his hand again. He clenched his fist and threw a punch. Feeling the change in the space around him, the smile on Chu Nan's face instantly froze and his eyes were extremely serious. Chapter 859. If Chu Nan used the Hong clan's long fist himself, then his punch would purely mobilize his physical strength. The power was indeed not great. As for the fist technique that Supremacy Quadiro later displayed to mobilize and fuse spatial energy, it actually had nothing to do with the fist technique itself. Instead, it mainly depended on the ability of a martial artist to mobilize and use spatial energy. As a star-grade martial artist, Supremacy Quadiro's ability in this aspect was unquestionable. Therefore, this ordinary fist technique seemed to be extremely powerful and terrifying in his hands. However, with the help of his powerful data ability, Chu Nan's ability in this aspect was also not bad, so he was naturally not convinced by Supremacy Quadiro. Now that Supremacy Quadiro had thrown another punch, Chu Nan discovered that this punch was completely different from every previous punch. Almost as soon as Supremacy Quadiro clenched his fists, Chu Nan felt an extremely abnormal change in the spatial energy in the space around him. This was different from mobilizing the condensed spatial energy. It was as if Supremacy Quadiro had directly controlled the spatial energy in the space at a lower level, causing the entire space to give Chu Nan a completely different feeling. Chu Nan was extremely sensitive to spatial energy and naturally could sense these subtle differences. Moreover, just by looking at it, he could discover that after Supremacy Quadiro threw this punch, the space around him distorted with his fist as the center, as if this punch had affected spacetime. Chu Nan stood at the side and sensed the change in spatial energy. Although he could clearly see Supremacy Quadiro's every move, he still felt that time and space were in chaos and that he could even reverse time. A moment later, Supremacy Quadiro threw a punch. Chu Nan immediately discovered that this was probably not his imagination. The large grassland in front of him had two deep ravines created by Chu Nan and Supremacy Quadiro earlier. Now that Supremacy Quadiro had thrown another punch, not only did he not create another ravine, but the two ravines on the grassland were instantly flattened. Most importantly, the soil, grass roots, and other things that had been flipped open earlier had completely retreated like before they were attacked. Looking at the scattered soil quickly and orderly reorganizing, Chu Nan opened his mouth in surprise. He could clearly sense the change in the spatial energy in the space around him, but he could not understand how this situation was caused. In his senses, although the spatial energy around him had a very strange change, he did not feel that there was anything too special. Then, why did it cause such a shocking situation? Supremacy Quadiro glanced at the expression on Chu Nan's face and chuckled. "Kid, do you know the difference between a star-grade martial artist and you now?" Chu Nan blinked and could not help but nod lightly. Then, he asked, "But Supremacy, this has nothing to do with my fist technique, right?" Supremacy Quadiro said angrily, "Kid, you're a heaven control realm martial artist. Why are you still conflicted about such a low-level fist technique? With your talent and ability, can't you see how profound this punch of mine is? As long as you're willing to take me as your master, I'll impart this cultivation method to you. I guarantee that your strength will advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, and you might even reach the Star Tao. Chu Nan was silent. Of course, he could see the powerful martial technique contained in Supremacy Quadairo's punch, but he was unwilling to acknowledge this Supremacy Quadairo as his master no matter what. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, Supremacy, you're a star-grade martial artist, so the cultivation method you grasped is naturally something that I can't reach. However, since Senior originally promised to convince me, please abide by your promise. Supremacy Quadairo's expression froze. He looked at Chu Nan's calm expression and felt a headache. Initially, he thought that as long as he stepped forward, Chu Nan would definitely bow down. After all martial artists were very willing to take a star-grade martial artist as their master, and Chu Nan would probably be no exception. However, not only did Chu Nan's reaction exceed his expectations, he had actually created such a problem. In the previous practice, he had to admit that Chu Nan's mastery of this fist technique had already reached an unbelievable realm. Even if he was an extremely powerful star-grade martial artist, it was impossible for him to give a superior response to this fist technique in a short period of time. This made him feel a little ashamed and angry. Moreover, he looked at Chu Nan with a more serious gaze. Although this kid called Chu Nan's performance in the previous Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition was extremely outstanding and attracted the attention of many people, if not for the fact that he had personally seen him successfully condense a star cloud in the competition, Supremacy Quadairo would definitely not have the intention to take him in as his disciple. However, he did not expect Chu Nan's talent to be so high that it exceeded his expectations. With his strength as a star-grade martial artist, he was actually unable to convince Chu Nan of such a simple cultivation method. Seeing the hidden stubbornness under Chu Nan's calm expression, Supremacy Quadairo said in a low voice, Kid, change the question. After all, this fist technique is too low level. Do you think you can make me give up on a rare good seedling like you with our fist technique? Chu Nan shrugged. In that case, Supremacy, you admit defeat. Who would admit defeat? Supremacy Quadairo shouted angrily, this cultivation method is too low level. It can't show my profound strength at all. Change to another cultivation method. Chu Nan smiled and did not refute Supremacy Quadairo. Instead, he flipped his hand and the spatial energy around him quickly completed the 9 revolutions through the star cloud. Feeling the vigorous eruption of spatial energy in the space around him that seemed to contain endless power, Supremacy Quadairo's face sank again. What cultivation method is this? This is the 9 revolutions technique that I mainly cultivate. It's the only internal breath cultivation method I have grasped at the moment. Senior, do you have any guidance for me? Supremacy Quadairo's face darkened. Because Su Suanshan had publicized the 9 revolutions technique on the Milky Way network back then, this cultivation method was not only highly watched in the Earth Federation but also by countless people in the entire Milky Way. Su Suanshan relied on this cultivation method to become a star-grade martial artist before he was 50 years old. Therefore, this cultivation method had a very high evaluation in the hearts of many high-end martial artists, especially star-grade martial artists like Supremacy Quadairo. However, Supremacy Quadairo had never truly understood this cultivation method. According to the secret manual of the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Su Suanshan, he could at most cultivate to the 5th level. The rest was difficult to continue, causing him to always think that there was actually something wrong with this cultivation method. However, Chu Nan was now using facts to tell everyone that he had indeed cultivated the 9 revolutions technique to an extremely high realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to successfully condense a star cloud. However, now, Chu Nan had asked Supremacy Quadairo to guide him on the 9 revolutions technique, so he really could not think of anything to guide him with. Seeing the expression on Supremacy Quadairo's face, Chu Nan smiled and did not continue to harp on this problem. Instead, he raised his hand and a milky white light lit up in his palm. This is a special cultivation method I learned from a star-grade martial artist in our Earth Federation. It can help me quickly treat my injuries. Supremacy, what can you teach me? Before Supremacy Quadairo could answer, a faint green aura seeped out of Chu Nan's palm. This is a special cultivation method I unintentionally obtained. It's called the Goddess Song. It can replenish my exhausted life force and be used with the flame of life. The effect is extremely good. Supremacy, do you have any instructions? Then, Chu Nan's hands flew and a bolt of lightning flashed. The underground soil surged and a ball of flame spat out as a light rain fell. This is an elemental power cultivation method. The use of spatial energy is extremely special. May I ask what the Supremacy has to teach me? This is Chapter 860. As Chu Nan introduced cultivation methods one after another, Supremacy Quadairo's face became darker and darker. It was one thing for this kid to be so young and talented, but where did he obtain so many strange cultivation methods? He had never even heard of many of them. As for guiding Chu Nan, Supremacy Quadairo did not dare to boast anymore. After a long time, Chu Nan finally stopped the introduction and looked at Supremacy Quadairo with a serious expression. Senior, is there anything you can teach me about these cultivation methods? Supremacy Quadairo's expression was extremely ugly. Of course, he could not give any guidance to the cultivation methods Chu Nan spoke of, but how could he be willing to admit defeat like this? After thinking for a moment, Supremacy Quadairo sneered, Kid, I don't know where you got so many strange cultivation methods, but if you want to become the strongest martial artist, although cultivation methods are important, your understanding of the essence of martial arts is even more important. Do you think you can become a star-grade martial artist with these strange cultivation methods? No, I naturally don't think so. Chu Nan shook his head. However, I've already cultivated these cultivation methods for so long and have a complete understanding of them. Even if Senior is a star-grade martial artist, I don't think you can help me in this aspect. Therefore, even if I become Senior's disciple, I feel that it's meaningless. Supremacy Quadiro's expression sank and he could not help but sneer again. Although he was unhappy, he knew that Chu Nan was actually right. Chu Nan was young now, but he was not those brats who had just come into contact with martial techniques. Instead, he was already a powerful heaven-control martial artist and clearly had his own understanding and knowledge of martial technique cultivation. He would definitely not be affected by others so easily. Moreover, the martial technique Chu Nan grasped was so strange. The martial arts system that belonged to him was clearly different from ordinary martial artists. Supremacy Quadiro was really not confident in guiding him. Nurturing a martial artist from the beginning was completely different from starting midway. However, the reason why Supremacy Quadiro was tempted to take Chu Nan in as his disciple and even snatched him away in front of so many people was not only because of his talent but most importantly, there was another reason. It was impossible for him to give up so easily. However, he was a star-grade martial artist after all, so how could he turn his back on the boast he had just made? Thinking of this, Supremacy Quadiro smiled bitterly in his mind. Just as he frowned and thought of a reason to persuade Chu Nan, he suddenly asked, "Senior, why do you want to take me in as your disciple? I believe it's not only because you fancy my talent, right?" Supremacy Quadiro was stunned, thinking to himself that this kid was quite smart to actually see through his thoughts. His expression still remained calm as he said to Chu Nan with a cold expression, "Nonsense, if I don't value your talent, why would I take you in as my disciple? Senior, you don't have to hide it anymore." Chu Nan shook his head and smiled, "I've already successfully condensed a star cloud. Even if you want to take in a disciple, you shouldn't choose me like this. If I'm not wrong, you want to take me in as your disciple because you want me to do something for you." Supremacy Quadiro frowned slightly in surprise. Did this kid really see through it? Seeing that Supremacy Quadiro did not answer, Chu Nan continued to smile. "Actually, before Senior, there were also star-grade martial artists like you who had the intention to take me in as their disciple. However, they gave up after interacting with me." "Oh." Supremacy Quadiro looked at Chu Nan in surprise. "It's a star-grade martial artist from your Earth Federation? Why did they give up?" Chu Nan smiled at Supremacy Quadiro and did not answer. Supremacy Quadiro glared and was about to reprimand Chu Nan when he suddenly reacted. Earlier, Chu Nan had already fully displayed his ability to him. Since he was certain that Supremacy Quadiro could not give him any guidance, the star-grade martial artists of the Earth Federation naturally could not either. When he thought of this, Supremacy Quadiro suddenly felt much better. "I've asked the Supremacies who want to take me in as their disciple. Apart from thinking highly of my talent, the most important thing is that they want me to help them do something. Now that Senior has this thought, if I'm not wrong, Senior should have the same thought." Facing Chu Nan's clear gaze, Supremacy Quadiro actually had the illusion that he had been completely seen through. This made him feel very uncomfortable and he could not help but turn around slightly. He snorted softly, "Since you've become my disciple, it's natural for you to help me do something." Chu Nan smiled, "Then, Senior, if I'm not wrong, what you want me to help you with is related to the Garden Hunting Assembly of the Declan Empire." When he heard Chu Nan mention the term Garden Hunting Assembly, Supremacy Quadiro turned to look at him in surprise. He sized him up with a serious expression and nodded lightly. "It seems that you're not lying. That's right, I want to take you in as my disciple for the Garden Hunting Assembly next year." "What? Those guys from your Earth Federation also want you to help them do something at the Garden Hunting Assembly?" "They indeed have this intention." Chu Nan nodded. "Then you rejected them too?" "Yes." At this point, Chu Nan suddenly revealed a meaningful smile and his tone changed. "However, I only rejected the idea of being their disciple and did not reject helping them do something." "Oh." Supremacy Quadiro was even more surprised. "What can you do? Please forgive me for being unable to reveal this." Chu Nan shook his head. "However, what I can tell Senior is that I've reached an agreement with them. I can help them do something at the Garden Hunting Assembly and they'll give me the corresponding reward." Looking at the unscrupulous expression on Chu Nan's face, Supremacy Quadiro immediately reacted and could not help but not know whether to laugh or cry. "Alright, you've been beating around the bush for so long just because you want to make a deal with me." Chu Nan chuckled. "Senior, compared to taking me in as a disciple and sending me to do things, don't you think this is simpler and more direct?" Supremacy Quadiro looked at Chu Nan deeply. Ever since he became a star-grade martial artist, after all the other martial artists below the star-grade martial artist realm knew his identity, they were either respectful or trembling in fear when facing him, especially young martial artists like Chu Nan. They would only prostrate themselves in worship and definitely not dare to show any disrespect. However, this kid in front of him looked calm in front of him. Not only did he reject him taking him in as his disciple, he even wanted to make a deal with him with a smile. "Kid, do you know that other than taking you in as my disciple and rightfully slapping you to do things and deal with you, I have another choice?" Then I'll grab you and force you to do it." After saying that, Supremacy Quadiro's expression suddenly sank and he stretched out his hand to grab Chu Nan. Chapter 861. As soon as Supremacy Quadiro attacked, Chu Nan immediately felt the space around him being completely locked. He could only watch helplessly as Supremacy Quadiro's hand grabbed over. However, just as Supremacy Quadiro's hand was about to touch Chu Nan's shoulder, the spatial energy outside his body suddenly changed extremely strangely and the space around him completely distorted. In the next moment, Chu Nan disappeared in front of Supremacy Quadiro. Supremacy Quadiro missed and could not help but stand on the spot in shock. This kid. No way. Chu Nan's vision suddenly darkened, and then he felt the space around him change violently. The spatial energy around him that was originally locked because Supremacy Quadiro grabbed him suddenly became extremely active and even extremely violent and terrifying. This was not ordinary violent and terrifying. If it was any other ordinary martial artist in this environment, their body would probably be instantly torn to pieces by such violent and terrifying spatial energy. There was no possibility of survival. This was because such a violent and terrifying spatial energy did not exist in the positive space universe. It only existed in an alternate space. That's right, at that moment, Chu Nan had actually broken through the barrier between the positive space universe and the alternate space and entered it. Feeling the extremely violent spatial energy in the surrounding space that was extremely familiar to him, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Success! He had actually succeeded. His judgment was correct. The so-called spatial teleportation of star-grade martial artists was indeed the same as the spatial jump through the Stargate. Earlier, when he was brought by Supremacy Quadiro to perform spatial teleportation, Chu Nan had already analyzed the abnormal spatial energy in the surrounding space and arrived at this deduction. Moreover, through the data analysis of passing through alternate and positive space a few times, he finally obtained a method to cross the spatial barrier. Previously, when Supremacy Quadiro was cultivating and analyzing the Hong Clan's long fist, Chu Nan had been continuously calculating these data in his mind. Then, he discovered that this method actually did not have much need for spatial energy, but it had an extremely high requirement for the control of spatial energy. However, Chu Nan was the least worried about his precise control of spatial energy, so he did not spend much time grasping this method. Because he had not had the time to try and had not obtained any actual verification, he was actually not very confident. If not for Supremacy Quadiro suddenly turning hostile and planning to capture him, Chu Nan would not have thought of this attempt. Now that he had succeeded in this attempt, Chu Nan was actually a little surprised. Feeling the violent energy of the alternate space that ordinary martial artists could not survive in, Chu Nan felt extremely relaxed. Previously, he had been unintentionally forced to enter the Stargate and survive in the alternate space for so long. His body had been tempered thousands of times and could already easily endure the destruction of the violent spatial energy of the alternate space. He was not afraid at all. The reason why he thought of escaping through this method was that he had this to rely on. Of course, this was not the time to truly relax. Although he had temporarily escaped Supremacy Quadiro's demonic palm, Chu Nan knew very well that it was too crazy to rely on this to completely escape. As if to confirm his thoughts, just as this thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind, he felt turbulence suddenly appear in the violent spatial energy in the nearby alternate space. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in the alternate space. It was Supremacy Quadiro. Without a word, Chu Nan flew into the depths of the alternate space for a short while. Then, various statistics flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth and forcefully condensed the spatial energy around him again. He perfectly replicated the control of the spatial energy when Supremacy Quadiro brought him out of the alternate space twice. Then, he felt his body relax and light appeared in front of him again. He had already left the alternate space. Looking at the flickering starlight in the surrounding vast universe and the huge fireball in front of him, Chu Nan could not help but blink. It's actually that simple. He was still confident in breaking through the spatial barrier and entering the alternate space from the positive space, but his confidence in breaking through the spatial barrier and returning to the positive space was much lower. Due to the fact that the spatial energy in the alternate space was too violent and chaotic, Chu Nan originally thought that it would be very difficult for him to control it extremely accurately like when he was in the main space. However, he did not expect that as soon as he thought about it, the spatial energy around him would easily fall into his control under the guidance of the star cloud in his body. Although the difficulty had increased compared to when he was in the main space, it did not affect him much, allowing him to easily escape from the alternate space. No wonder many people say that condensing a star cloud is an intrinsic increase to a martial artist. This is even more shocking than breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. Feeling his growth, Chu Nan was even happier. However, he did not have much time to be happy. He looked around and discovered that he was in the vast sky. There was a huge blue planet standing under his feet. It should be planet Tomrel that had just left. From the current distance, although he had only moved a short distance in the alternate space, he had already moved at least 10,000 kilometers in the positive space universe. However, this distance was clearly not enough to escape Supremacy Quadiro. Feeling an extremely abnormally intense fluctuation of spatial energy in the space not far behind him, the star cloud in Chu Nan's body circulated without thinking and condensed the spatial energy around him again. He instantly broke through the spatial barrier from the positive space universe and returned to the alternate space. As soon as he entered the alternate space, Chu Nan changed direction and flew for a while before leaving again. As soon as he left this time, Chu Nan discovered that his body was completely enveloped by water. Caught off guard, he took a sip and felt a fishy taste. Clearly, he should be in the sea now. As for which sea it was and whether it was still on planet Tomrel, he was not sure. Seeing that only an extremely hazy light seeped through the seawater above his head, Chu Nan's heart stirred and he dived deeper. With his current physical strength, he naturally did not have to worry about the powerful pressure brought about by the seawater. In just a moment, Chu Nan had already dived countless meters into the sea. Then, he found a gap in the rock in the seabed and hid. He restrained his aura and adjusted the spatial energy fluctuations around him so that no one could sense any abnormalities. Even if Supremacy Quadiro could track him from the alternate space, it was impossible for him to find him under such circumstances. Chapter 862. In the deep sea, a square-headed, multi-eyed whale shark unique to planet Tamrel was rushing aggressively towards the school of fish not far away. Just as it opened its mouth and prepared to eat heartily, an abnormal fluctuation suddenly occurred in the surrounding underwater space, and the seawater shook and rolled at high speed. In front of the terrifying spatial shock wave, this 13-meter-long and 26-ton square-headed multi-eyed whale shark was instantly shattered into dust like a group of shrimp like small fish in front of it. It turned into a ball of blood mist and quickly fused into the seawater. At the core of the spatial shock wave, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Supremacy Quadiro, who had just crossed out of the alternate space. Supremacy Quadiro looked around with a gloomy expression and discovered that the environment he was in was actually a deep sea. He could not help but groan in his mind. Damn kid. He did not expect Chu Nan to complete the spatial travel in front of him. This was completely abnormal. Not to mention that this kid had clearly just condensed a star cloud. Even if he was an old heaven control expert who had condensed a star cloud for many years, it was impossible for him to cross through space. This was because if he wanted to complete spatial travel, he had to first reach a sufficiently profound understanding of spatial energy and master the mystery between spatial energy and positive and negative space. Only then could he break through the spatial wall and enter the alternate space from the positive space. After this, there was also a problem that martial artists below the star-grade martial artist realm could not avoid. That was how to survive in the alternate space. The spatial energy in the alternate space was extremely violent and terrifying. If not for the fact that his control of the spatial energy had reached a sufficiently powerful level or that his body was powerful enough to resist the invasion of the violent spatial energy, as long as any martial artist entered the alternate space, they would be crazily corroded by the violent spatial energy. Heaven control experts might be able to last for a period of time, but an initial stage heaven control martial artist like Chu Nan who had just condensed a star cloud would be reduced to ashes in a breath. If not for this, ordinary heaven control experts would be able to achieve the goal of spatial travel through the star cloud and not let their bodies pass through the stargate to become the specialty of star-grade martial artists. However, now, Chu Nan had truly completed a spatial travel in front of him. Not only had he successfully broken through the spatial wall and entered the alternate space, but he had also successfully survived in the alternate space. In fact, after Supremacy Quadiro had just chased into the alternate space, he could cross tens of thousands of kilometers through the movement in the alternate space and break through the spatial wall to return to the positive space universe and return to planet Tamrel. This set of actions sounded simple, but in fact, Supremacy Quadiro knew much better than ordinary martial artists how high the requirements were for martial artists. Even he had taken a long time to finally master the method of spatial travel when he had just stepped into the Star Dao and become a star-grade martial artist and could do such a thing. Now, this kid who had just successfully condensed a star cloud had actually completed this unbelievable thing under his nose. Yes, it was unbelievable. Supremacy Quadiro frowned and glanced around the bottom of the deep sea. At the same time, he mobilized the spatial energy around him and sensed it in all directions. Under his ruthless sweep, not a single creature in the depths of the sea was spared. All of them were shaken to death by the spatial energy of Supremacy Quadiro's hidden anger. The originally calm underwater world instantly became dead silent. However, after sweeping through it again and again, Supremacy Quadiro still did not discover anything abnormal. He could not sense any abnormal spatial vibration traces left behind after breaking through the spatial wall in the surrounding space. From this, it could be seen that damned kid had definitely fled to other places. It was easier said than done to find him on the huge planet Tamrel. Thinking of this, Supremacy Quadiro's expression became even gloomier. Although he did not know how this kid grasped the secret of spatial travel, since he could master and use this, if he wanted to capture him in the future, he had to take advantage of his surprise and completely restrain him without giving him any time to react. However, since that kid had experienced this change, he would definitely be wary in the future. How could he easily achieve this goal? Damn, I took the risk to attack this time because I took a fancy to this kid's talent. I didn't expect his talent to far exceed my expectations. Supremacy Quadiro cursed in his mind and suddenly raised his head to look above the sea. He could already sense a few powerful spatial energy vibrations surging in this direction. Clearly, his attack just now had already attracted the attention of the few star-grade martial artists on planet Tamrel and attracted them over. Although Supremacy Quadiro was not afraid, he knew very well that he had already lost his last chance to grab Chu Nan. He could only curse in his mind again and the star cloud in his body circulated. He planned to open the spatial wall again and use it to cross over and leave. However, just as he moved, he suddenly discovered an abnormal spatial energy fluctuation rising from the bottom of the sea. Then, a figure quickly floated up and appeared opposite him. Supremacy Quadiro focused his gaze and saw that it was Chu Nan. Damn, this kid is courting death. When he saw Chu Nan, Supremacy Quadiro was first shocked before he was furious. It was not easy for this kid to escape from him, but now, he actually dared to swagger in front of him again. Did he really not take a star-grade martial artist like him seriously? The reason why he let this kid escape previously was because he did not expect that this kid had actually grasped the secret technique of spatial travel that should not be grasped by him. Now, he already knew that this kid had this ability. As long as he went all out and must capture this kid, even if this kid entered the alternate space, he could still capture him by entering it and tracking him. Supremacy Quadiro's expression was gloomy. Just as he was about to attack, he discovered that Chu Nan had stretched out his hand and pointed upwards before gesturing. What's this kid doing? Supremacy Quadiro frowned as he watched Chu Nan begin to float into the sea. He thought for a moment and followed. As an extremely powerful star-grade martial artist, he was naturally not afraid. Now, he was filled with curiosity about this magical kid. This kid did not take the opportunity to run far away, but now, he actually pretended to discuss it with him. What did he want to do? Chapter 863. Bang, bang. Two figures flew out of the sea like cannonballs and instantly hovered above the sea. Chu Nan looked at Supremacy Quadiro, who was exactly 100 meters away from him, and silently calculated in his mind. After confirming that he had the ability to successfully escape into the alternate space before the other party attacked, he revealed a bright smile to him. Supremacy, can't we discuss it properly? Why do you have to attack? Earlier, at the bottom of the sea, he had actually used his precise control of the spatial energy around him to avoid Supremacy Quadiro's detection. Originally, he only needed to wait calmly and be safe after he left. However, at the last moment, he suddenly changed his mind and took the initiative to appear. Hearing Chu Nan's question and looking at the relaxed smile on his face, Supremacy Quadiro was furious. Humph, kid, why aren't you running anymore? Do you think you can't escape? No, I think you should understand that I actually have the ability to escape from you, right? Chu Nan still asked with a smile. Supremacy Quadiro could only sneer and not answer this question. Seeing Supremacy Quadiro's reaction, Chu Nan smiled again and put away his smile. His expression became serious. Supremacy, in fact, I really want to seriously discuss with you. I have no grudges against you. If you want me to help you complete something, why do you have to force me to this extent? You're a star-grade martial artist. If I can help you do something, this is an honor in itself. Moreover, if I do well, senior, you can't be too stingy, right? Supremacy Quadiro had a strange expression. Hey, kid, what do you mean? If you want to obtain benefits from me, isn't it better to obediently be my disciple? No, I've long made up my mind to walk my own martial artist path, so I won't be anyone's disciple. Therefore, regardless of whether it's the few star-grade martial artists of our Earth Federation or senior finding me, I reject them. Ha! What a bold tone. Supremacy Quadiro sneered, walk your own martial arts path? Do you really think you can do it? Then do you think I can't do it? Chu Nan asked with a smile. Supremacy Quadiro was immediately speechless. If any other young martial artist said this in front of him, he would definitely berate them for bragging shamelessly and overestimating themselves. However, regardless of whether it was talent or ability, Chu Nan had already fully displayed them and was much stronger than any young martial artist he had seen before. Now that such an outstanding young martial artist said that he wanted to walk his own martial artist path, it made people feel that he was not arrogant at all and would only feel that it was natural. After a moment, Supremacy Quadiro suddenly felt a little discouraged. He waved his hand and said, "Alright, I admit that you're right. You indeed have the ability. Moreover, I really can't think of much to teach you for a moment." At this point, Supremacy Quadiro could not help but smile bitterly. Chu Nan's performance in front of him was too shocking, causing him, a star-grade martial artist, to actually feel a trace of defeat in front of this kid who was clearly not even 20 years old. Now that he thought about it, it was one thing for the martial techniques this kid had grasped, but the simplest set of Hong Klan's long fist he had displayed at the beginning surprised him the most. The path of martial techniques was extremely complicated and simple. This kid was able to cultivate that extremely simple fist technique to a point that could simply be said to be perfect. Even a star-grade martial artist like him could not change it at all. It was enough to prove that this kid's understanding of the martial path far exceeded ordinary martial artists. He was definitely not joking when he said that he wanted to walk his own martial arts path. On this point, even if Supremacy Quadiro was a star-grade martial artist, he really could not guide him much. This kid's understanding of martial techniques had long evolved from simple learning techniques to cultivating martial arts. However, from this point, he had already surpassed many young martial artists of the same age. When he thought of this, Supremacy Quadiro could not help but sigh in his mind. If he could have met this kid a few years earlier and taken him in as a disciple to be taught well, he would definitely have shone brightly in the future and even shocked the entire Milky Way. As for those blind fellows of the Earth Federation, they were probably all extremely regretful now. These thoughts flashed through Supremacy Quadiro's mind. He put away his bitter smile and asked Chu Nan seriously, "Since you don't want to be my disciple, why did you come to discuss it with me?" Hearing this question, Chu Nan's expression was strange. "Senior, could it be that in your heart, other than being completely obedient to you and being forced to be completely obedient to you, there's no other choice? I've said it before. We can completely make a deal. If you say what you want me to help you do, I feel that if you can do it, I can agree. As long as you can give me a satisfactory condition, I'll do my best to help you." Deal. Supremacy Quadiro sneered, "I'm a star-grade martial artist, but I have to make a deal with a kid like you who hasn't even grown up? Won't my reputation be ruined if word gets out?" Chu Nan was immediately caught between laughter and tears. "Senior, there's nothing to be ashamed of, right? If you think this makes you dissatisfied, you can treat it as you ordering me to do something. You can give me some rewards as a reward after this. I have no objections." Oh. Hearing Chu Nan's words, Supremacy Quadiro's eyes lit up and he slowly nodded. That's not bad." Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although Supremacy Quadiro was a star-grade martial artist, his temper was really extremely strange. Sometimes, he was even like a child. However, he had long heard that there were many strange people among the true experts. It was not especially surprising that this Supremacy Quadiro had appeared. "Then, senior, what do you want me to help you do at the garden hunting assembly?" Chu Nan asked helplessly. "About that. Supremacy Quadiro's reaction greatly exceeded Chu Nan's expectations. This powerful star-grade martial artist who seemed extremely domineering or carefree as soon as he appeared actually became as shy as a shy girl after hearing this question. Chu Nan widened his eyes and watched as this bearded guy looked around with an embarrassed expression. He simply wanted to curse in his mind. "Senior, you should quickly say it. Otherwise, the others will rush over in a while." After waiting for a while, when he saw that Supremacy Quadiro still did not answer, Chu Nan could not help but urge, "Cough, cough." Supremacy Quadiro reacted and coughed lightly to hide his loss of composure. He recovered his calm appearance and replied, "What I asked you to do is not at the garden hunting assembly, but after it ends. I can't explain it in a short period of time. I'll find you after you participate in this competition." After saying that, Supremacy Quadiro's figure flashed and he disappeared in front of Chu Nan. He had escaped through space. Chapter 864. Chu Nan blankly looked at the place where Supremacy Quadiro disappeared and did not know how to react. When this guy appeared, he was so domineering and powerful. Now, after struggling with him for a long time and spending a lot of effort, he finally obtained an equal opportunity to interact with him. When he could finally ask the main topic, he did not expect him to have such a reaction. "Damn, you're a star-grade martial artist. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Chu Nan could not help but curse in his mind before feeling puzzled. Looking at Supremacy Quadiro's reaction, the thing he wanted his help to do was related to the garden hunting assembly. Could it be that he was not looking for him for the final reward given by the royal family of the Declan Empire at the garden hunting assembly, but someone? When he thought of this, Chu Nan could not help but think. However, before he could think for long, he felt two abnormal spatial energy vibration fluctuations in the space nearby. Two figures suddenly appeared. To be able to use spatial jump to directly appear proved that these two were both star-grade martial artists. Chu Nan turned around and discovered that one of them was Supremacy Melanie. As for the other star-grade martial artist, he had never seen him before and did not recognize him. When Supremacy Melanie saw Chu Nan, she immediately revealed a surprised expression. Her gaze swept around and she flew to his side. She frowned and asked, "Why are you alone? Where's that person?" "He left." Chu Nan shrugged and pointed at the location of Supremacy Quadiro. "Left?" Supremacy Melanie was immediately stunned. "He actually let you go just like that?" Chu Nan glanced at the surprised Supremacy Melanie and the other star-grade martial artist and smiled. "Supremacy Melanie, you must have misunderstood. Actually, that Supremacy only asked me to help him with a small favor. He doesn't mean anything else." "Really?" Supremacy Melanie had a suspicious expression. The other star-grade martial artist clearly did not believe her. However, Chu Nan had a sincere expression and solemnly confirmed it. The two of them could not say anything. "Since you're fine, let's go back first." Supremacy Melanie said to Chu Nan, "You were suddenly captured. The competition venue is already in chaos." Seeing the bitter smile on Supremacy Melanie's face, Chu Nan nodded. He could roughly guess what kind of trouble his sudden disappearance would cause. Just the fact that Supremacy Melanie and another star-grade martial artist came out to find him at the same time proved the seriousness of this matter. Seeing Chu Nan's gaze land on the other star-grade martial artist, Supremacy Melanie introduced him. "This is Supremacy Kashuri from the Tuladu Republic." Chu Nan hurriedly bowed. "Hello, Supremacy Kashuri." The Supremacy nodded at Chu Nan and looked at him with curiosity and scrutiny. "Chu Nan, the guy who captured you clearly wants to take you in as his disciple. Didn't you agree?" "Yes." Chu Nan thought for a moment and felt that there was no need to hide this, so he replied honestly, "He indeed wanted to take me in as his disciple, but I rejected him." "Oh." Supremacy Kashuri immediately looked surprised. "Why did you reject him? That's a star-grade martial artist. You're actually unwilling to take him as your master." "This." Chu Nan glanced at Supremacy Melanie beside him and chuckled, deliberately not answering. As expected, Supremacy Melanie sighed and rushed to answer for Chu Nan. "Kashuri, do you think those guys from the Earth Federation are blind and can't see with Chu Nan's talent? Didn't I say before that if not for this kid, someone would have taken a fancy to him long ago? I would have snatched him myself." "I see." The Supremacy immediately understood and shook his head with a sigh. "What a pity. Otherwise, with your talent, even I can't help but want to take in another disciple." Chu Nan could only laugh. "Thank you for your kindness, Supremacy. I'm extremely grateful." The three of them casually chatted and laughed before flying towards the venue under the urging of Supremacy Melanie. Chu Nan could hide the ability to jump through space, but with his current strength, the speed at which he flew in the positive space was extremely shocking. In less than 10 minutes, he, Supremacy Melanie, and Supremacy Kashuri had already flown across the ocean and half of the continent and returned to the competition venue of the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. Although Chu Nan and Supremacy Quadiro had crossed more than hundreds of thousands of kilometers, it did not take much time. When Supremacy Melanie and Supremacy Kashuri brought Chu Nan back to the arena, less than an hour had passed since he was captured by Supremacy Quadiro. Although this sudden change was very shocking, the competition's organizing committee still successfully controlled the tension. The other competitions still continued. Of course, because there were many audiences paying attention to Chu Nan and this matter had blown up, not many audiences were paying attention to other competitions. As a star-grade martial artist of the host country, when Supremacy Melanie brought Chu Nan back to the arena, it immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone watched helplessly as Chu Nan was captured by a star-grade martial artist. In everyone's opinion, he had no hope of escaping. However, he had actually returned safely now. To this audience who did not know the inside story, they naturally thought that Supremacy Melanin must have saved Chu Nan. Coupled with the fact that this was the home ground of the United States of Meleta, cheers immediately sounded around the arena. Hearing these cheers, Supremacy Melanie's expression was a little awkward, but it was not convenient for her to say anything at this moment. She could only pretend that nothing had happened and bring Chu Nan to the arena where he had competed. In the arena, the opponent called Willen from the Fig Empire was still standing in the arena with a dumbfounded expression, as if he had yet to recover from the fact that Chu Nan had been captured by a star-grade martial artist who had suddenly appeared. When she saw him from afar, Supremacy Melanie suddenly stopped and looked at Chu Nan with a troubled expression. Chu Nan, although you were held hostage and forced to leave the venue, according to the rules of the competition, since you left the venue first, you will be automatically judged to have lost. Therefore, in this competition, you've actually lost. Chu Nan was immediately stunned. Chapter 865. Hearing this news, Chu Nan could not help but frown. The reason why he came to participate in this Orion Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition was firstly to sign an agreement with the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch, and secondly, to rely on his own strength to obtain the qualifications to participate in the Garden Hunting Assembly next year. If he wanted to achieve these 2 points, he had to win the championship of this competition. Only in this way could he complete the agreement with the martial arts branch and obtain the inheritance of the S-rank martial technique, the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Moreover, he could rely on this to participate in the Garden Hunting Assembly next year and have the chance to complete the agreement with Supremacy Ahmad. If they directly announced his disqualification from this competition because of this reason, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Supremacy, I was forced to leave because of an irresistible factor. Is there no way to change it? Supremacy Melanie sighed and replied with a bitter smile, this is the rule of the competition that was publicized before the competition began. It's impossible to change it because of you alone. Otherwise, this competition will become a joke in itself. Even the United States of Meleta will suffer a serious reputation loss because of this. I hope you can understand. Seeing the dilemma on Supremacy Melanie's face, Chu Nan was silent. He did not want to lose like this, but what Supremacy Melanie said was the truth. Even if he was forced, rules were rules and could not be casually broken. After thinking for a moment in silence, he could only take a deep breath and curse Supremacy Quadiro in his mind. Then, he calmed his expression again and nodded at Supremacy Melanie. In that case, let's do as you say. Seeing that Chu Nan's reaction was so calm, Supremacy Melanie could not help but be stunned. With the strength Chu Nan had displayed previously, she was certain that no other participating student was his match. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely obtain the final championship. Therefore, when she announced that Chu Nan had lost because of this and was eliminated, she was already mentally prepared that he would not accept it. She did not expect him to accept it so easily. About that, Chu Nan, don't you regret it? Regret? Chu Nan asked in surprise, regret what? Aren't you very unwilling to lose the competition like this? Supremacy Melanie asked again. Of course, I'm very unwilling. However, this is something that no one expected, right? At this moment, Chu Nan had already understood and did not mind as much as before. He even had a smile on his face. Although winning the championship of this competition is very important to me, there's no need to force you to break the rules. Supremacy Melanie sized up Chu Nan in surprise as if it was the first time she had seen him. Not only was this young kid talented, but it seemed that his EQ was much higher than ordinary young people. He knew very well when to fight and what to give up in the future. Although he had given up hope of winning the championship like this, it would allow him to win the favor of a star-grade martial artist like her. The benefits to him would definitely not be much worse than winning the championship. Of course, Supremacy Melanie did not know that Chu Nan had not considered her at all. The reason why he gave up so easily was mainly that he felt that it was unrealistic to seek additional preferential treatment in the territory of the United States of Meleta. After all, he had already encountered the hostility of many martial artists in the United States of Meleta because of what had happened previously. Presumably, he would not obtain much support in this matter. As for the losses caused by losing the championship, it was not impossible to make up for it. Alright, it's rare for you to be so open-minded. Then, it's much easier for me. Supremacy Melanie patted Chu Nan's shoulder intimately and continued to walk towards the arena. At this moment, Willen had already seen Chu Nan appear and watched him approach bit by bit. His mood was very complicated. Before this competition, he originally thought that even if Chu Nan's performance in the previous competition was very shocking, he would definitely be able to easily defeat this guy from the Earth Federation with his strength. However, he did not expect that Chu Nan would successfully condense a star cloud in public and cross the greatest obstacle between a void break martial artist and a heaven control martial artist. One had to know that although Willen thought that his talent was outstanding, he had only just come into contact with the concept of the star cloud formation. The subsequent change was even more unexpected. Just as he was facing Chu Nan, who had successfully condensed the star cloud and knew that it was impossible for him to win the competition, a star-grade martial artist suddenly appeared and forcefully captured him in front of everyone. Just as everyone thought that Chu Nan would definitely not return, they did not expect him to return safely. This time, Willen really felt a little at a loss. He should not even react when he saw Chu Nan appear again. Chu Nan's expression was calm. He walked to Willen and smiled at him before turning to look at Supremacy Melanie and nodding at her. Supremacy Melanie revealed an apologetic smile to Chu Nan and walked to Willen's side. She stared at his surprised gaze and grabbed his right hand to raise it high. I announced that because Chu Nan left the venue early, according to the rules, the winner of this competition is student Willen of the Fig Empire. As soon as he spoke, not only was Willen, who was closest to him, shocked, but the audience who were paying attention to the situation beside the arena was also instantly in an uproar. As for all the audience who were also paying attention to this competition through the various media outlets and the various live broadcast media of the Milky Way network, their reactions were also intense. Are you serious? No way. Why did that guy called Willen win? How is that possible? Chu Nan is clearly much stronger than him. Chu Nan has successfully condensed a star cloud. How can he lose? This must be a scam. The United States of Meleta must have some private deal with the Fig Empire. I'm not convinced. Our Earth Federation is not convinced. This is the United States of Meleta deliberately targeting Chu Nan. They're deliberately targeting our Earth Federation. Hearing the commotion around the arena, Supremacy Melanie sighed helplessly in her mind. When she received this notification from the competition's organizing committee, she knew that this result would definitely cause a huge controversy. However, this was following the rules after all. As a star-grade martial artist specially invited by the organizers, she had no choice but to follow the rules. Even if she especially admired Chu Nan and he was an extremely close junior, she could not take care of him at this moment. Even if she was a star-grade martial artist, she could not do anything as she pleased. If Ovali knew, she would definitely scold me, right? Supremacy Melanie smiled bitterly in her mind. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded. I'm not convinced. Chapter 866. Supremacy Melanie looked at Willen in surprise. You're not convinced? Yes, I'm not convinced. Willen looked at Supremacy Melanie without any fear and pointed at himself before pointing at Chu Nan. Why did I win and not him? Chu Nan also looked at Willen in confusion. Was there something wrong with this guy? Could it be that he was not happy to announce that he had won? Supremacy Melanie frowned slightly. What? You think you shouldn't win this competition? Of course. Willen said loudly, Chu Nan's strength is clearly stronger than mine. We've already fought before and I'm clearly not his match. If not for the sudden appearance of that star-grade martial artist, I would have already planned to admit defeat. Why has it become me winning the competition now that he's back? Supremacy Melanie looked at the righteous Willen and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you happy that I let you win the competition? The reason why I announced your victory just now is because according to the rules, Chu Nan left the competition venue for longer than the time limit. Therefore, according to the rules, this has nothing to do with your strength. However, this is a competition between us martial artists. If we can't determine the outcome with our strength, what's the point? Willen continued to ask seriously, if this rule is set like this, then if other star-grade martial artists capture one of them in the future competition, will they win without fighting even if they're not his match? Supremacy Melanie could not help but look at Willen in surprise. It seemed that this guy was not just straightforward and upright, he also had his own thoughts. Moreover, his thoughts made sense. That's right, if the results of Chu Nan and Willen's competition were announced like this, wouldn't the fairness of the competition be completely destroyed if similar situations happened in the future? Previously, when the organizing committee informed Supremacy Melanie of this result, she did not think too much about it because she finally saw that Chu Nan was safe and sound. Now that she was reminded by Willen, she immediately felt that there was indeed a considerable loophole in this rule. On second thought, Supremacy Melanie frowned even more. The group of people from the organizing committee were all smart and it was impossible for them not to have thought of this. However, they finally decided on this decision. It was probably because they really had ill intentions toward Chu Nan. When they recalled the reaction of Chu Nan's previous actions in the United States of Meleta, they clearly wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate him. These fools. When she thought of this, Supremacy Melanie could not help but curse fiercely in her mind. Don't they know that this will only embarrass our United States of Meleta? Her eyes darted around and she focused on Willen. She asked seriously, are you really unconvinced by this result? Yes, Willen said proudly. What about you? Supremacy Melanie turned to look at Chu Nan. Are you willing to accept this result? When Chu Nan saw the meaning in Supremacy Melanie's eyes, how could he not understand her meaning? He immediately put on an angry expression and raised his head to shout, I'm not convinced either. Very good. Supremacy Melanie nodded, since both of you don't accept this result, according to the rules of the competition, as one of the specially invited judges of this competition, I will propose reconsideration to the competition's organizing committee. You can leave first and wait for the result. Chu Nan's eyes immediately lit up. From Supremacy Melanie's tone, there was still a turnaround in this matter. Supremacy Melanie looked at Willen again with praise in her eyes. Student Willen, I hope you don't regret your decision today. Willen nodded seriously. I won't regret it. Alright, you can leave first. Yes. Yes. Chu Nan and Willen left the venue. When the two of them walked out at the same time, Chu Nan smiled at Willen and stretched out his hand. Thank you. Willen glared at him and sneered. He actually ignored Chu Nan's hand and turned to leave. Looking at his departing figure, Chu Nan was stunned and laughed. This guy was really arrogant. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a large group of reporters surrounded him and blocked his way. Chu Nan could only smile bitterly and skillfully deal with it. The next day, an announcement issued by the organizing committee of the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy's competition occupied the headlines of all the media. At the same time, it almost spread throughout the entire Milky Way network. In this announcement, the organizing committee announced that according to the emergency consultation of the organizing committee, the results of the competition between Chu Nan and Willen had been re-evaluated. In the end, the organizing committee's decision still prioritized the rules of the competition. Due to Chu Nan's early departure, his loss was ultimately decided. As soon as this announcement was released, it immediately caused an uproar. Yesterday, when Supremacy Melanie expressed in front of everyone that she wanted to reconsider the matter, everyone thought that there would be a turnaround in this matter. They did not expect that it would still be this result. In the blink of an eye, a series of discussions about this announcement appeared on the Milky Way network. Apart from a small number of people who expressed that this was done according to the rules and regulations of the competition's organizing committee and that there were no mistakes, most people expressed that this treatment was very problematic. After all, Chu Nan's strength was obvious to all. The reason why he was forced to leave the arena was also because of the sudden appearance of a star-grade martial artist. This was clearly an irresistible factor. If the competition's organizing committee did not even worry about this and still stiffly announced Chu Nan's defeat according to the rules of the competition, it would be too unreasonable and unreasonable. There were also many people who bluntly expressed that this was definitely a conspiracy deliberately targeted at Chu Nan by the United States of Meleda. It was precisely because Chu Nan had displayed shocking strength in the previous competition and had even successfully condensed a star cloud in public in the first round of the finals that he had directly threatened the possibility of the United States of Meleda participating in the competition and winning the championship that the competition's organizing committee had done this. There were even people who guessed that the star-grade martial artist who suddenly appeared and kidnapped Chu Nan was secretly sent by the United States of Meleda. Otherwise, why would he appear at such a perfect time? Moreover, he could successfully break through the encirclement of the competition venue and even come and go freely in the encirclement of several star-grade martial artists specially invited by the organizing committee? This statement immediately attracted the response of countless people, causing the entire United States of Meleda to fall into public criticism. However, this was refuted by the person in question in extreme disdain. Tisk, with my ability, what place can I come and go as I please? Supremacy Quadiro dug out a ball of booger from his nostrils without caring about his image. With a flick of his pinky, the ball of booger flew out and actually pierced a small hole in the wall opposite him. Then, he glanced at Chu Nan. Hey, kid, have you considered it? Chapter 867. Chu Nan helplessly glanced at the small hole in the wall and thought to himself that this was really unpredictable. A few days ago, when Supremacy Quadiro suddenly appeared and captured him, his aura was extremely arrogant. Now that a few days had passed, he had to come and meet him secretly like a thief. He was simply a different person. Although he spoke so domineeringly, he had actually hidden his whereabouts before contacting him. In the end, even if he was a star-grade martial artist, it was impossible for him to dare to appear in public without any reservations when the United States of Meleda was heavily guarded and the 5 specially invited star-grade martial artists, Supremacy Melanie, were waiting for him. About that, Supremacy, I've already told you last time. As long as you're willing to tell me what to do and how to do it, and then state conditions that satisfy me, this is something that can be discussed. Now that you haven't said anything, what do you want me to consider? Didn't I say that? Supremacy Quadiro blared. Chu Nan looked at him innocently. Supremacy Quadiro rolled his eyes and nodded before slapping his head. Oh, I really didn't have the time to say it. I only heard you mention what happened in the past few days. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes. Alright, since you ask. At this point, Supremacy Quadiro actually revealed the coy expression he had a few days ago. Coupled with his bearded beggar image, it was simply awkward no matter how one looked at it. It was even a little disgusting. Chu Nan could only try his best to maintain his expressionless face and wait calmly. Cough, cough. Alright, I know. Since I want you to do something, I have to make it clear. Kid, listen carefully, what I want you to do. Although he said that, Supremacy Quadiro was still hesitant. In fact, after a few red threads flashed across his old face, he continued, after the garden hunting assembly ends, according to the usual practice, the young martial artists who win in the end will be recruited into the royal palace of the Declan Empire for an audience with the emperor. Chu Nan could not help but interrupt him. Senior, are you so sure that I'll win in the end? Nonsense. Supremacy Quadiro blared at Chu Nan. Otherwise, why would I come to find you? To chat. Perhaps it was because Chu Nan's interruption had greatly reduced his strange shyness, but he spoke much more smoothly next. There's nothing to say about being summoned by the emperor. The main point is that after summoning you, you should pass by a small mountain beside the palace. That mountain doesn't look strange on the surface, but there are many trees and rocks. The top of the mountain is bare and red. You can recognize it at a glance after you go. Wait. Chu Nan could not help but interrupt him again. Senior, why are you so familiar with the royal palace of the Declan Empire? Could it be that you're actually a member of the royal family? Nonsense. Supremacy Quadiro suddenly cursed angrily. How can an indomitable man like me be a disciple of that abnormal family? Chu Nan widened his eyes and looked at the extremely excited Supremacy Quadiro as thoughts raced through his mind. Just from this sentence, it could be deduced that there must have been an extremely close relationship between Supremacy Quadiro and the royal family of the Declan Empire. However, looking at the expression on Supremacy Quadiro's face, Chu Nan tactfully did not continue to ask. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, then, Senior, what happened after seeing this mountain? Supremacy Quadiro took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. See this mountain? After seeing it, find a chance to climb up. Then, there should be a palace on the mountain with a person living inside. Go in and see her. Chu Nan acutely noticed that the words translated through his personal terminal revealed that the she supremacy Quadairo spoke of should be a woman. Her. Chu Nan's imagination ran wild. Sneaking to see a woman in a palace in the royal palace of the Declan Empire. Could it be that Supremacy Quadairo was actually so bold to have an affair with a woman in the palace of the Declan Empire? Even if he was a star-grade martial artist, this was too ridiculous. Chu Nan's first reaction was to reject. What a joke. If this guess was true, it was no different from courting death for him to secretly see that woman on behalf of Supremacy Quadairo. If a star-grade martial artist like him could not sneak in, letting a guy like him who had just successfully condensed a star cloud run was simply courting death. Of course, Supremacy Quadairo was not a fool. He could tell what Chu Nan was thinking from the expression on his face at a glance and sneered, "What are you afraid of? Don't worry, my relationship with that woman is not what you think. For some reason, it's not convenient for me to see her, but it's not a problem to let someone else see her in my place. Even if you're captured by the guys from the royal family of the Declan Empire, as long as you say that I asked you to go, they won't make things too difficult for you. At the very least, they won't put your life in danger." Chu Nan was puzzled. "In that case, senior, you can just find someone to go on your behalf. Why must you find me? Just go if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Supremacy Quadairo blared again. Then, he stretched out his hand and took out the cheapest paper notebook that looked like it had been casually bought from an old stall. He threw it to Chu Nan. "Take it." "What's this?" Chu Nan opened it in surprise and discovered that there were various words and drawings in the notebook. Although he could not understand the words, from the patterns, it seemed to be related to cultivation methods. "This is an A-rank cultivation method that I'm proud of. It's called the Hidden Dragon Reconnaissance. Mastering it can allow you to have more precise control of spatial energy. It's enough to avoid the detection of ordinary martial artists. Even star-grade martial artists won't be able to discover your traces as long as they don't deliberately investigate. Learning it will help you successfully sneak in." "So magical? Then why is it only an A-rank cultivation method?" "Because it has no other use other than this." "Do you think an S-rank cultivation method is that easy to evaluate? In that case, do you think using this cultivation method will make me take such a huge risk?" "What? You don't want it?" Supremacy Quadairo blared at Chu Nan. "Are you looking down on an A-rank cultivation method? Let me tell you, although this cultivation method is useless, no other cultivation method can be compared to it in terms of stealth. If not for the fact that you lost the competition because of me and that it's easier for you to sneak in after mastering this cultivation method, do you think I'll give it to you so easily? If you don't want it, return it to me now." Chu Nan immediately retracted his hand and smiled. "How can I not want it? However, senior, just this cultivation method is indeed not enough. This is the deposit." Supremacy Quadairo glanced at Chu Nan. "If you complete the mission, I'll definitely give you a higher reward in the future. It's not difficult for you to obtain an S-rank martial technique. How is it? Are you interested now?" "S-rank martial technique." Chu Nan's eyes immediately lit up. "Senior, can you reveal what S-rank martial technique it is?" "We'll talk about it when you succeed." Chu Nan shrugged and suddenly asked, "What if it doesn't succeed?" Chapter 868. Not successful. Supremacy Quadairo blared, "If you can't even do such a small thing, you'll suffer." Chu Nan shrugged and did not mind Supremacy Quadairo's threat. Now, he already had the ability to teleport. Even if he still did not have the ability to face a star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Quadairo, he still had a chance to escape. Moreover, it was not impossible for Supremacy Quadairo to succeed in this matter. Although it was in the palace of the Declan Empire, it was only to see someone. The danger should not be that great. Even if there was really great danger, Chu Nan could act according to the situation. If there was really no other way, he would not risk his life. Seeing that Chu Nan had no objections, Supremacy Quadairo nodded in satisfaction. Then, he left a contact number for him and disappeared. Unlike before, when he directly appeared in the arena through spatial teleportation to kidnap Chu Nan, regardless of whether he came to see him or leave, he did not use spatial teleportation. Instead, he avoided everyone's eyes and ears and quietly left. Clearly, he was also very wary of the 5-star grade martial artists on planet Tomrel, including Supremacy Melanie, and was unwilling to alarm them. After looking in the direction where Supremacy Quadairo had disappeared in a daze, Chu Nan opened the paper notebook that he had thrown to him and opened his personal terminal. He translated the words on it and savored the various patterns beside him. What was recorded on it was indeed a cultivation method, but the effect of this cultivation method was indeed as simple as Supremacy Quadairo had said. Or more accurately, this cultivation method that Supremacy Quadairo called the Hidden Dragon Reconnaissance was actually only a method to use spatial energy. In the records of the notebook, it described in detail how to use this cultivation method to mobilize spatial energy to block the senses of other martial artists. After Chu Nan read it carefully twice, he memorized it all. Then, his palm that was holding the notebook shook and a dark black aura seeped out. The paper notebook immediately turned into the tiniest particles and disappeared. Just as Chu Nan recalled this cultivation method twice in his mind and interrupted the attempt to contact it, light footsteps that were not deliberately hidden suddenly arrived at his room from afar. Chu Nan could only stop his cultivation and look in the direction of the door. Knock, knock, knock. A few knocks sounded on the door. "Please come in." Chu Nan replied loudly and the door was pushed open. When he saw the person who entered, Chu Nan was immediately stunned and hurriedly stood up. "Supremacy Melanie, why are you here?" This person who suddenly came to visit was actually Supremacy Melanie, who had been the busiest in the past 2 days. Ever since he left the arena last time, this was the first time Chu Nan had seen her. "What? You don't welcome me. Supremacy Melanie smiled at Chu Nan and glanced at the room before sighing. The environment is not bad. It seems that your Earth Federation has invested a lot in order to obtain good results in this competition. At this point, she sighed again. Unfortunately, Chu Nan, you originally had a high chance of winning the championship of this competition, but you were eliminated because of an accident. Chu Nan could not help but glance at the virtual screen hanging on the wall. Just before Supremacy Quadiro arrived, this virtual screen was still broadcasting the news about this year's Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition. The news said that in the round of 16 that had just ended, the villain from the Fig Republic who had faced him previously had fought a bitter battle for half an hour, but he had ultimately been defeated by the United States of Melade's Tiago and stopped at the top 16. Senior, you didn't come to find me to say this, right? Chu Nan smiled and asked. Supremacy Melanie looked at Chu Nan deeply and discovered that he did not have any disappointed expression or anger like the outside world had guessed. She could not help but be a little surprised. This young man from the Earth Federation was really calm. Yes, I received news that your Earth Federation's participating delegation is leaving today. Supremacy Melanie asked. Yes. Chu Nan nodded. I'm already the last batch to leave. After all, no one can continue to participate in the competition, so it's meaningless to stay here, right? Supremacy Melanie shook her head lightly. Even she could not hear any mockery in Chu Nan's words. However, it was precisely because of this that she felt extremely mocked. She opened her mouth and originally wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not. Instead, she raised a hand and gestured to Chu Nan. Come, give me your hand. Chu Nan raised his right hand in confusion. Supremacy Melanie grabbed Chu Nan's right hand and the aura around her suddenly changed. Chu Nan immediately felt that the spatial energy around him seemed to have instantly been completely controlled by Supremacy Melanie. A bright moon rose from behind her and bathed the entire room in bright light. However, this was not the most shocking change. The moment the aura around Supremacy Melanie changed, all of Chu Nan's 5 senses instantly disappeared and his perception of his surroundings also disappeared. A moment later, he was transferred into a vast and endless cosmic space that could not reach the sky or the ground. He did not rely on anything or feel anything. Just as he could not help but panic, he discovered that a light had appeared in front of him. Then, he felt the crazy surging of spatial energy gather, causing the light to become brighter and larger. In the end, it turned into a bright moon. As the moon rose, the surrounding dark space also flickered bit by bit. Before long, the huge space was like real space. There were stars everywhere, and only the moon in front of him was the brightest and most dazzling. The light of the moon became brighter and brighter, and the surrounding starlight also became brighter. When the moonlight and starlight complemented each other, Chu Nan could clearly sense strands of spatial energy spreading out from the moon and connecting to all the stars in the surrounding starry sky. It was as if they had set up a dense spatial energy web in the entire space. The moonlight and starlight became stronger and stronger, and the net became denser and thicker. In the end, it completely enveloped the entire space without any gaps. At this moment, the moon was already several times larger than before. The light was so intense that one could not open their eyes. At this moment, the space was already filled with the spatial energy connected by the moon, preventing Chu Nan from sensing other existences. Boom! There was no real sound, but Chu Nan felt a bang in his mind. The moon suddenly exploded and the stars in the surrounding starry sky exploded. A huge and terrifying spatial energy quickly invaded and instantly drowned him. Just as Chu Nan wanted to resist, he discovered that the phenomenon around him had disappeared at the same time. His vision darkened and lit up as he returned to the familiar hotel room. In front of him, Supremacy Melanie was still holding his hand and smiling at him. Supremacy, this. Supremacy Melanie raised her hand to stop Chu Nan's question and smiled at him. This is my apology. As for how much you can comprehend, it's up to you. Of course, with your talent, I believe you can definitely obtain a lot. After saying that, Supremacy Melanie waved at Chu Nan and turned to leave without a word. Chu Nan looked in the direction where Supremacy Melanie left and lowered his head to look at his hand that she had held. He recalled the short period of time and his eyes flickered. Chapter 869. As soon as Tiago walked out of the contestants' lounge, he was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. He was already used to this situation. A faint smile appeared on his originally exhausted face and he took the initiative to welcome him. Tiago, congratulations on winning this round and successfully entering the top 8 of this competition. May I ask if you're confident in the next competition? Tiago, you fought bitterly for half an hour before winning this competition. What do you think of your opponent, Willen? Tiago, are you confident in winning the final championship? Tiago. As the most eye-catching participant in the United States of Meleda, this was not the first time Tiago had faced such a scene of being surrounded by reporters. Now, he was naturally familiar with it and had always maintained a warm smile as he answered these reporters' questions appropriately. However, when he heard one of the reporters' questions, his expression involuntarily changed. Tiago, after this competition ends, Willen expressed in an interview that if not for Chu Nan's special willingness to lose the competition with him, the person you're facing in this round would definitely be him. He firmly believes that it's impossible for you to beat Chu Nan's match. What do you think? Hearing this question, Tiago and the other reporters around him looked at the reporter who asked the question. In fact, this problem had been discussed by many people on the Milky Way network before this round began. Many of them felt that Willen was right. If Chu Nan participated, Tiago would definitely be unable to defeat him. Through the competition between Willen and Tiago, it seemed to confirm this thought. Although Tiago finally defeated Willen, he fought bitterly for half an hour before winning. Moreover, the process looked extremely difficult, and he even almost lost a few times. From this, it could be seen that Tiago and Willen's strength were similar. On the other hand, countless people had seen the competition between Willen and Chu Nan. Before Chu Nan successfully condensed the star cloud, Willen was clearly not his match. Now that he had successfully condensed the star cloud, it was even more impossible for him to defeat him. Therefore, from this point, Chu Nan's strength must have clearly surpassed Tiago. However, many people expressed that competition between martial artists not only depended on the strength of the two sides on the surface but also on their improvisation. Although on the surface, Chu Nan had successfully condensed a star cloud and his strength should surpass Tiago, if the two sides fought in a true arena, it might not be obvious who would win. Although not many people supported this view, it was at least acceptable in the hearts of the people of the United States of Meleta. Before the competition began, no one would ask Tiago this question in person. Now that the competition between him and Willen had ended, he did not expect a reporter to immediately ask. Tiago glanced at the reporter's chest and discovered that he was indeed not a reporter from the United States of Meleta but from the Tillida Republic. He thought to himself that it was indeed the case and pondered for a moment before nodding. I indeed feel very regretful that I was unable to fight Chu Nan. However, rules are rules. Since Chu Nan has already been eliminated, we can only face reality now. Willen naturally has the right to express his opinion. As for me, I really hope to have the chance to fight him in the future. It had to be said that Tiago's answer was very appropriate. Not only did he show his position, but he also did not avoid the words of Willen. At the same time, he displayed powerful confidence. He was worthy of his title as the star of the Green Academy. However, this answer clearly would not satisfy that reporter. He frowned and immediately asked, "Then, do you think there's a possibility of winning if you fight Chu Nan head-on?" This question was very rude. This reporter was not asking how confident Tiago was in defeating Chu Nan, but bluntly asking if he had the possibility of defeating him. Clearly, he felt that Tiago could not defeat him. The surrounding reporters of the United States of Meleta glared at this reporter, but he ignored them and still looked straight at Tiago. Tiago could not help but frown and stare at the reporter. He took a deep breath and replied, "Do you know? When Chu Nan and the other participants of the Earth Federation arrived on planet Tomrel, I once had a short confrontation with him." Oh. The surrounding reporters were immediately in an uproar. Although there were rumors about this before, they had never been confirmed. Now that Tiago had personally said it, it undoubtedly confirmed this fact. "Then what do you mean?" the reporter hurriedly asked. "I admit that Chu Nan does have powerful strength, but I still have doubts about whether he has successfully condensed a star cloud. Therefore, I don't think his strength has already reached the level of a heaven control expert. Then, as long as he hasn't become a true heaven control expert and is still a void break martial artist, I'm confident in fighting him." Tiago threw this sentence firmly, then pushed the reporter away and left. Although the reporters wanted to ask, Tiago's martial technique far surpassed the reporters after all. He disappeared in a few moves, leaving only the reporters looking at each other. Speaking of which, has Chu Nan really succeeded in condensing the star cloud? A moment later, a reporter suddenly muttered to himself. The other reporters looked at each other and shook their heads. Although the intention displayed by Chu Nan in the competition that day was judged by many martial artists to be condensing a star cloud, because he had failed once midway, although it seemed to have been completed safely, he was still questioned in the end. No martial artist had ever been able to succeed immediately after failing to condense a star cloud. This completely went against the common sense of martial arts. Most importantly, Chu Nan was too young. It was simply unbelievable for him to successfully condense a star cloud at his age. Therefore, in the past few days, many comments questioning Chu Nan had appeared on the Milky Way network and various major media outlets. Because no one had ever been able to refute these comments personally, they had obtained the support of many people. Now that Tiago had expressed the same doubt, it was very difficult for the reporters to directly refute. After looking at each other for a while, the reporters immediately felt that it was meaningless to continue dwelling on this problem. They muttered to each other and dispersed. While the reporters were discussing these questions, Tiago had already walked into the contestant passageway. After today's competition ended, there was still a day of rest before the next round of 8 to 4. Therefore, he could directly return to the base to rest and prepare for battle. There was no need to continue staying here. He had just taken 2 steps in the passageway when he suddenly stopped. Looking at the corner of the passageway ahead, a strong sense of danger surged into his heart. Chapter 870. Looking at the person walking over from the other side of the contestant's passageway, Tiago narrowed his eyes. As a 4th stage void break martial artist, Tiago's perception of spatial energy was naturally extraordinary. When he saw this person, he had already sensed the abnormal spatial energy fluctuations around his body. Although this person was wearing an ordinary staff uniform and looked ordinary, the more this was the case, the more Tiago felt a strong sense of danger. "Who is it?" Seeing that the other party was about to approach, Tiago shouted in a low voice. "Ha ha, that's Tiago, right?" An ear-piercing chuckle sounded from under the hat that covered that person's entire head and seemed to be a little inappropriate. Then, that person raised his lowered head slightly, revealing an equally ordinary face. The spatial energy around him that was already in an abnormal state circulated even more wildly. Tiago's expression changed and he took a step back with his right foot. Just as he put on a vigilant expression, that person had completely raised his head and shot a calm gaze over. He immediately felt the space around him freeze. All the flowing spatial energy had completely condensed and was no longer under any control. At the same time, his body was completely frozen on the spot and he could not even move a finger. In his shock, Tiago's breathing surged wildly. Immediately, subtle waves visible to the naked eye appeared in the space around it. Like a rock thrown into the water, the ripples spread out in all directions. At the same time, his body recovered its mobility. His left foot retreated and his body quickly flew back. However, he had just flown less than 2 meters when he felt the spatial energy in the surrounding space being completely locked again. A huge pressure 10 times more terrifying than before surged from all directions, forcefully pressing down his body that had just flown up and preventing him from moving again. In a flash, that person had already arrived in front of Tiago. He looked at him with a trace of admiration. As expected of the most outstanding genius in the United States of Meleda, you actually have the strength to resist under such circumstances. It was not in vain for me to take the risk to come here. After saying this, that person stretched out his palm and pressed it on the helpless Tiago's face. The vortex formed by the spatial energy in his palm seeped out, and he immediately felt his vision turn black. Before he lost consciousness, a thought that even he felt very surprised suddenly appeared in his mind. If Chu Nan is here, can he escape? After this thought flashed through his mind, Tiago completely lost consciousness. A moment later, the two figures in the contestants' passageway had completely disappeared as if nothing had happened. While Tiago walked into the participant passageway, Chu Nan happened to walk to the entrance of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce's branch office on planet Tomrel. As soon as he entered, he saw Director Jiggs welcome him with a warm smile. "Ah, Chu Nan, welcome." Director Jiggs warmly held Chu Nan's arm and sighed. "What a pity. You were eliminated because of that accident and can't stay here for a period of time. Otherwise, I could get along with you more and get closer." Chu Nan grinned and thought to himself, "You probably don't want to get closer to me, but to get closer to my physical data." Ever since he came here to undergo a data test, perhaps because he sensed the extremely great research value hidden in Chu Nan's body from these data, Director Jiggs was extremely enthusiastic about him. He contacted Chu Nan every few days and hoped that he could come again to obtain more data from him. Previously, Chu Nan had always used the excuse that he was busy preparing for the competition to reject it. Now that he had been eliminated, he could not use this reason to reject it. Therefore, he decided to take the opportunity to make a trip here before he left planet Tomrel. While it could be considered a response to Director Jiggs' enthusiasm, he could also earn some extra money for himself. One had to know that in order to let Chu Nan come, Director Jiggs had privately given him twice the reward as Tom Kench. If not for the fact that he had to return to the Earth Federation, in the end, Chu Nan felt that it was not bad to continue participating in research here. Time was tight, so Chu Nan did not waste any time with Director Jiggs. He familiarly entered the laboratory of the branch office with him and began to undergo a series of tests. In fact, not only did Director Jiggs want to study Chu Nan more, but he was also a little curious about his current physical condition. Although he had a powerful data ability and an extremely precise understanding of his physical condition, he was still slightly inferior to the extremely comprehensive equipment provided by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. Being able to obtain a full-body data test here would be more helpful for him to master his physical condition. The main reason why he came here today was to know where the effect on his body after successfully condensing the star cloud was. Chu Nan was already extremely familiar with this data test. He did not need Director Jiggs and those researchers to give him any instructions and obediently lay on the data test table. As soon as he lay down, Director Jiggs suddenly walked over and lowered his head to look at Chu Nan, who was lying on it with a strange smile. "Chu Nan, according to the report provided by our colleagues in the Earth Federation, you seem to be willing to cooperate with our Chamber of Commerce in a deeper manner." Chu Nan was a little strange. What I mean is, after some research, the Chamber of Commerce feels that you have an even greater research value, so they hope to cooperate with you in a deeper manner. This way, it will be very helpful to you and our Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? Chu Nan frowned slightly and did not understand why Director Jiggs mentioned this at this moment. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I don't understand what deeper cooperation you're talking about. I've long said that I'll cooperate with you for research, but I won't completely hand myself to you like other martial artists. If this is the deeper cooperation you're talking about, don't say it. But if you don't do this, it'll be very difficult to discover many valuable things hidden in you. Don't you think it's a pity?" Director Jiggs did not seem to have given up. "I don't think so." Chu Nan shook his head without any hesitation. He knew very well that the reason why his strength had increased so quickly in such a short period of time and his body had undergone shocking changes was not only because he had learned various magical cultivation methods from those shocking encounters, but also because he had a powerful data ability. If it was anyone else who asked for an in-depth study, Chu Nan did not mind, but the AI that caused him to have such a magical data ability was a product of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce. It was very difficult to guarantee that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce would not discover anything. If the Noctem Chamber of Commerce discovered his true secret, it would definitely not be a good thing. Seeing that Chu Nan rejected him bluntly, Director Jiggs did not continue to pester him. He only nodded at him and turned to leave. Chu Nan looked at his departing figure in confusion and did not understand why he suddenly asked these questions. In the next moment, Chu Nan's attention shifted away from Director Jiggs. This was because he discovered that as Director Jiggs left, the other researchers in the room actually left the room used for this experiment. This made Chu Nan feel very strange. Although the technology of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce was extremely outstanding and could definitely complete the entire set of physical data tests without anyone beside him, every time he went to the branch office of the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to study and cooperate, there would always be researchers monitoring his situation at any time. Even the last time he came here, there were also researchers responsible for monitoring. Why did these people leave today? Just as a question appeared in his mind, a few crisp cracking sounds suddenly sounded from the data test table where Chu Nan was lying. Four metal buckles suddenly stretched out and passed through his wrists and ankles. Then, they firmly locked his limbs on the table. Chu Nan's expression immediately changed. Chapter 871. Director Jiggs, what is the meaning of this? Chu Nan asked loudly. What replied him was a few strange pillars around the experiment table. The top of the pillar emitted a strange blue light that formed a faint barrier that enveloped the entire experiment table. He knew that the situation was bad and could not care less. With a thought, his dantian circulated and quickly transformed into a huge spatial energy under the guidance of the star cloud. It flowed to his limbs and exerted strength. Clang! However, under the effect of such terrifying spatial energy in his body and equally powerful physical strength, the four metal buckles that tied him only emitted a crisp sound, but it was not damaged at all, let alone broken like he had imagined. Chu Nan lowered his head and discovered that although the four metal buckles had slightly deformed because of his huge strength, they were still stuck to his limbs and were magically slowly recovering. Ha ha ha, little brother Chu Nan, regardless of whether it's the platform under you or the metal lock that's holding you, they're all forged from the most advanced memory alloy in our guild. They're specially used to deal with powerful martial artists like you and can endure the impact of the highest 5.4 trillion standard force and the highest A rank energy. Unless you're a high-level heaven control martial artist or even a star-grade martial artist, don't even think about breaking free. At this moment, Director Jig's voice sounded, but it was obvious that he was somewhere through the loudspeaker. Chu Nan sneered and continued to urge his internal breath to condense a point of powerful spatial energy to attack the four metal buckles. At the same time, he asked in a low voice, "Why did you do this?" "Why?" Director Jiggs laughed. "Those colleagues of the Earth Federation are all a bunch of fools. Especially that trash, Tom Kench, they're even more stupid. After he discovered your extremely valuable body, he actually wanted to slowly study it. It's simply a waste. I only need to test you once to confirm that your physical condition is simply perfect. It's the perfect body sample that our Chamber of Commerce has been pursuing for many years. As long as we capture you and send you to the Chamber of Commerce's Martial Arts Research Institute, we'll definitely make a great contribution to the Chamber of Commerce. I'll do what that trash, Tom Kench, is unwilling to do for him." Perfect body sample. Chu Nan's heart sank. From Jiggs's answer, he clearly treated Chu Nan as an excellent research subject and wanted to capture him and send him to the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to study him deeply. This made Chu Nan feel very strange. If the Noctem Chamber of Commerce had such a need, then when he first went to cooperate, they should have tested it. Later on, he participated in so many physical tests and Tom Kench could be said to know Chu Nan's body like the back of his hand. If Chu Nan's body really had the shocking value of even letting Director Jiggs do such a thing, it was impossible for him not to know. Director Jiggs berated Tom Kench and his colleagues from the Noctem Chamber of Commerce and the Earth Federation for being a bunch of fools, but Chu Nan did not think so. There must be another reason. A thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind and he instantly understood. The reason was actually very simple. Before this, no matter how many physical tests Chu Nan had undergone in the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, he had never experienced the journey to the alternate space after entering the Stargate. His body had not experienced the process of reconstruction after countless destruction. Although his body was far stronger than ordinary martial artists, it was still within the normal range. After repeated tempering in the alternate space, his current body had already reached an astonishing level, far exceeding the standards of ordinary martial artists and martial artists of the same level as him. In fact, before he condensed a star cloud, he could even casually swim in the alternate space with his physical strength and defeat a heaven control expert like Grek. Therefore, Director Jiggs said that when he first tested Chu Nan's body, he discovered that the value of his body was shocking, so he had such thoughts. When he thought of this, Chu Nan could not help but frown. He was not too worried about his current situation. What he was worried about was that since Director Jiggs dared to do this, it meant that the Noctem Chamber of Commerce indeed had such a need. Then wouldn't he have to face the Noctem Chamber of Commerce as an enemy in the future? Damn, so be it if these guys study it first. Why did they have to find me to take a sample? Chu Nan grunted in his mind. The breathing in his dantian circulated faster and the star cloud circulated at high speed. The spatial energy around him condensed even more. However, he had naturally condensed the spatial energy around him to one point. Just as he was about to launch the strongest impact on the metal buckle on his left wrist, the light blue light emitted by the pillars standing around his body suddenly spread out, and light blue light landed on his body. He immediately felt as if his entire body had been electrocuted. His body involuntarily trembled, and his breathing became chaotic. The spatial energy flow in his meridians became chaotic, and the spatial energy that had just condensed scattered at any time. Then, he sensed that the spatial energy in the surrounding space seemed to have completely fallen into silence under the envelopment of the light blue light. There were no signs of ordinary active flow, as if it had been killed by the light blue light. Chu Nan was shocked. What technique was this? Apart from encountering star-grade martial artists, Chu Nan had never encountered a situation where the spatial energy in the space was completely locked. He did not expect the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to actually master such heaven-defying technology. No wonder even if the Noctem Chamber of Commerce did not have many star-grade martial artists, they could completely control the entire Perseus arm and contend with huge factions like the Declan Empire and the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance. They even vaguely showed signs of surpassing them. Heh, little brother Chu Nan, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, in order to restrict your movements, I might have to use some bad measures. This way, it might cause you some irreversible injuries. Director Jig's voice sounded again, "You're the perfect body sample that our Chamber of Commerce has dreamed of. If anything happens to you, it'll be huge trouble." "Is that so?" Chu Nan sneered and gently took a deep breath. He suddenly opened his eyes and clenched his left hand into a fist. A ball of dark red flame suddenly erupted from his wrist and completely enveloped the metal buckle that was holding his wrist. Chapter 872. In a hidden small room outside the laboratory, Director Jigs looked at the dark red flames that suddenly appeared on Chu Nan's wrist, and his expression could not help but change. He turned around and shouted at a robed Noctem Chamber of Commerce researcher beside him, "What's going on? Didn't we already restrict him?" That researcher frowned greatly. As he quickly operated the virtual screen in front of him with both hands, he quickly replied, "There won't be any problems. The flow memory metal is the latest technology that has been verified by the Chamber of Commerce many times. Unless it's an extremely powerful martial artist who has already grasped the spatial energy conversion technology, it's impossible for it to cause any damage to the flow memory metal. Although Chu Nan has successfully condensed a star cloud according to the information." Before he could finish speaking, a crisp cracking sound suddenly sounded from the monitoring screen. Everyone looked over in surprise and saw that Chu Nan had already raised his left wrist high and completely broken free. The metal buckle that had just helped his wrist and was forged from the flow memory metal had already turned into a pool of metal mucus that stuck to the experiment table. It looked like a ball of snot. How is this possible? Not only that researcher, but the other researchers of the branch office also looked at the scene on the virtual screen in disbelief. This guy actually used high temperature to dissolve the flow memory metal. Oh my god. The flow memory metal can endure the high temperature of 3 times the star core. Director Jigs also looked at Chu Nan on the virtual screen in shock and could not believe his eyes. This memory metal was given to him by him through experiments. It could trap 4th stage or even 5th stage heaven control martial artists and prevent them from breaking free. Now, Chu Nan, an initial stage heaven control martial artist who had just condensed a star cloud, had actually broken free. However, he had been in charge of this for many years, after all, so his reaction was much faster than the others. When he saw the same dark red flame on Chu Nan's right wrist, he immediately reacted and hurriedly instructed, "Strengthen the barrier immediately. We can't let this kid escape." The researcher beside him was reminded by Director Jigs and hurriedly got busy. In theory, the light blue spatial lock set up around Chu Nan was enough to trap a 4th stage heaven control martial artist, but this kid clearly could not be reasoned with. However, Chu Nan's actions were even faster than his. Before he could complete his operation, his right hand had actually broken free and he sat up. Seeing this scene, Director Jigs's expression darkened. His eyes quickly darted around a few times before he ordered in a low voice, "Don't worry about the barrier. Just activate absolute space." The researchers beside him were shocked. The researcher who had been mainly responsible for trapping Chu Nan widened his eyes and looked at Jigs in shock. "Director, this won't do, right? If he directly activates the absolute space, it will cause very strong damage to his body. In the most serious case, it will even directly take this kid's life. Don't worry so much. Listen to my orders." Director Jigs waved his hand in frustration and ordered sternly. While they were talking, Chu Nan, who was on the monitoring screen, had already removed the restraints of the metal ring on his right wrist and began to focus on dealing with the metal ring on his left wrist. From his performance just now, he would probably only need a few breaths to completely break free and regain his freedom. Looking at the strange dark red flame on Chu Nan's left wrist, the researcher suddenly could not help but tremble. This kid is simply a monster. At this moment, he could not care less. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his finger to press an eye-catching button. In the laboratory, Chu Nan, who was lowering his head and dealing with the metal buckle on his left ankle, suddenly raised his head and frowned. He suddenly felt an extremely intense sense of danger surge into his heart. To him, this was not a simple feeling, but an extremely sensitive reaction to the subtle changes in the surrounding space. With a thought, he divided a portion of his mind and immediately felt the spatial energy in the space around him scatter as if it was escaping. In the blink of an eye, he felt that the spatial energy in the space around him had already become extremely thin, and the corresponding air had almost completely disappeared. From his body alone, it was as if he had instantly arrived in space. However, from the perception of spatial energy, this was completely different from the purer space. What the heck? After feeling puzzled for a short while, Chu Nan discovered that the spatial energy in the surrounding space had been completely sucked dry. He had originally controlled powerful spatial energy and used the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method and the special cultivation method he had secretly learned from that girl to deal with the metal buckle that bound him. Now that the spatial energy around him had been completely sucked dry, he immediately lost the foundation to try the cultivation method. The dark red flames that surrounded his left wrist instantly disappeared. This was not the end. When the spatial energy in the space around him was emptied, Chu Nan actually felt as if the spatial energy hidden in his body was being pulled out by an irresistible force. This discovery shocked him. This was the first time he had experienced a situation where even the spatial energy stored in his body was affected. He hurriedly focused his mind and tried to control this spatial energy again, but he discovered that this spatial energy was like a kite that suddenly had a short string. It naturally left his body and was no longer affected by him. In just a few breaths, the spatial energy in his body had already been greatly lost. He could not even maintain the star cloud that was originally based on his entire body. A moment later, the spatial energy that naturally circulated on the surface of his body completely dissipated. Then, the spatial energy contained in his skin and flesh flowed away, causing his body to be directly affected. All his cells seemed to have instantly lost their activity, his hair instantly withered, his skin instantly turned pale, and his muscles instantly changed and shriveled. After that, the spatial energy that was originally endless and automatically circulated in his meridians was completely lost, and it finally affected his core dantian. The star cloud in his dantian that had just successfully condensed quickly dissipated as the spatial energy quickly flowed away. The internal breath in his dantian also quickly disappeared as the physical cells in his dantian withered. A moment later, Chu Nan's entire body had already turned into a dried corpse and completely lost all its luster and vitality. In the next moment, a dense extremely cold aura sprayed out from the pillars around the experiment table. The mummy-like Chu Nan was instantly condensed by the extremely cold aura and was included in a large block of ice. At this moment, Chu Nan had already lost all his senses and only the last trace of spiritual consciousness in his heart was left. Damn, I almost died. Chapter 873. Supremacy. Melanie's face was gloomy and her expression was extremely ugly. She did not expect that this year's Orion Arm Martial Arts Alliance competition held by the United States of Meleta would actually be so chaotic. The previous commotion was mainly related to Chu Nan and caused an extremely huge commotion. It even attracted a star-grade martial artist to capture him in public, causing a huge commotion. Fortunately, Chu Nan somehow convinced that star-grade martial artist to return to everyone safely. Otherwise, if this matter could not be settled, the organizing committee of the competition and the United States of Meleta would be greatly embarrassed. However, now, the competition of the final 8 had finally stabilized. Although Chu Nan had been accidentally eliminated and received criticism from many people, at the last moment of the competition, he still attracted the gazes of countless people and continued to receive attention. However, at such a critical moment, this kid, Tiago, actually disappeared. That's right, he was missing. Ever since the battle with Willen ended 2 days ago, Tiago had lost any news. The first day did not attract much attention, but no one had been able to contact him for the entire day yesterday. Even now that his competition was about to begin and countless spectators were looking forward to it, he still did not appear. What's this kid doing? Supremacy. Melanie spat out fiercely from the gaps of her teeth. In this competition, the United States of Meleta was already embarrassing enough. Now, Tiago, who was reputed to be the star of hope of the United States of Meleta, was actually missing. Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if he was seen as escaping without a fight? The staff of the competition's organizing committee and the teacher in charge of the Green Academy looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had long used various methods to find Tiago's whereabouts, but they had never found anything. It was already certain that it was impossible to find Tiago in less than half an hour before the competition began. It seemed that no matter what, the reputation of Tiago escaping without a fight would spread. Continue to find him. Even if you have to turn the entire planet Tomrel upside down, you have to find this kid. Supremacy. Melanie's tone was filled with anger as she ordered everyone bluntly. As soon as a star-grade martial artist was angry, the surrounding space shook and changed color. Everyone immediately felt an extremely terrifying true pressure and had no choice but to move with all their might. However, everyone knew very well that they had not been able to find it for the entire day yesterday. How could they find it so easily now? No matter how much they did now, it was all in vain. Just as everyone was busy liaising with the other parties to confirm the whereabouts of Tiago, a staff member suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. He ignored the surprised gazes of the others and walked to Supremacy Melanie. Supremacy. Melanie glanced at him in surprise. What? There's news of that kid, Tiago? No. The staff shook his head. Supremacy, someone wants to see you. See me. Supremacy. Melanie frowned slightly. The others in the room also glared at the staff member. Didn't this guy see what time it was? Why was he still casually disturbing Supremacy. Melanie? Let him go back. I don't see any. Supremacy. Melanie waved her hand and was about to signal for the staff to leave when her heart suddenly stirred and she asked, "Wait, who is it?" "That person claims to be a reporter from the Earth Federation. Her name is Yang Zaryui," the staff replied. Yang Zaryui. A thought flashed through Supremacy. Melanie's mind. This name sounds familiar. Supremacy, it's the female reporter from Earth who made a bet with our reporters from Meleta. Because of him, many of our reporters ran around naked. A staff member on the other side reminded him softly. Oh, I remember now. This female reporter seems to be very concerned about Chu Nan. Supremacy. Melanie reacted and thought for a moment before nodding. Let her in. Yes. A moment later, Yang Zaryui, who had an anxious expression, hurriedly walked in under the lead of the staff. Her gaze swept past everyone in the room and quickly fixed on Supremacy. Melanie. Hello, Supremacy. Melanie. Do you know where Chu Nan is now? As soon as Yang Zaryui spoke, everyone in the room was stunned. Supremacy. Melanie asked in surprise. Chu Nan is also missing. Also. Yang Zaryui acutely noticed the use of this term and looked at her in surprise. Supremacy, you mean? Oh, it's nothing. Supremacy. Melanie hurriedly waved her hand to hide and continued to ask, "Why did you come to ask me about Chu Nan's whereabouts? Aren't you very close to him?" Seeing that Supremacy. Melanie did not seem to know, the anxiety on Yang Zaryui's face deepened. She frowned elegantly and shook her head. "I could still contact him the morning before yesterday, but I lost contact at noon. I still can't contact him." Seeing that Supremacy. Melanie did not seem to know, the anxiety on Yang Zaryui's face deepened. She frowned elegantly and shook her head. "I could still contact him the morning before yesterday, but I lost contact at noon. I still can't contact him." This time was almost the same as the time Tiago disappeared. Could there be a connection between the two? As a reporter, Yang Zaryui's ability to read people's expressions was naturally top-notch. It was very easy for her to see the exchange of glances between Supremacy Melanie and the others in the room. She could not help but feel surprised. When she recalled the information that Supremacy Melanie had unintentionally revealed, she immediately asked, "Supremacy, have you lost contact with others?" Supremacy Melanie frowned slightly and hesitated. Tiago's disappearance before the competition was definitely a disgraceful piece of news to the United States of Meleda. If they revealed it to Yang Qinra, a reporter from the Earth Federation, and let her publicize it, it would be very difficult to control the matter. However, just as she was hesitating, a staff member in the room suddenly cried out in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. Supremacy Melanie and Yang Zaryui looked over together. That staff member was turning around in surprise and saying to Supremacy Melanie, "Supremacy, there's a message from the Tuladu Republic. They said that 2 of their students are also missing." Ah! Everyone was immediately stunned. Supremacy Melanie's mind raced. Just as she was about to speak, another staff member in the room cried out in surprise, "Supremacy, I just received news that the delegation of the Fig Empire was attacked by interstellar pirates on the way back. Everyone in the delegation is missing. Supremacy, the Planetary Security Department has sent a message. A student from the delegation of the Monsk Republic has disappeared for no reason." All the news seemed to have erupted at the same time. In a moment, news of the disappearance of 12 students from 7 countries came one after another. As news came one after another, the atmosphere in the room changed from surprise to shock and finally to gloom. Supremacy Melanie's expression was several times uglier than before. Now, she was certain that this was definitely not an exception to the disappearance of a student like Tiago. It was clearly a conspiracy attack against the participants of this competition. Countless thoughts instantly flashed through her mind. Suddenly, her gaze landed on the equally surprised Yang Zaryui and she asked in a low voice, "You just said that Chu Nan lost contact the day before yesterday." "Ah, right. What's wrong?" Yang Zaryui asked in a daze. Supremacy Melanie took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. A moment later, she said in a low voice, "Perhaps it's all up to Chu Nan to bring these students back to safety." Ah! Like the others around her, Yang Zaryui looked at Supremacy Melanie in surprise, not understanding why she suddenly said this. Chapter 874. In the endless darkness, only a weak light was still shining. This was not the light of reality, but the last trace of controllable spatial energy in Chu Nan's sea of consciousness. Chu Nan did not know how long had passed, let alone where he was. Even all his senses had lost their effect and he could not even feel his body. What made him certain that he was still alive was only the vibration light brought about by this weak spatial energy. He did not know what method Director Jiggs had used to actually completely strip away the spatial energy stored in his body, causing him to become like this. Fortunately, before the situation evolved to the worst, he had grasped a pattern for the spatial energy dissipation in that special space. From there, he preserved the last bit of spatial energy in his body and was not completely drained. The current situation reminded him of the situation after he was heavily injured by Marek in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition. However, compared to that time, he had lost consciousness even more completely now, and his perception of his body had been severed even more completely. The situation was naturally much worse. However, compared to that time, Chu Nan was much calmer. Not only was it because he knew very well that Director Jiggs had spent so much effort to capture him not to take his life, but most importantly, the current control of his body and use of spatial energy was far from what they could be compared to at that time. It was much easier to recover. He focused all his attention on the light represented by weak spatial energy. With a thought, Chu Nan tried to control it. At first, his efforts did not react. However, as his consciousness focused, the weak light finally trembled and moved an extremely small distance in the endless darkness. Although it was small, it made Chu Nan overjoyed. As long as he could affect and control this trace of spatial energy, he had hope of returning to normal. However, he faced a problem next. The spatial energy in his body and the space around him had been sucked dry. Just this extremely weak trace of spatial energy was clearly not enough to allow him to recover, but how could he let this trace of spatial energy grow stronger? Various thoughts flashed through the trace of consciousness that Chu Nan still maintained. In the end, he began to work hard to control the trace of spatial energy to circulate around a special trajectory. The first level of the 9 revolutions technique. That's right, the trajectory of this trace of spatial energy was exactly the same as the first level of the 9 revolutions technique. The facts proved that Chu Nan's thoughts were correct. After this trace of spatial energy circulated for a cycle according to the trajectory of the first level of the 9 revolutions technique, this trace of spatial energy did not become stronger. However, in the endless darkness, another light lit up and complemented the initial light. Chu Nan was overjoyed and controlled the spatial energy represented by the initial trace of light to circulate again. After circulating along a special trajectory, he touched the other light. The new light indeed represented another trace of spatial energy. The two lights connected and immediately made Chu Nan feel as if a trace of life had instantly appeared in this endless black world. He no longer hesitated and continued to control these two strands of spatial energy to circulate according to the trajectory of the second level of the 9 revolutions technique. A week later, another light lit up in the dark space further away. Immediately after circulating it for another cycle, the fourth light lit up. Next, the fifth, sixth. As Chu Nan controlled these spatial energies to circulate in a cycle, more and more light representing spatial energy lit up in the dark space. Moreover, because he continuously circulated and controlled it, every light was connected by subtle light, forming a dense and pure net of light in the dark space. When the 9 revolutions technique circulated to the 7th level, the points of light that represented spatial energy were already dense and almost covered the entire space. Chu Nan knew in his heart that his body was already prepared. As long as he continued to circulate his cultivation method, he could regain control of his body. However, at this moment, another scene suddenly appeared in Chu Nan's mind when he saw this dense light net. This scene was the scene that Supremacy Melanie had shown him when she held his hand. It was a vast and boundless starry sky. The starry sky was dazzling with stars flickering non-stop. There were also countless lights connected. It seemed that the scene he sensed now was extremely similar. However, in that starry sky, there was an extremely dazzling moon in the sky. Now, in the space he sensed, there were only stars and no moon. Then why was there a bright moon? Chu Nan felt a trace of doubt before his mind raced and he decided to give it a try. Under his control, the stars representing spatial energy in this consciousness space gradually shone even more brightly. Threads and strands of light representing the flow of spatial energy began to gather towards the light dot he had first sensed. The dot of light slowly became brighter and larger. Before long, this dot of light had already become extremely dazzling and large like a moon. But this is enough. Chu Nan was puzzled and felt that it should not be that simple. Another thought flashed through his mind and Chu Nan suddenly recalled the situation when he condensed the star cloud. He understood and his mind spun again. The spatial energy in the space circulated again. Under the control of the cultivation method that relied on the 7th level of the 9 revolutions technique, these spatial energies gathered and condensed again. First, a bright moon was born, and then the light of the moon shot in all directions. Spatial energy spread out, radiating specks of starlight. Unlike before, this starlight was not only flickering on its own but it was also connected to the moon. Spatial energy flowed with a special strange circulation. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this moon and the surrounding stars actually formed an extremely special and complicated structure, like a star cloud. When this structure became completely identical to the star cloud that he had successfully condensed under Chu Nan's extremely precise control, he suddenly felt an extremely huge spatial energy suddenly enter from the outside and crazily fuse into the moon and the surrounding stars. In the blink of an eye, he felt the star cloud become extremely full and his sea of consciousness fill. Then, he began to feel his 5 senses return bit by bit and sensed the existence of his body again. In the next moment, he woke up, but then his body involuntarily trembled. Hiss! It's so cold. Chapter 875. After shivering, Chu Nan immediately recognized 2 things. Firstly, his entire body seemed to be trapped in something and he could not move at all. Even this trembling was only his consciousness. In fact, his body could not even move, and even his eyelids were firmly pressed down. He could not open his eyes at all, so he could not open them to see the scene outside. Secondly, although the internal breath and spatial energy in his body had recovered, his body had clearly not recovered. Otherwise, with his extremely powerful body, how could he be affected by the cold of the outside world? He even had the desire to shiver. The scene before he lost consciousness quickly flashed through Chu Nan's mind. The scene of the last few pillars spitting out cold air flashed through his mind and he understood. It seemed that Director Jiggs had used a method to drain the spatial energy in his body. After making him lose the ability to resist, he even used an emergency freezing device to freeze his entire body, preventing him from moving. Heh, you're sufficiently prepared. Chu Nan sneered in his mind and did not immediately mobilize his internal breath to circulate the spatial energy to try and break free. Instead, he still maintained the spatial energy in his body that circulated according to the 9 revolutions technique while using his recovered 5 senses to sense the situation outside. At the same time, he tried his best to sense the fluctuations of the spatial energy in the surrounding space. A moment later, he heaved a sigh of relief. Be it his body, ears, or other senses, or even the feedback of the spatial energy around him, it told him that he should be in a sealed environment with no one else beside him. This relieved him. With a thought, the spatial energy in his body circulated. He activated the goddess song cultivation method and the life force transformed by spatial energy surged into his body in large amounts. First, his dantian that had been sucked dry of spatial energy quickly returned to normal, and then it recovered the other parts of his body. If anyone was watching from here at this moment, they would definitely be very shocked by the scene they saw. Chu Nan, whose entire body had been sucked dry and was like a dried corpse, was like a balloon that had been blown up. His body quickly expanded and his originally dry muscles, blood vessels, and skin began to recover their blood color and become full at an astonishing speed. Soon, Chu Nan's dantian returned to normal. The star cloud in his dantian was recast and the recovery speed became several times faster. His body immediately returned to normal. Crack, crack, crack. Chu Nan heard the sound of something shattering and felt the pressure around him lighten. His eyelids moved and he finally opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, what he saw was still darkness. However, with Chu Nan's extremely powerful body, he quickly adapted to the darkness and captured the only weak light from the darkness to see the surrounding environment. He was now in a very small sealed space that was less than 2 square meters. It was surrounded by thick metal plates. On his body, pieces of shattered ice were sliding down. Clearly, it was the culprit who had frozen and sealed his body just now. It seemed that after Director Jiggs captured him, he had been locked in this space. It was unknown where he had brought him. Chu Nan moved his body and shook off the ice on his body. Then, he activated the high-level fire elemental power cultivation method and quickly recovered his mobility. He flipped around and pressed his ear against the metal wall of this small space. He listened with all his might and released spatial energy fluctuations to investigate further. In fact, with his current strength, it was easy for him to forcefully break through the shell of this metal room. However, the situation was not clear now, so he did not act rashly. After listening for a while, he discovered that there was no movement outside. However, through the perception of spatial energy, Chu Nan discovered that there were two unnatural spatial energy fluctuations not far away. Clearly, there were two void break martial artists guarding outside. After carefully sensing the environment outside for a while, Chu Nan had already used the goddess song and the flame of life cultivation method to completely recover his body. He pondered for a moment and stretched out his hand to press on a metal wall. Spatial energy was quickly condensed and gathered at a point. Then, he threw it all into the metal wall and completely sensed the complicated metal structure behind it. Then, he aimed at one of the points and erupted with all his might. Crack! A crisp sound sounded. The most important point had already been completely destroyed by the terrifying spatial energy. Chu Nan exerted a little force and pushed open the metal wall. It was a small door. The light outside entered, causing Chu Nan to involuntarily narrow his eyes. However, his body darted forward without any hesitation and he left the narrow space. As soon as he stood up, he saw the two people standing up in surprise. Seeing that one of them was about to cry out in surprise, Chu Nan tapped his feet and rushed over to slap that person. That person's martial technique was clearly not weak. Under such circumstances, he could quickly react and counterattack with a palm strike. A fiery red aura seeped out of his palm, causing spatial energy to surge wildly. Clearly, he was also a powerful void break martial artist. However, when Chu Nan was still a void break martial artist, he could already easily deal with a void break martial artist of the same level. Now that the star cloud had condensed and he had experienced all kinds of comprehension, his strength had increased by more than a few times. With a thought, this palm strike turned all the spatial energy on that person's palm into nothingness and struck his chest without any obstruction. That person spat out a mouthful of blood and his body instantly fell to the ground, fainting. The other person's reaction was much slower. He only reacted when he saw his companion. However, before he could counterattack, Chu Nan had already slapped him again. He did not give him any room to react and ruthlessly slapped him unconscious. After dealing with these two people with lightning speed, Chu Nan had the time to size up the surrounding environment. Now, he was in a huge room. Apart from the small bar counter where the two of them were, there were dozens of grids stacked around the room like a beehive. The small space that Chu Nan had escaped from was one of them. Seeing this situation, Chu Nan could not help but frown. The environment in front of him reminded him of a documentary he had seen in the past that recorded the clone experiment. In that documentary, those clones who were used for experiments were stored in grids like a beehive. When they were needed, they would take one out and fill it after using it. Damn, what do these guys take me for? Chu Nan cursed softly and with a thought, he arrived beside one of the compartments. He raised his hand and slapped away the mechanical lock outside. Then, he opened the metal door outside the compartment and looked inside. As expected, he discovered a square block of ice stored inside. Through the light thrown in, he could see a figure sealed in the ice. Chu Nan stretched out his hand and pulled out the ice block. He glanced at it and was immediately stunned. Chapter 876. In the ice, a humanoid creature was frozen. This was not beyond Chu Nan's expectations. What surprised him was that the person in the ice was a woman. Although this woman's body had clearly become extremely weak because she had experienced the same encounter as Chu Nan and her entire body was like a dried corpse, from the human characteristics she displayed and the most important second sexual characteristics, it was very easy to determine her gender. As for why he could determine so easily, it was because she was completely naked. After being stunned for a moment, Chu Nan did not have any awkward thoughts as he looked at the woman in the ice. After all, this naked body was like a dried corpse. Even if he looked at it directly without holding back, it was very difficult for people to have any special thoughts. So this guy didn't just capture me. Chu Nan raised his head and looked at the small beehive-like grid in the room. His gaze returned to the woman in the ice and he felt a little strange. When Director Jiggs grabbed him, he might have used a special method to make him lose the ability to resist, causing his body to be almost completely exhausted and almost turn into a dried corpse. The woman he discovered now was the same. Was this method really that useful? Chu Nan did not think so when he became like this. Now that he had personally seen another person become like this, he could not help but wonder if it was possible for someone to survive in this state. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan stretched out his hand and slapped the ice block. The ice block that froze the woman immediately shattered and scattered. At the same time, Chu Nan activated his breath of life. As the star cloud spun, the spatial energy around her was naturally triggered. Under the guidance of the goddess song cultivation method, it turned into strands of green aura that represented life force and injected into her body. At the same time, he activated the flame of life and a milky white light enveloped her entire body. The truth made Chu Nan heave a sigh of relief. Under the injection of a large amount of life force, her originally dried corpse-like body immediately swelled up like an inflated balloon. Her originally deflated limbs and chest quickly recovered to full size, and even the hair on her head gradually recovered its luster. In the state of a dried corpse, it was impossible to tell the exact age of this woman. However, under the dual effect of life force and the flame of life, her body quickly returned to normal. Her flesh was plump, and her skin became filled with redness, gradually turning into the appearance of a young and beautiful girl. Just from her face, she actually did not look older than 20 years old. After a while, the girl's eyelids moved and her limbs shook lightly. Suddenly, her entire body shot up and she kicked Chu Nan without holding back. Chu Nan was a little surprised, but he did not panic. He stretched out his hand to block this kick and took 2 steps back before saying, "Don't be rash. I'm not your enemy. After all, the girl did not have any shocking recovery ability like Chu Nan. Even if she had a large amount of life force to replenish herself, she had not completely recovered. There was not much strength in this kick. After being blocked by Chu Nan, she spun in the air and also pulled away. Only then did she open her eyes and look at him warily. I don't have any ill intentions. Chu Nan opened his mouth. After glancing at the girl, he could not help but blush and turn his face away. When the girl was in a dried corpse state earlier, although she was completely naked, it was impossible for her to be attractive. Now that she had returned to normal with the replenishment of a large amount of life force, it made her figure plump and beautiful, especially the two extremely majestic breasts on her chest. Among the girls Chu Nan knew, she was probably only slightly inferior to Elvie, causing him to have no choice but to face this problem. He turned around and saw that the two void break martial artists who had been knocked out by him were probably in charge of guarding. Chu Nan thought for a moment and took off his coat from one of them before throwing it at the girl. Put on your clothes first. The girl reached out to take the clothes. Probably because she could tell that Chu Nan did not have any hostility, her hostility towards him decreased greatly. However, she still observed the surrounding environment warily before casually putting on her coat and speaking. At #yin%yin #@. Hearing the voice, Chu Nan turned around and was stunned. The girl's voice was relatively neutral and there was not much gentleness in it, but it was still pleasant to the ear. However, this was not the main problem. The main problem was, Chu Nan could not understand what she was saying. Chu Nan frowned and glanced at the girl. He discovered that there was only a coat barely wrapped around her body. She did not have anything else on her, so there was naturally no personal terminal on her wrist. He lowered his head and looked at himself. Damn! Chu Nan cursed softly and hurriedly took off the clothes of the other void break martial artist he had knocked out on the ground before putting them on. Earlier, he had only been concerned about seeing the girl's naked body and letting her put on her clothes, but he had never noticed that he had actually been naked. After finally putting on his clothes in a sorry state, he looked up at the girl and discovered that she was sizing him up with a very curious gaze with a smile. Chu Nan was immediately embarrassed. Perhaps it was because of his experience in the Lepler star system that he often did not care much about his naked state now, so he had completely forgotten this. About that, Chu Nan opened his mouth but recalled that his personal terminal had clearly been confiscated. The girl's situation was the same as his. The two of them did not speak the same language, so they could not speak. This reminded him of the situation when he met that mysterious girl earlier, and he could not help but sigh with emotion. His personal terminal was indeed very convenient, but it was really too inconvenient without it. Even the most basic communication became very difficult. He could only gesture at the girl and did not care if she understood. He came to another grid and reached out to slap it away. As expected, he pulled out another ice block. As expected, there was also a dried corpse-like person sealed in the ice. After Chu Nan slapped away the ice, he pressed his palm on that person's chest. The goddess song cultivation method and the flame of life were activated at the same time, and surging life force continuously poured into that person's body. That person's body and face immediately expanded like a balloon. When the girl beside him saw Chu Nan's actions, she first had a curious expression before her curiosity turned to surprise and she looked at him in disbelief. After a while, the dried corpse under Chu Nan quickly recovered and his body became complete. Chu Nan's gaze landed on this person's gradually plump face. At first, he was only a little puzzled, but now, he was shocked. He actually recognized this guy. This guy was actually Tiago. Chapter 877. Compared to the girl from before, the speed at which Tiago recovered was slightly faster. Almost the moment his body recovered, he woke up. Moreover, compared to the girl's reaction previously, his reaction was more serious. He was clearly awake, but he still closed his eyes and patiently listened to the surrounding environment for a while before opening his eyes slightly. However, when he saw Chu Nan, Tiago was immediately stunned. He could not help but widen his eyes and stand up. At yen #% dot hashtag at yen% dot. Unfortunately, without the help of his personal terminal, Chu Nan still could not understand what Tiago, a guy from the United States of Meleda, said. Chu Nan waved his hand at him. He knew that it was impossible to ask what was going on under such a language barrier, so he ignored Tiago and turned to another grid. He slapped open the metal door outside and pulled out ice. As expected, he discovered that a dried corpse-like guy was frozen inside. Just as Chu Nan planned to recover this dried corpse according to the law, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the room. He hurriedly retracted his hand and flashed to the door. However, after Chu Nan patiently waited for a while, the person outside did not open the door. Instead, a voice suddenly sounded in the room. Little brother Chu Nan, your ability has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, this is even better. The more outstanding your performance is, the more valuable it will be for me to capture you this time. This voice was actually Jig's. Chu Nan raised his eyebrows and his eyes darted around before he instantly understood. Since this room contained their group of captured people, there would naturally be monitoring. Now, it was obvious that Jigs was hiding somewhere and had discovered the abnormality in the room through the monitoring screen. Then, out of caution, he did not even show his face. Chu Nan glanced at Tiago and the girl and discovered that they were both confused. Jigs spoke in the official language of the Earth Federation, so it was normal for the two of them not to understand. Jigs, what do you want to do? Chu Nan asked in a low voice. I thought you only captured me, but I didn't expect you to capture so many people. You even captured Tiago. Aren't you afraid that the United States of Meleda will pursue the matter? Your not Tem Chamber of Commerce might not take our Earth Federation seriously, but the United States of Meleta can't be completely ignored, right? Or is it that your not Tem Chamber of Commerce plans to give up the goal of peaceful commerce and prepare to fight us, the countries on the Orion Arm? No, no, no. Little brother Chu Nan, you're being too serious. Jig's voice sounded again with a smile in his tone. We only captured a few young martial artists. How can it trigger a war? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Moreover, do you know where we are now? Chu Nan frowned. How long have we been captured? Haha, little brother Chu Nan is indeed a smart person. Not to mention the few of them, according to the time on Earth, you've been captured for more than half a month. After such a long time, where do you think I can bring you? Hearing the meaning of Jig's words, Chu Nan was shocked. Could it be that we've already arrived at the Sagittarius Arm? Little brother Chu Nan, although you didn't guess correctly, you're not far off. Jig smiled and did not continue to explain. Instead, he continued, as for where it is, I'll naturally tell you when we're really there. Chu Nan sneered, since I'm already awake, do you think I'll still let you grab me and run around? Oh, little brother Chu Nan, do you think you still have the ability to resist me? Could it be that you've forgotten how you were captured by me previously? Chu Nan's expression changed slightly. Up until now, he still did not know what method Jiggs had used in the laboratory of the branch office to completely drain the spatial energy hidden in his body, causing his entire body to completely lose the ability to resist and be captured. He had long known that the technology level of the Not Tem Chamber of Commerce was extraordinary. Now that he had personally experienced it, he discovered that their technical ability had actually invaded a domain that many martial artists could not touch, causing an initial stage heaven control martial artist like Chu Nan to be captured without any resistance. It was really terrifying. Little brother Chu Nan, I don't want to take your life, nor do I want the lives of these geniuses I've painstakingly captured. Therefore, I advise you to lie back obediently and not think of resisting. Otherwise, I can only be forced to use absolute space to deal with you again. Although I don't know what method you used to recover, this absolute space has already been used on you once. If we use it again, your body will definitely not be able to endure it and suffer an irrecoverable injury. In fact, it's an irreversible loss to me for you and me. Therefore, I hope you can obediently listen to me. Listen my ass. Chu Nan shouted angrily and his body flashed. He had already arrived in front of the wall when he had sensed that someone should be approaching and threw a punch. Buzz. Chu Nan's punch was extremely terrifying. However, after punching the wall that should have been made of metal, it could only cause the wall to tremble violently and emit a buzzing sound like a bee. There were no signs of damage. At the same time, Chu Nan felt an equally terrifying force recoil from the wall, causing him to take 2 steps back. Ha ha ha. Jig's wild laughter sounded in the room again. Little brother Chu Nan, this room is specially made for you. The metal on the wall uses the most advanced complete force feedback system. No matter how powerful your fist is, it's impossible to break it. Therefore, you should be obedient and not resist meaninglessly. Ha ha. Buzz. Buzz. 2 beeps suddenly sounded in the room. When Tiago and the girl saw Chu Nan's actions, they also threw punches at the wall. However, the result was the same as Chu Nan's earlier. Tiago and the girl frowned at the same time and looked at Chu Nan. #yen #. Tiago opened his mouth and halfway through, he immediately reacted that he and Chu Nan did not speak the same language. He gestured at him and sat down cross-legged. Although Chu Nan did not understand his gesture, from his actions, this guy should be planning to hurry up and recover his state and let him deal with it first. Chu Nan looked at the girl who took a deep breath and shook her head. He frowned and knew that he could not count on these 2 fellows at the very least. Now, Jiggs would definitely not give Chu Nan enough time to save the other fellows who had been captured in the room. After thinking for a moment, countless data points flashed through his mind. Then, he took a deep breath and his figure flashed. He instantly arrived in front of the wall and threw another punch. Chapter 878. Buzz. 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 Compared to the first punch, the force of Chu Nan's punch was much weaker. The vibration of the wall were much smaller, and the buzzing was also much weaker. Ha ha ha, little brother Chu Nan, don't waste your effort. Although I'm very surprised that you were able to destroy the flow memory metal, the defense level of this wall is 2 levels higher than the memory metal. It's impossible for you to rely on your strength. Jiggs's voice sounded again, but he was only halfway through his laughter when it stopped. In the short period of time he spoke, Chu Nan had already thrown dozens of punches at the wall. His punches were abnormally fast, and the phantoms they brought about were connected. At first, the wall only emitted a continuous buzzing sound like before, but soon, the frequency of this buzzing changed clearly. The vibration of the wall became even more shocking and had completely exceeded the normal range. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Stop quickly. I'm warning you, don't continue. Stop quickly. Don't force me to use absolute space to deal with you again. The shocking change in the wall not only attracted the attention of Tiago and the girl who were exercising and adjusting their breathing, but it also made Jiggs's arrogant voice turn into a trace of panic. Chu Nan acted as if he did not hear Jiggs' words and continued to punch the wall. With every punch, he could obtain accurate data from the feedback on the wall. After combining these data and analyzing them, the force and spatial energy vibration frequency of his next punch would also adjust. As every punch changed, the reaction of hitting the wall would also change at any time. After punching again and again, the reaction on the wall became more and more intense. In the end, not only was the entire wall shaking, but even the entire house was trembling lightly with the punches. When Jiggs, who was hiding at the side and monitoring, saw this situation, it was obvious that he could no longer be as calm as before. When he saw that Chu Nan still ignored his warning in anger, he gritted his teeth and sneered, "Kid, I originally did not want to do this. You forced me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nan immediately felt that half of the naturally flowing spatial energy in the room seemed to have been frozen and stopped flowing. Then, the spatial energy in the entire space seemed to have been completely sucked dry. Not only was he unable to mobilize the spatial energy in his fist, but even the spatial energy contained in his body was faintly restless, as if it could not endure the temptation of the outside world and wanted to leave his body. This situation was similar to what Chu Nan had experienced in the laboratory of the Notem Chamber of Commerce's branch office on planet Tomrel. It was the method Jiggs had used to capture him. Feeling the restlessness of the spatial energy in his body, Chu Nan narrowed his eyes and various statistics quickly flashed through his mind. Because he did not have any experience, the first time he faced such a situation, before he could think of any way to deal with it, the spatial energy contained in his body was sucked dry and he was finally captured by Jiggs. However, now that he was facing this situation again, with his first experience, although Chu Nan still did not understand the principle of this so-called absolute space, with the data he had obtained last time, he had long thought of a solution. The star cloud in Chu Nan's dantian naturally circulated and immediately attracted the restless spatial energy in his body again without being affected by the outside world. Seeing that it was obvious that Tiago and the girl had been restrained by this absolute space, not only did their expressions change drastically, the flesh and skin on their bodies gradually showed signs of drying up. Chu Nan knew that he could not continue like this. He immediately took a deep breath and went through all the data he had obtained after punching out a total of 73 times in his mind. He quickly analyzed and came to a conclusion with his AI-like brain before punching the wall. Unlike all the previous punches, this punch mobilized almost all the spatial energy in his body and deliberately adjusted the vibration frequency of the spatial energy to an extremely high frequency before completely gathering at one point. His fist smashed into the wall and the so-called complete force feedback system on the wall continued to work. Just as he was about to completely offset the force brought about by Chu Nan's fist, with a thought, the frequency of the spatial energy vibration brought about by his fist changed again. At the same time, the force of his fist erupted and immediately formed an ingenious resonance balance with the force vibration frequency reflected on the wall. Boom! Under the effect of two equally terrifying and powerful forces that could resonate at the same time, the seemingly indestructible wall instantly collapsed like a piece of tofu. It shattered into extremely small metal pieces and completely scattered. As the wall was blasted open, the sealed space in the room also disintegrated. A large amount of spatial energy surged in from the external space and instantly disappeared from this so-called absolute space. Tiago and the girl, who had originally been restrained and locked down by absolute space, seemed to have suddenly breathed in a large amount of fresh air. Their expressions immediately returned to normal, and their almost exhausted skin and flesh quickly became rosy again with the replenishment of spatial energy. Chu Nan did not have the time to pay attention to the changes in the two of them. After the wall disintegrated, it revealed two fully armed guards outside. Their original appearance could not be seen, but it was obvious that they were in a daze because of shock. Chu Nan sneered and did not give them any time to react. His figure flashed and he arrived beside the two of them. One of them slapped their chests together with the protective device. The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, spraying the protective shield on their heads red. Their bodies flew out and heavily smashed into the two walls opposite them, smashing two deep pits in the wall. Then, they fell and could not move at all. Chu Nan then slapped the two of them away, but he could not be bothered to pay attention to them. He looked around and discovered that there was a long and narrow passageway outside the wall. He tapped his feet and quickly flew in the direction where he had sensed the two of them coming from through the wall. As soon as he turned a corner, Chu Nan suddenly felt the spatial energy in the space ahead erupt. The power was shocking, but from the amount of spatial energy mobilized, it was obvious that a powerful martial artist whose strength was definitely not inferior to a fourth-stage void break martial artist like Dakota had appeared. If it was before he went to the Lepler star system or when he first arrived, Chu Nan would not be able to resist such a powerful enemy. However, Chu Nan's strength was no longer the same as before. Now that he had condensed a star cloud and successfully broken through to the heaven control realm, such an enemy naturally would not bring him any pressure. With a thought, the powerful increase brought about by the successful condensation of the star cloud immediately appeared. The moment he thought about it, the spatial energy around him naturally fused with the spatial energy in his body and was at his disposal. In the next moment, Chu Nan threw a punch. It was not fancy, but it contained an extremely terrifying force that far exceeded any punch he had thrown in the past. It struck the chest of the void break martial artist. That void break martial artist's face was filled with shock, but he could not dodge Chu Nan's punch. Boom! That void break martial artist was struck by Chu Nan's punch and his body flew out, smashing a huge hole in the thick wall behind him. It brought about a large area of dust and lightning that flickered, and the surrounding environment became chaotic. When the chaos finally calmed down and the smoke and lightning stabilized, the other enemies who surrounded them from all directions focused their gazes and were stunned. Chu Nan had actually disappeared. Chapter 879. In another room, a group of useless people. Director Jiggs angrily threw the blanket in his hand to the ground. His face had long lost the calm and elegance of his normal state. Such a group of people watched and actually let him escape. A subordinate standing in front of him also had an ugly expression and looked a little puzzled. Director, we don't know what's going on. In any case, that kid disappeared in the blink of an eye. Disappear my ass. Jiggs cursed angrily. Unless he's a star-grade martial artist and can directly break through space and escape, how can he disappear? This is not a fucking planet. Tell me how he can disappear in this place? How would I know? That subordinate muttered in his mind, but he did not dare to show any impatience on his face. He obediently lowered his head. He knew very well that he could not contradict Jiggs at this moment, or else he would definitely not have a good time. After cursing a few more times, Jiggs waved at his subordinate. Find him. It's impossible for that kid to escape this ship. He must have found a place to hide. Find him and capture him at all costs. That subordinate finally could not help but ask, about that. Director, with that kid's strength, I'm afraid no one can capture him. I don't expect you useless people. Jiggs cursed him again and turned to look at a middle-aged man who was still sitting on the chair on the other side. His expression immediately became much calmer and he said seriously, Master Ro, I'm afraid I need you to personally take action this time. The middle-aged man called Master Ro nodded lightly with a relaxed smile. Don't worry, that kid has only just condensed a star cloud. It's impossible for him to escape. As long as I discover his traces, I can easily deal with him. At this point, his expression became slightly more serious. He said to Jiggs, of course, it's very difficult for me to guarantee that I can capture him alive. After all, his strength can't be underestimated. Do you understand what I mean? The muscles on Jiggs's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and replied with difficulty, alright, if there's really no other way, we can only kill this kid. Although it's a pity, it's better than being ruined by this kid. Only then did Master Ro nod, satisfied with Jiggs's answer. Alright, you can leave. Jiggs waved away that subordinate and sat back in his seat. He pondered for a moment and said, Master Ro, at this moment, can you reveal the next arrangements? Master Ro glanced at Jiggs and shook his head. Honorable Director, since you've already taken this step, you don't have to worry so much. When we get there will naturally be stable arrangements. Jiggs sneered, I've given up my bright future and everything in the Orion arm this time. If you're still unwilling to reveal it to me, it's very difficult for me to continue working closely with you. What, Director, are you threatening me? Master Ro narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiggs, a dangerous light shining through the gaps of his eyelids. Since you've already done this, you have no right to regret it. Be it those countries in the Orion continent or the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, they won't let you off. Could it be that you think you can still turn back? Humph, do you think I won't leave any way out for myself? Jiggs did not show any weakness. Master Ro, I'll tell you clearly that you're not the only ones who want to obtain these young geniuses. If you're still unwilling to show your sincerity, I can only make other plans. The dangerous glint in Master Ro's eyes intensified, and his face turned cold. Director Jiggs, I advise you not to have any other thoughts. You should know very well that with my strength, I can destroy all of you alone. Therefore, you better cooperate obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Is that so? Jiggs sneered, but he did not continue to argue with Master Ro about this. He only looked at him coldly, his eyes continuously rolling. It was unknown what he was thinking. Master Ro was also unmoved. He still looked calm and composed, as if he was not afraid of Jiggs at all. For a moment, the room fell silent again. Somewhere less than 300 meters away from the room, Chu Nan quietly stood under the light and looked at the countless people in uniform rushing back and forth. He could not help but sigh. The hidden dragon reconnaissance cultivation method was indeed worthy of being a special cultivation method that even a powerful star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Quadiro admired. When he used this cultivation method, not only did it perfectly cover the abnormal fluctuations of spatial energy in the surrounding space, allowing him to avoid the perception of the few void break martial artists not far away, he also used his precise control of spatial energy to distort the light, sound, and all other information media to spread, causing the people close by to not only not see him, but they also could not hear any sound he made. It was simply as if he was perfectly invisible. Now that he was standing here openly, the guys not far away seemed to be blind and deaf. They did not pay any additional attention to him, as if he did not exist. No wonder Supremacy Quadiro confidently gave me this cultivation method and asked me to sneak into the royal palace of the Declan Empire. This cultivation method is really magical. It seems that it will really be as Supremacy Quadiro said. Unless a star-grade martial artist takes the initiative to investigate, it will be very difficult for anyone to discover me. After confirming the power of this cultivation method, Chu Nan began to think of his next step. In fact, if it was only him, he could completely rely on the hidden dragon reconnaissance technique to secretly leave now. Then, he could rely on the spatial transmigration technique that he had grasped that exceeded his level to easily escape. However, after saving the girl and Tiago, he felt that he could not leave alone. Most importantly, he could not run away in a daze. He was inexplicably captured by Jiggs in a strange place. If he ran away for no reason, he would definitely not be satisfied. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan relied on the hidden dragon reconnaissance technique to shuttle through the crowd and begin to explore the environment where he stood. With his powerful cultivation method and extremely fast speed, Chu Nan quickly explored all the places he could reach. Then, he relied on his powerful data ability to combine the places he had explored and finally discovered a shocking fact. The place he was now was naturally not the laboratory of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce stationed at the branch office on planet Tomrel when he was captured by Jiggs, nor was it a special secret place. According to the size, structure, and other aspects of this space, he was clearly inside a spaceship. Chapter 880. This discovery shocked Chu Nan, but after what Jiggs had said quickly flashed through his mind, he was immediately relieved. Clearly, after grabbing him, Jiggs secretly placed him in this spaceship and transported him away with Tiago, who had also been captured. From the situation that Jiggs had revealed just now, if he was not wrong, this spaceship might have already left the Orion arm. As for the specifics of the Sagittarius arm controlled by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, Chu Nan was not certain. After all, with the powerful strength and usual style of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, they should not suddenly do such a thing. Capturing genius martial artists like Chu Nan and Tiago, who were extremely famous in the various countries of the Orion arm, was definitely not a small matter. If it was exposed, the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce would definitely undergo great pressure. Although with the strength of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, they would not be afraid of this pressure, it was incompatible with their usual goal of being harmonious. Moreover, with the powerful financial resources of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce, if they wanted to use young martial artists like Chu Nan and Tiago, they could directly use money. Chu Nan did not think that he was important enough for the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce to use such a method to capture him. However, his thoughts stopped there. Under the circumstances that there was severely insufficient information, Chu Nan could not come to any more conclusions. After determining that he should be inside a spaceship, the first thing Chu Nan thought of was to stop it from continuing forward. If this spaceship carried him further, it would be even more difficult for him to return. With a thought, the structural map of the spaceship flashed through Chu Nan's mind. He quickly confirmed the location of the power core and quietly sneaked in that direction. With the powerful hidden dragon reconnaissance technique and most importantly, his AI-like brain's precise control of spatial energy, although Chu Nan encountered a few void break martial artists with powerful auras and naturally surrounded by spatial energy along the way, he still easily avoided their perception and successfully sneaked into the power furnace at the core of the spaceship. Boom! When he arrived at this place, Chu Nan no longer hid his figure. He appeared and threw a punch at the thick protective wall outside the power furnace. The huge fist force instantly blasted a huge pit in the protective wall that could endure a B-rank energy attack, revealing the fragile power core inside. Chu Nan did not take any further action. Instead, he expressionlessly watched as the crowd who heard the voice surrounded him from all directions before saying loudly, "Jiggs, stop the spaceship." A moment later, Jiggs' shocked and furious voice sounded. "Chu Nan, how did you touch it? This is not a problem you should be concerned about now." Chu Nan said coldly, "Be obedient and stop the spaceship immediately. Otherwise, I'll punch this power furnace away." "You're crazy." Jiggs shouted angrily, "Do you know the consequences of the power furnace explosion? Even you can't survive under such circumstances. Why don't you try?" Chu Nan opened his mouth and revealed a cold smile. He raised his fist and swung it at lightning speed. He threw a punch on the last defense outside the power core and happened to punch a few cracks on it, but he did not injure the core inside at all. However, this action had already frightened the group of people surrounding him out of their wits. They revealed shocked expressions and could not help but take a step back. Jiggs' voice became even more furious. "Kid, you're really crazy. Stop quickly. What do you want?" "It's very simple. Let me go." "No problem." Jiggs' quick and unhesitating answer stunned Chu Nan. Why did this guy agree so quickly and even look impatient? Could it be that his threat to him was so direct? Chu Nan frowned and continued, "You still have to let go of Tiago. Let go of the other people you captured and let them return with me." "That's impossible." Jiggs said angrily. "It's your ability to escape yourself, kid. Why do you care about them?" "That's my business." Chu Nan had an expression that said, "How about it? Agree quickly, or I'll attack." Jiggs was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Ha, kid, I didn't expect you to still want to be a hero. You want to save them, right? Then try attacking the power furnace? You might have a chance to survive if this spaceship explodes, but those guys' bodies are even worse than ordinary people now. Do you think they can survive?" Chu Nan shook his head and sighed. He threw a punch and it struck the outside of the power core. The force of this punch was completely different from the deterrent punch just now. With this punch, the outer layer of the power core immediately shattered, and a dazzling and destructive energy light instantly erupted from inside. It looked extremely terrifying. The people who were originally surrounding Chu Nan were even more shocked. They revealed frightened expressions and turned around to run out. Even two powerful martial artists who clearly had the strength of the Void Break realm were no exception. One had to know that if the power furnace of a spaceship exploded, the lowest power would be a B-rank energy explosion. With the scale of this spaceship, it could even be called an A-rank energy. Not to mention ordinary Void Break martial artists, even low-level Heaven Control martial artists could not resist. "Damn, kid, you're really crazy." Jiggs, who saw Chu Nan's actions through the monitoring screen, immediately lost his calm and became even more flustered and exasperated. "Do you really not want their lives or yours?" Chu Nan shrugged. "In any case, there's definitely no good outcome from being captured by you. It's easier to die in such a situation. I think even if Tiago and the others know, they'll definitely agree to my choice." "Nonsense. You're crazy, but they're not." Jiggs cursed. "Kid, we can slowly discuss the conditions, but you can't destroy this power furnace anymore. Let me tell you, the power furnace has already reached the level of alert. If you attack again, this spaceship will be finished." "Ha!" Chu Nan was overjoyed. Wasn't this guy clearly telling him that he was feeling scared? Then quickly agree to my conditions. Otherwise, I might not even be able to control my next punch. As Chu Nan spoke, he pretended to raise his fist and punch the completely exposed power furnace. Of course, he actually did not use any internal breath in this punch, nor did he bring out any spatial energy. It could not be said to be powerful at all. It was completely to scare Jiggs. However, this time, Jiggs did not make any sound. Just as Chu Nan was feeling puzzled, he felt the spatial energy in the space around him surging wildly, preventing his punch from landing. Even the energy that was frantically leaking out from the power furnace because of the destruction seemed to have been suppressed. The energy light instantly weakened and was almost extinguished. Chu Nan was not surprised. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged man who slowly flew in from another passageway before nodding. Very good, he was not a star-grade martial artist. As expected. Chapter 881. Master Ro looked at the calm Chu Nan and was slightly surprised. Although he had participated in this matter the entire time, he did not interfere much in the specific matter. Therefore, he only knew that Jiggs had captured some especially outstanding young genius martial artists from the Orion arm to satisfy some of their needs, but he did not know how these young genius martial artists were. Previously, Chu Nan had unexpectedly broken free from his restraints and displayed shocking strength. Not only had he broken through the defense measure that Jiggs called absolutely relieved, but he had also touched the side of the power core under such tight protection and used it as a threat to force Jiggs to be flustered. It had already surprised him. Now that he had personally come to face Chu Nan and discovered that he did not panic when facing him, his evaluation of him immediately increased. Of course, no matter how high his evaluation of Chu Nan was, it would not shake his powerful confidence. No matter how outstanding Chu Nan's performance was, no matter how talented a young martial artist was on the Orion arm, he was still a young martial artist in the end. His strength was limited, so how could he defeat a third-stage heaven control expert like him? Kid, be obedient and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, Master Ro said coldly to Chu Nan. While Master Ro was sizing Chu Nan up, he was also seriously sizing him up. Chu Nan did not plan to directly destroy the power core from the beginning because it was meaningless and would only put Tiago, the girl, and the others in danger. Jiggs had spent a lot of effort to capture these people, so he was naturally unwilling to let them die like this. Chu Nan was also unwilling. Therefore, his goal was actually to force out the strongest backing of Jiggs on this spaceship and find another way to truly save Tiago and the others and leave his current state. Before he took action, Chu Nan had already thought it through. If Jiggs's greatest backing on this spaceship was actually a star-grade martial artist, then he could only immediately escape, because it was impossible for him to be a match for a star-grade martial artist now. However, the truth was as he had expected. An important figure like a star-grade martial artist would not easily participate in such a thing. Although the person who appeared in front of him now knew at a glance that he was powerful and definitely not easy to deal with, he was definitely not a star-grade martial artist. As for the exact strength, it was impossible to tell if he could win. Hearing Master Ro's words, Chu Nan smiled and pointed up. Go out and fight. I don't think you're willing to destroy this spaceship because of our battle, right? Master Ro was slightly stunned. Was this kid challenging him head-on? Humph, kid, you're quite bold. Master Ro sneered. Do you think you can defeat me with just you? I advise you to obediently surrender. Otherwise, if we really fight later, I can't guarantee that I won't show you mercy. Cut the crap. Are you going to fight? Chu Nan rolled his eyes and asked bluntly. If it was said that Chu Nan would still be respectful when he saw a heaven control expert in the past, then he had already seen so many of the strongest star-grade martial artists. At the same time, he had already successfully condensed a star cloud and become a heaven control martial artist. When facing other heaven control martial artists, he was no longer afraid. On the contrary, he, who had just obtained a major breakthrough, hoped to fight opponents of the same level to verify his true strength. Now that he had obtained such a good opportunity, the battle intent in his heart was strong. He said this on purpose to anger the other party. As expected, when he heard Chu Nan's rude words, Master Ro was immediately furious and sneered, Kid, you chose this yourself. I hope you won't regret it. After saying that, he raised his head and said, Jiggs, open a passageway and let me go out with this kid. Master Ro, I'm afraid you. Afraid of what? Could it be that you're worried that I'll lose to this kid? Jiggs was silent for a moment before sighing. Alright, I've already opened the left spiral cabin door. You can leave the spaceship from there. After a pause, he added, Chu Nan, you're the one I think the most highly of among this batch of young martial artists. I hope you take care. Chu Nan grinned. Thank you for your concern. A moment later, a uniformed member of the spaceship walked over and led the two of them to the left door of the spaceship. Then, he entered the isolation cabin and transformed. As expected, he entered the familiar and unfamiliar space environment. Master Ro glanced at Chu Nan and hooked his finger at him. His body flashed and he had already left the cabin door and flown into the vast sky. Chu Nan took a deep breath. Of course, he did not breathe any air. He only felt that coming into space from the closed spaceship made him feel more comfortable and his body could not sense any discomfort. The most obvious increase brought about by the successful condensation of the star cloud was that his survival in space was no longer like before when he could only rely on the strength of his body. Instead, it was a natural phenomenon of the circulation of the star cloud and the natural exchange of spatial energy inside and outside his body. It did not feel forced. He had felt this when Supremacy Quadiro captured him previously, but he did not care so much at that time and did not feel it deeply. Now that he had entered space, he felt it extremely deeply. Feeling the extremely pure spatial energy circulating in the space around him, Chu Nan's mind soared. He tapped his feet and also flew into the vast space. Looking back, a strange-looking spaceship that was about the size of a planetary spaceship was floating in space behind him. It was the spaceship he had been in just now. Tiago and that girl should have been captured again, right? I wonder if they'll be injured again in that absolute space. Chu Nan's gaze swept past the spaceship and he was a little worried. With Tiago and the girl's strength, it was clearly impossible for them to break free like him. Moreover, they had just recovered and their strength was still far from winning. They would definitely not be able to block Jiggs's full strength capture. However, this was not the time to worry about them. Chu Nan knew very well that if he could not defeat this Master Row, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Tiago and the girl would still not be able to escape their miserable outcome. Kid, there's nothing around you to worry about now. Let me see what strength you have to dare to speak nonsense in front of me. Chapter 882. Master Row's voice entered Chu Nan's ears through the microwave vibration of spatial energy. As soon as he turned around, he felt a strange fluctuation in the spatial energy in space ahead. Suddenly, snow appeared in the originally dark space as if it had snowed. Snowflakes danced in the air. Coupled with the distant and dark background in space, it looked extremely strange. Chu Nan felt the spatial energy in the space around him stir chaotically with these snowflakes, causing him to almost lose all control and even perception of the surrounding spatial energy. Even the star cloud in his body shook uneasily. Putting everything else aside, this cultivation method is probably not inferior to the cultivation method Ahmad first used. A thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind, but he did not plan to dodge it. Instead, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a snowflake that fell in front of him. Tisk! As soon as his palm touched the snow, Chu Nan immediately felt an extremely intense and terrifying spatial energy flow from the snow. It actually made his powerful body, which had experienced thousands of refinements in the alternate space, unable to completely defend. His palm was directly stirred into a bloody mess by the snow, and the situation looked terrifying. Not only does it look like it, but its level is actually similar. Chu Nan frowned slightly and confirmed that the cultivation method used by Master Row was basically similar to the Great Light True Body he had used when he fought Ahmad previously. It was even slightly superior and was only slightly inferior to the S-rank cultivation method, Holy Sun's Descent. In this cultivation method, the use of spatial energy had already reached an extremely shocking level. It compressed a small area of spatial energy to the extreme and was formed by a special structure, causing an extremely terrifying lethality to be hidden in a small harmless snowflake. This caused damage to his body. Of course, the more he recognized the power of this cultivation method, the calmer Chu Nan became. If he had encountered this Master Row a month ago and encountered the cultivation method he used, even if Chu Nan had the strength to resist, he would definitely be in an extremely sorry state. However, after fighting Ahmad, Chu Nan calmly studied it through Supremacy Allah Huck's guidance for more than a month. His understanding of the use of spatial energy had long reached a brand new height and was incomparable to before. Most importantly, the star cloud in his body had condensed. Most importantly, in the process of condensing the star cloud, he had an extremely deep understanding of the relationship between cultivation methods and spatial energy mechanisms. It was far easier to deal with such a cultivation method that looked special but was actually only exquisite in using spatial energy. With a thought, he activated the Flame of Life cultivation method. A milky white light flashed on his palm, and his palm, which had been mangled by the snow, immediately recovered to its original state without any injuries. At the same time, Chu Nan stretched out his hand again. This time, not only did his palm meet a snowflake, he even stretched out his entire left arm and flicked it. Snowflakes danced and scraped past Chu Nan's left arm. Soon, under the effect of the terrifying spatial energy contained in it, his entire left arm was mangled and he looked extremely miserable. In the distance, Master Row frowned and looked at Chu Nan's actions in confusion. Could this kid be a masochist? Although he did not mind Chu Nan's strength and felt that it was impossible for him to be his match, Jiggs admired this kid extremely. This kid had also performed well previously, so he should not be so stupid as to take the initiative to cripple him, right? His Jin Flying Snow cultivation method was the top A-rank cultivation method. The power was not even inferior to some S-rank cultivation methods. Previously, no heaven control martial artist dared to forcefully receive it. Now, this kid dared to do this. He was simply courting death. Although he was puzzled, Master Row did not plan to show mercy. This kid had caused such a huge commotion just now. He had long disliked him. In order to make this operation smooth, he did not want any accidents to happen. Earlier, this kid had secretly sneaked to the side of the power core and threatened to destroy it. Master Row was actually a little worried that he would really do such a crazy thing. He did not expect him to take the initiative to jump out and actually plan to fight Master Row head-on. Master Row welcomed him extremely. Although Jiggs had emphasized many times that this kid was the most outstanding among the young geniuses he had captured this time and asked Master Row to capture him alive as much as possible, if necessary, he would not be polite. To him, killing this kid and cutting off all possibilities of causing chaos was the most necessary arrangement. As for how much loss this would bring to Jiggs, it was none of his business. These thoughts flashed through his mind. The star cloud in Master Row's body circulated, and the spatial energy around him shook with the star cloud. The snowflakes that fluttered in space immediately increased. Not only did the snowflakes become larger, but the range they enveloped also became larger. Chu Nan, who was using his body to directly sense the spatial energy circulation structure pattern in the snowflakes, instantly sensed the change in the snowflakes. The left arm used as a probe was also covered in injuries from the friction of the snowflakes. There were even a few places that were so deep that bones could be seen. At the same time, the snowflakes also swept toward his body further. Many snowflakes flew past, leaving wounds on the surface of his body. There was still no panic on Chu Nan's face. He lowered his head and saw that the clothes he had just taken off the guard had already been torn into pieces by the snow. They were so tattered that they could not cover his body. He only shook his head and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Damn, after this matter is over, I have to find the Noctem Chamber of Commerce to order a set of clothes that won't be easily destroyed. Otherwise, it's too inappropriate to always run around naked. As this thought spun, Chu Nan's mind spun and he activated the flame of life cultivation method again. A dazzling milky white light suddenly erupted from his body and the injuries on the surface of his body were instantly healed. His left arm, which had already become extremely ferocious and terrifying, recovered in a breath. Then, the milky white light that enveloped his body exploded and instantly enveloped a large area of space around him. The snowflakes that originally swept through the entire space melted and faded as if they had encountered the sun. After the milky white light faded, not only did Chu Nan's body recover, but the surrounding space also completely calmed down. It was no different from other space. Chu Nan stretched out his hand and waved. A snowflake that was still falling in the outer space seemed to have been guided by something and slowly landed in his palm. Then, it gently floated above his palm and slowly spun. It no longer had the aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was as if it had been tamed and looked like a real snowflake. After concentrating on sensing the snowflake in his palm for a while, Chu Nan closed his palm and turned the snowflake that originally contained terrifying destructive power into nothingness. Then, he looked at the distant Master Ro with a smile. Heh, if that's all you have, it's too disappointing. Chapter 883. Master Ro was first stunned, then furious. Was this kid looking down on him? Master Ro's expression was gloomy, and his angry voice sounded through the spatial energy microwave vibration again. Kid, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, but do you think you can look down on others with such talent? You're too arrogant. Chu Nan shook his head. Alright, I'm getting calluses from hearing this. If you have any ability, quickly use it. If not, I'm not interested in playing with you. Hearing the undisguised disdain in Chu Nan's words, Master Ro was even angrier. Damn, he was only a kid with some talent and at most had the guidance of a master, but he actually dared to be so ignorant. If I don't kill this kid, it won't resolve the hatred in my heart. Master Ro looked at Chu Nan with dense killing intent. No matter how much Jigs complains after this, don't think about dissuading me. After confirming in his mind, Master Ro raised his palm slightly. The star cloud in his dantian circulated, and the endless spatial energy in the space around him was mobilized with the star cloud. A moment later, he saw that a large area of space in front of him had actually turned pale at the same time. Looking over, it was as if frost had suddenly covered it, and everything was filled with deathly silence. Chu Nan immediately sensed the change in spatial energy in the surrounding space. Not only was there no panic on his face, he even revealed an excited expression. Ha, I finally forced this guy to use his true ability. If I really use the previous method, it'll be too wasteful. Chu Nan's eyes focused and his mind circulated with all his might. The star cloud built by his body circulated with all his might and perfectly mobilized the spatial energy contained in his body and the spatial energy in the external space. With a wave of his hand, the space in front of him turned into snowflakes. Seeing this scene, Master Ro was shocked. Could it be that this kid had secretly learned his cultivation method with a glance? In the next moment, the frost in front of him had already collided with the snowflake Chu Nan released. Under the corrosion of the frost, the snowflakes Chu Nan released instantly froze and the entire space froze as the frost struck. Chu Nan maintained his outstretched hand and his entire body was covered in frost from head to toe. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned into an ice sculpture and did not move at all. Master Ro was shocked again, then could not help but laugh. Heh, this kid's bluff scares me. Humph, he's only a young kid in the end. How capable can he be? Watch me. As soon as this thought arose, he discovered that cracks had suddenly appeared on Chu Nan's body in the distance. A moment later, the frost that covered his entire body had completely dispersed and he could move freely again. The freezing of the surrounding space did not seem to affect him at all. Instead, he stretched out his hand with interest to touch the surrounding frost, as if he wanted to study it. How is this possible? Master Ro was really shocked this time. What he had used just now was the proudest frost formation. He had been immersed in this cultivation method for many years. Once he used it, he could completely freeze the spatial energy in the space, let alone other things in this space. In the countless battles he had experienced in the past, as long as he used this cultivation method, even if his opponent was not immediately frozen, his eyes would be affected and he would be unable to unleash half of his strength. His cultivation method had even been praised by a star-grade martial artist in the past and was called a powerful cultivation method that ordinary heaven control martial artists could not contend with. Now, it was actually so easily cracked by such a young kid. In the next moment, the shock on his face became even stronger. His eyes stood out as if they were about to fall out of extreme shock. Chu Nan, who had recovered his mobility, pointed at the frost that had condensed in the space around him a few times. Suddenly, he stretched out a finger and pointed at the frost in front of him. Then, a visible shock wave spread out at the speed of light from the point of his finger. The frost that had originally frozen the entire space was completely destroyed by this shock wave in the blink of an eye. The frost shattered, and the entire space returned to normal after an intense fluctuation. There were no signs of freezing. This kid actually broke the frost formation. How is this possible? Master Ro looked at the distant Chu Nan in disbelief and could not believe the facts he saw. If Chu Nan was an older martial artist, he might be able to accept that he was stronger than him and directly break his proudest cultivation method. However, this kid was clearly only around 20 years old. How could he have such terrifying strength at this age? If Chu Nan knew what Master Ro was thinking, he would definitely laugh until his stomach hurt. In fact, the reason why he could break through the frost formation was simply a trick. To Master Ro, an extremely powerful and ingenious cultivation method was actually only a special method to use spatial energy. Be it the previous snowflakes or the subsequent frost formation, it was only the appearance of spatial energy being mobilized by a special structure under the effect of the cultivation method. It was not difficult to crack this cultivation method. He only needed to explore the composition and structure of the spatial energy in the cultivation method and analyze the weakest point in this structure according to his powerful data ability to easily crack it. To be honest, he was very disappointed. He originally thought that Master Ro's strength looked slightly stronger than Ahmad's and should have brought him more comprehension. He did not expect that this guy was such a powerful heaven control martial artist, but his understanding of martial techniques was actually still at this level. He was certain that if this Master Ro was unable to change his mind, it was impossible for him to comprehend the Star Dao in his life and break through to the Star Grade martial artist realm. Of course, this guy was clearly not young anymore, but he was still stuck in this realm. The possibility of breaking through in the future was extremely small. However, this was not Chu Nan's fault. He was not free to worry about the enemy. He turned around and saw that the spaceship was still flying steadily in space, so he decided not to delay any longer. Since the so-called Master Ro could no longer give him any more inspiration, there was no need to continue wasting time. Chu Nan gently raised his arms and opened them. The star cloud in his body circulated wildly and the spatial energy around him was completely controlled by the star cloud. The milky white light on his body flourished, but it was not the light brought about by the flame of life. Instead, it brought about an intense holy smell. A moment later, the white light behind Chu Nan flourished. Suddenly, two huge wings of light spread out and instantly stretched out more than 300 meters in space, causing his entire body to be especially small. Master Ro looked at the two huge wings in the distance in a daze and was the first to be shocked. Was this kid really not those famous powerful martial artists under disguise? Chapter 884. In the vast universe, a dazzling white light continuously flickered. From time to time, two white lights would ruthlessly collide. Immediately, it was as if a star had exploded. An extremely powerful light filled the entire starry sky, illuminating the dark starry sky until it was as bright as day on the surface. It was extremely dazzling. However, if one observed carefully, one would discover that although it was also white light, it was different. One side of the white light was pale. When it swept through the starry sky, it left behind waves of frost, as if it wanted to freeze the entire starry sky. On the other hand, the white light had a holy aura. There were also traces of a light green aura filled with life. After cutting through the starry sky, it immediately made the starry sky condensed by frost regain life and vitality, causing people to feel extremely comfortable and at ease just by looking at it. On one hand, it was cold and heartless, but on the other hand, it was filled with life. Two completely different white lights continuously collided in the starry sky. Although no sound waves could be heard, it was easy to sense the intensity and danger contained in them. The star cloud in Master Ro's Dantian surged and the spatial energy around him condensed again. An extremely cold intent invaded the distance, but it was easily resolved by Chu Nan. This made him feel a trace of impatience. As a powerful martial artist with the strength of a third-stage heaven control realm, it was not so easy for him, who had experienced hundreds of battles, to become agitated. However, as long as he thought of Chu Nan's overly young face, he could not suppress the emotions in his heart. Most importantly, he had clearly determined that Chu Nan's true strength was inferior to his. Every time he faced it head-on, he would more or less suffer some losses, but this was not helpful in completely defeating him. Or more specifically, after this period of confrontation, he already clearly understood that with his strength, it was impossible for him to completely defeat Chu Nan. He could not even completely suppress him, let alone kill him. This was because every time he suffered a small loss or was even slightly injured, this kid could always recover instantly as if he was completely unaffected. This discovery made him feel extremely humiliated. As a heaven control expert who could occupy a place in the entire Perseus arm, he actually could not deal with such a young kid in front of him now. If word got out, he, Ro, would be embarrassed. However, he knew even better that this was not the time to consider this. This operation was originally extremely secretive, but now, an accident had happened because of this kid. It was one thing to let this kid escape, but if this operation was completely exposed because of this kid, causing the faction behind him to be exposed, the consequences would be much more serious. How to ensure the secrecy of this operation without dealing with the entire kid was Master Ro's main concern. Contrary to Master Ro, Chu Nan became more and more excited as he fought. In the beginning, he thought that as a heaven control expert who should be superior to Ahmad, this Master Ro could not give him any more inspiration, so he was disappointed. However, when they really fought, he discovered that this guy was indeed worthy of being a powerful heaven control martial artist. Although the martial technique he had used until now was not much, it was filled with thousands of variations. The use of spatial energy was extremely exquisite, causing Chu Nan to find it difficult to deal with it, but he also comprehended it deeply. Such a battle was the battle Chu Nan hoped to encounter the most. If Master Ro's strength far exceeded his and made him unable to resist, it would naturally be useless to his improvement. Although this guy's strength still clearly surpassed Chu Nan's, it happened to allow him to endure it. The degree could be said to be just right. One had to know that Chu Nan had just successfully condensed a star cloud and broken through to the heaven control realm. To have such a suitable battle immediately was naturally very helpful to his understanding of the realm of a heaven control realm martial artist. In the battle, Chu Nan relied on these new insights to not only slightly modify the flame of life cultivation method and the goddess song cultivation method to defend against the enemy, but he also used the various cultivation methods he had grasped and directly tested every different spatial energy structure model. There were good and bad ones, causing his understanding of spatial energy to increase greatly. If possible, he even hoped that the spaceship could stop and wait for him and Master Ro to continue fighting so that he could fully experience it. However, Master Ro clearly did not think so. After another round of confrontation, Chu Nan's body was slightly damaged because his control of spatial energy was inferior to Master Ro's. However, he could use the Flame of Life cultivation method and the Goddess Song cultivation method freely. With a thought, this small injury had already been repaired and perfected without any effect. Seeing this scene again, Master Ro suddenly flew back and focused on Chu Nan in the distance. His voice sounded through the microwave vibration of spatial energy. Kid, I have to admit that your strength and talent have greatly exceeded my expectations. Unfortunately, since you're already here, don't dream of escaping casually. Chu Nan sneered in his mind. This guy clearly could not deal with him, but he still spoke so arrogantly. Who gave him the confidence? Just as he was about to mock him, he discovered that Master Ro's figure flashed in the distance and he instantly pulled extremely far away. When he focused his gaze again, he discovered that he had already quickly flown towards the spaceship. Although that spaceship still looked almost motionless in the background of space, it could be seen that it was currently accelerating rapidly from the huge particle flames spat out from behind. Damn, this guy actually wants to escape. Chu Nan could tell the other party's plan at a glance and was shocked. Although this Master Ro could not deal with him, it did not mean that he was weaker than him and did not need to be afraid at all. Why did he choose to escape? Could it be that Tiago and the others captured from this spaceship were so important to them? Chu Nan frowned and quickly made a decision. The star cloud in his dantian circulated and the spatial energy around him suddenly erupted, causing his body to draw a dazzling white light in the vast space. He instantly erupted with twice the speed of Master Ro and quickly flew towards the spaceship. Master Ro sensed the change in spatial energy vibration behind him and turned around to discover Chu Nan's actions. He was shocked. This kid is actually faster than me. With just a glance, he had already determined that with the speed of both sides, it was impossible for him to reach the spaceship before Chu Nan. He decisively raised his left arm and opened the personal terminal on his left wrist. Jigs, don't worry about me. Leave first. After saying that, he ignored Jigs's reaction and turned around to face Chu Nan, planning to stop him midway. However, as soon as he activated the frost formation cultivation technique, he suddenly discovered that the destructive white light brought about by Chu Nan's body had suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, it appeared behind him and used some method to pass him. Master Ro was even more shocked, but he could not react in time. He could only watch helplessly as Chu Nan instantly approached the spaceship and threw a punch. Damn, this kid is really crazy. Chapter 885. Although this spaceship had been specially modified to transport Chu Nan and the others, it was still a secret operation and could not really be compared to a military spaceship. How could it block Chu Nan's full-strength punch? With a punch, spatial energy shock waves that were visible to the naked eye spread out around the spaceship. Then, countless explosive light waves dissipated. The huge spaceship that was originally more than 2,000 meters long and 300 meters thick had completely disintegrated because of this punch. Seeing the spaceship explode with a punch, Master Ro could not care less about his surprise and could only speed up to fly over. At this moment, he did not have the time to care why Chu Nan had suddenly gone crazy, let alone think about whether he did not care about the lives of those people he cared about previously. His only thought was to try his best to save some before the spaceship was completely destroyed. If the spaceship was destroyed, everyone on it would lose their lives. Although he was fine, this operation had completely failed. The losses could be said to be extremely heavy. However, just as he flew out, he saw Chu Nan's body flash again and enter the core of the spaceship's explosion. A moment later, he raised a huge metal box-like thing with both hands and soared into the sky before quickly leaving the range of the spaceship's explosion. Master Ro was stunned. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the personal terminal on his wrist vibrated. He looked down and saw Jigs's anxious and frightened face appear on the virtual screen that automatically jumped out of his personal terminal. Although he still could not hear anything, his personal terminal perfectly translated Jigs' words. Master Ro, hurry! That kid snatched the condensation room containing those young martial artists. Master Ro was stunned again. He raised his head and his gaze landed on the huge metal box that Chu Nan was holding in his hands in the distance. He immediately understood. This metal box was actually the most important thing on this spaceship. This was because this metal box was the condensation room that Jigs had mentioned. In the condensation room, the young genius martial artists they had painstakingly taken great risks to kidnap from all over were frozen. If they were snatched away by Chu Nan like this, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Brat! Although I can't take you down, it's wishful thinking for you to snatch them from me. Master Ro grunted in his mind and could not be bothered to pay attention to the extremely dangerous spaceship that had already fallen into chaos because of the explosion. Instead, he flew towards Chu Nan at high speed. However, in the next moment, he saw a strange light flickering around Chu Nan, completely enveloping him in the huge condensation room where his hands were located. Then, an extremely abnormally intense fluctuation arose in the space around him. Even from an extremely far distance, Master Ro felt the shocking change in spatial energy in that space. Then, the condensation room where Chu Nan and his hands were high actually disappeared. Disappeared? Master Ro stopped in surprise and widened his eyes. He looked at the space in disbelief and could not help but rub his eyes hard, certain that he was not seeing things. Chu Nan had really disappeared. The huge condensation room actually disappeared. How was this possible? Master Ro was extremely shocked. After being stunned for a long time, he quickly flew over. However, when he flew to the space where Chu Nan was previously, he could only sense the shocking spatial energy vibration left in the space. How could he discover any traces of Chu Nan in the condensation room? This kid in the condensation room he had forcefully snatched were really gone. A vibration notification sounded from the personal terminal on his wrist again. Master Rowe lowered his head in a daze and saw that Jiggs's face was also filled with shock and disbelief. He even completely ignored the explosion flames that flashed behind him from time to time and only kept asking questions. His question was faithfully displayed on the virtual screen. Master Rowe? What happened? Why did that kid suddenly disappear? And where's that condensation room? Why did it disappear too? What's going on? Master Rowe shook his head and reached out to turn off his personal terminal. He looked up at the space in front of him that was gradually calming down from the abnormal vibration of spatial energy and could not help but reach out, but he could not touch any physical body. After being stunned for a while, Master Rowe's expression became extremely serious. He originally thought that Chu Nan's previous performance was shocking enough, but now, he discovered that he had still severely underestimated him. This kid's strength was actually far more terrifying than he had imagined. If Jiggs chose this kid as his target, their hard work in this operation might be in vain. Damn it! Master Rowe suddenly cursed softly in anger. Who would have thought that such a small monster would appear on the Orion arm? Planet Tomrel, which was more than 40,000 light-years away from Chu Nan and Master Rowe, was enveloped by a happy atmosphere. Although they had experienced many twists and turns and there was even news that a famous participant like Tiago had forfeited for reasons before the final 8 battles, this Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition that received much attention from the outside world and was much more popular than the previous few rounds still ended perfectly. The results of the competition satisfied most people, especially the audience of the United States of Meleda. Although an uncertain factor like Chu Nan had appeared during the competition, after he was eliminated for a special reason, the participating students of the United States of Meleda displayed their bravery in the next competition. They actually occupied 3 seats in the final semifinals and obtained the championship and runner-up in one go. They undoubtedly became the greatest winner of this competition. Although many media outlets from other countries expressed that this result could not convince the public, because not only had the United States of Meleda used despicable methods to eliminate Chu Nan, the most threatening opponent from the Earth Federation, but martial arts traditional powerful countries like the Tuladu Republic and the Declan Empire had not really sent the strongest young martial artists to participate, causing the value of this competition to not be high enough. However, most people in the United States of Meleda did not mind these evaluations. After all, winning was winning. In the eyes of the people of the United States of Meleda, any accusations of others were deliberately nitpicking and were only the wild barking of the loser. Therefore, after the competition ended, the entire planet Tomrel fell into revelry. Even the entire United States of Meleda was excited about this. Many media outlets of the United States of Meleda even expressed that this competition meant that the martial arts status of the United States of Meleda on the Orion Arm had taken another step forward. Although it could not be compared to the Declan Empire, it was already enough to suppress the Tuladu Republic and all the other traditional martial arts powerful countries. In the future, they would even have the chance to attack the Declan Empire. However, in this revelry that swept through the entire planet Tomrel, a room was completely enveloped by a silent and oppressive atmosphere. Chapter 886. If an outsider was in this room now, they would definitely be shocked. This was because at this moment, in this room that could not be considered especially large, it was actually filled with 13 people in a row. If they knew the identities of these 13 people, it would only shock them even more. This was because among these 13 people, other than the current president of the United States of Meleda, Savoy, who was extremely familiar to all the citizens of the United States of Meleda, and who had often specially invited 5-star grade martial artists to the competition that had appeared in the various major media outlets in the past few years. Apart from that, the other 7 were the ambassadors of the various countries to the United States of Meleda on the Orion Arm. They were considered important figures in various countries. When such 13 important figures gathered together, the atmosphere was really so silent and oppressive. It was incompatible with the atmosphere of the revelry in the outside world, so it naturally seemed extremely strange. After a moment of silence, President Savoy said in a low voice, "Everyone, on behalf of the United States of Meleda, I want to make it clear to you that this incident has nothing to do with the United States of Meleda. We don't know anything in advance. Please don't misunderstand." The 7 political figures from other countries looked at each other. One of them, a square-faced middle-aged man with a bald head, slowly shook his head and said, "Mr. President, now is not the time to pursue this. We only want to ask if there's any news about our missing participants." President Savoy glanced at the middle-aged man and frowned slightly. There are indeed some clues, but what? The middle-aged man's expression froze, and the other 6 people cast their gazes on President Savoy. President Savoy frowned even more. He paused for a moment before continuing. "According to some clues we've obtained so far, it's very likely that those missing participants have been sent out of our United States of Meleda." "How is this possible?" The middle-aged man interrupted President Savoy without any grace and said in surprise, "These guys can actually kidnap so many people and leave the United States of Meleda under tight defense. I strongly doubt your country's security measures." Although the others did not say it explicitly, their gazes were also serious and their expressions were dissatisfied. Clearly, they remained suspicious of President Savoy's words. President Savoy shook his head and thought to himself that if not for the fact that the United States of Meleda indeed had an undeniable responsibility in this matter, as the president of a country, how could he be so bluntly doubted by this person? He did not answer the middle-aged man's question. Instead, he opened the personal terminal on his wrist and pulled out the virtual screen, displaying the image of a spaceship that did not look abnormal. What's this? The others looked at each other. According to the clues we've discovered so far, all the suspicious points point to this spaceship. It's very likely that those missing participants from the various countries were transported out of our country through this spaceship. Why? The middle-aged man still had an extremely rude attitude and pointed out bluntly, since you've already suspected this spaceship, how can you easily let it go? Please look here. President Savoy reached out and pointed somewhere in the spaceship. Everyone focused their gazes and their expressions immediately changed. The Nottem Chamber of Commerce. Everyone easily recognized that the symbol of the spaceship represented that it belonged to the Nottem Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, everyone present knew far more about the Nottem Chamber of Commerce than ordinary people. Naturally, they could tell that the meaning of this symbol was deeper than the ordinary Nottem Chamber of Commerce. It meant that this spaceship was a spaceship with special authority inside the Nottem Chamber of Commerce. It was definitely not something ordinary commercial trading spaceships could compare to. Could it be that this was done by the Nottem Chamber of Commerce? Another ambassador from the Fig Empire asked with a frown. No, President Savoy shook his head and his finger operated his personal terminal again, displaying a document. This is a statement sent to our country by the officials of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce yesterday. They hope that our country will assist in tracking down the defector of their Chamber of Commerce. It's the former branch of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce stationed on planet Tomrel, Jigs. Hearing this news, the 7 ambassadors from the various countries looked at each other, surprise flashing through their eyes. They were all ambassadors to the United States of Meleda, so they were naturally talented people. In an instant, they analyzed a lot of information from this information. A moment later, the ambassador of the Tilladu Republic to the United States of Meleda who had spoken first asked with a frown, then where is this spaceship now? Is there any further news of the situation of those participating students? President Savoy did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at Supremacy Melanie. Supremacy Melanie met everyone's gazes and replied with a bitter smile, we did track where they went after that spaceship through the clues, but it's very troublesome to chase those students back through this clue. Why? The others were stunned, their expressions puzzled. These people represented several powerful countries on the Orion Arm. Now that those missing participating students were gathered, the power behind them was extremely powerful. Supremacy Melanie was the strongest star-grade martial artist, so what could make her feel troubled? Because, according to the clues, that spaceship had already passed through the spiral arm stargate of the Sapphire Star field 4 days ago and officially entered the Perseus Arm. Everyone fell silent at the same time, and the atmosphere in the room became even more oppressive. Among the 3 great spiral arms of the Milky Way, the Orion Arm was the most normal. Although the Declan Empire was the strongest, the other countries also had their own sphere of influence. Everything followed the basic rules of the Milky Way. If anything happened, it could be discussed. On the Sagittarius Arm, the Nottem Chamber of Commerce covered the sky with one hand. However, because of the characteristics and goals of the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, if anything happened, they could discuss it or even directly make a deal with it. Only the situation of the Perseus Arm was extremely different from the other 2 spiral arms. Although the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance that controlled the entire Perseus Arm was not a complete country, this special military treaty alliance was extremely xenophobic. It did not interact much with all the countries on the Orion Arm. Even the Nottem Chamber of Commerce had difficulty extending its tentacles into it so far. Therefore, when it came to the Perseus Arm, the first impression in everyone's minds was like another world. Now that this suspected spaceship had actually jumped into the Perseus Arm, this incident was very likely related to the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance. Even if it was not ordered by the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance, if it was done by a country under their name, with the usual style of the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance, that would probably not cooperate with the investigation requirements of these countries on the Orion Arm. It was almost impossible to enter the Perseus Arm officially to investigate. The other 7 ambassadors quickly thought of the key point and their gazes landed on the 5-star grade martial artists, including Supremacy Melanie. Supremacy Melanie smiled, please don't worry, these participating students happened in this competition. As specially invited judges of this competition, the 5 of us will also bear the corresponding responsibility. I won't interfere in the decisions of the 4 of them. I announce in my personal name now that I'll personally enter the Perseus Arm and investigate the whereabouts of those missing students to give you a clear explanation. The 7 ambassadors were stunned again. On the surface, with a powerful star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Melanie making such a statement, it would definitely be extremely helpful in resolving this matter. However, on careful thought, even a powerful star-grade martial artist like Supremacy Melanie had been mobilized. Was there a need? But another ambassador frowned, Supremacy Melanie, I definitely don't doubt your ability, but after so long, can you really find the whereabouts of those students on the Perseus Arm? Most importantly, whether those students are still alive. I also doubt it. As soon as he finished speaking, the others frowned. This was the problem that everyone was most worried about. Although the other party had deliberately kidnapped these participants and must have had another use, he would not easily take their lives. However, up until now, no one could be sure. Hearing this question, Supremacy Melanie revealed a relaxed smile. Don't worry, everyone. I might not be sure about the other students, but... She suddenly turned to a silent middle-aged man in the room. Everyone's gazes turned over with her and discovered that she was looking at the ambassador of the Earth Federation to the United States of Meleda, Luo Jiexin. Those people actually captured Chu Nan this time. Perhaps it's their greatest mistake. Everyone looked at each other. Even Luo Jiexin was stunned. They did not understand why Supremacy Melanie specially mentioned Chu Nan. Even if it was rumored that this student had successfully condensed a star cloud in the competition and had already become a heaven control martial artist, since he had been captured, it proved that his strength was only so-so. Could such a young martial artist cause any trouble in a place like the Perseus Arm? Chapter 887. Chu Nan was not as confident in himself as Supremacy Melanie. Through the high-frequency vibration of spatial energy, he opened the spatial wall and entered the alternate space from the positive spatial universe. Although he had secretly learned this technique from Supremacy Quadiro and had successfully used it previously, he had only learned it for a short period of time, so he was not completely confident. Moreover, his goal this time was to break through the spatial wall with the huge room that imprisoned Tiago and the others. The difficulty was more than 100 times higher. Apart from that, in order to successfully pull out a group of people like Tiago from the spaceship, he was forced to attack it. When he forcefully opened the spatial wall, he had to endure the intense vibration of spatial energy brought about by the explosion of the spaceship, causing the difficulty of this operation to greatly increase. Fortunately, Chu Nan still relied on his powerful brain and extremely precise control of spatial energy to open the spatial wall with the huge condensation room. They entered the alternate space and disappeared in front of Master Ro and the other enemies. However, the problem had just begun. The violent spatial energy in the alternate space was as usual. It was not a problem for Chu Nan to enter himself, but if he wanted to protect the condensation room containing Tiago and the others in the alternate space, it was impossible for him to deal with it casually. As soon as he entered the alternate space, before the abnormal spatial energy brought about by breaking through the spatial wall completely disappeared, Chu Nan discovered that the huge condensation room he was holding with both hands had quickly been damaged by the corrosion of the violent spatial energy of the alternate space. The entire outer wall was worn down bit by bit at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Soon, the metal layer inside was revealed and even the metal layer was quickly worn down. At this speed, it would not even be able to last a minute before its shell was completely exhausted. At that time, it was naturally impossible for Tiago and the others inside to resist the violent spatial energy in the alternate space like Chu Nan. They would only turn to dust and die without a burial place. Of course, Chu Nan had thought of this problem in advance and thought of two different solutions, but he was also not completely confident in these two solutions. Without any delay, Chu Nan first adopted the first solution. The star cloud in his body circulated and affected the crazy and restless spatial energy of the alternate space around him to stabilize it as much as possible. The effect of this was very obvious. Under the influence of Chu Nan, although it was impossible for the spatial energy around him to become as calm and harmless as the positive spatial universe, the corrosion of the condensation room was almost negligible. However, if he wanted to maintain this environment, the pressure on Chu Nan was extremely great. Be it the positive space or the alternate space, the state of spatial energy was affected by the entire space. The spatial energy in the positive space universe was generally stable. Therefore, even if there was an abnormality in the spatial energy, it would quickly stabilize under the influence of other spaces. This was the same in an alternate space. The spatial energy in the alternate space was completely violent. Even if Chu Nan forcefully stabilized the spatial energy in this small space, he had to block the powerful influence of the entire alternate space and the consumption was extremely huge. Chu Nan only maintained this for less than half a minute before he felt that his control of spatial energy was about to collapse. Even the star cloud in his body was unstable and he could only be forced to give up and choose the second plan. The second solution was very simple. It was the inspiration he obtained from the spaceship. Cosmic starships were commonplace to the various large countries in the current Milky Way. Be it civilian spaceships or military battleships, the main method of interplanetary navigation was to enter the alternate space through the star cloud. The reason why these spaceships could still be intact after entering the alternate space was that they would be covered in a special energy shield around all the spaceships to resist the corrosion and impact of the violent spatial energy in the alternate space. What Chu Nan wanted to do now was to simulate the energy shield outside the spaceship outside the cold room filled with Tiago and the others. He quickly calculated all the data in his mind and slapped the outside of the condensation room. The star cloud in his body spun quickly, mobilizing the powerful spatial energy hidden in his body with the violent spatial energy of the outside world, causing it to surround the entire condensation room, forming a small transparent spatial energy layer. This simulated energy shield was the energy shield outside the cosmic battleships that Chu Nan had simulated and destroyed. The reason why he did not use it immediately was mainly that he was not sure if the energy shield used in battle was the same as the energy shield used when sailing in an alternate space. After simulating it like this, Chu Nan discovered that the effect of this energy shield was not bad. Under the defense of the energy shield, the violent spatial energy in the alternate space could no longer affect the condensation room, temporarily restoring it to safety. However, this was still not completely safe. What Chu Nan did now was actually to treat himself as the power core of those spaceships. He used the spatial energy contained in his body to mobilize a portion of the spatial energy of the outside world to claim this energy shield. Although he had successfully achieved his goal, this consumed a lot of the spatial energy in his body. Chu Nan only sensed the loss of spatial energy in his body and immediately calculated that he could only maintain this state for 3 minutes and 27 seconds. Although it was much better than the first solution, it was impossible to rely on this to really make this condensation room travel between stars like a spaceship. This was not unexpected by Chu Nan. He was already mentally prepared for this conclusion before he entered the alternate space and had never arrogantly thought that he could do this alone. His goal was not to directly bring them away but to temporarily escape the enemy. Chu Nan continued to hold the condensation room with both hands and maintain the energy shield for it. After flying in a certain direction for 2 minutes, he stopped. Although he had only flown for 2 minutes, more than half of the spatial energy contained in him had been exhausted. He had to stop. Otherwise, he did not even have the ability to open the spatial wall again. After sensing the flow of the surrounding spatial energy for a while and passing through an even more detailed and complicated precise calculation in his mind, Chu Nan raised both hands. The spatial energy that originally enveloped the condensation room underwent a shocking change, and the violent spatial energy in the alternate space shook. A moment later, a powerful spatial energy shock wave appeared and enveloped Chu Nan and the condensation room. Then, they disappeared into thin air. Chu Nan's vision darkened and lit up as he felt his body lighten. The dazzling starlight shot over from the left. In front of him, a huge blue planet appeared in his vision. Seeing this planet, Chu Nan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm not lost. Chapter 888. Under the azure sky, there was no white cloud floating. The bright starlight directly illuminated the atmosphere, causing the endless seawater below to be even bluer than the sky. It was like a dazzling huge blue gem covering the entire surface of the planet. There was only a gentle breeze on the sea, and not even waves could be raised. Countless seabirds of different appearances soared in the air. Occasionally, fish would jump out from the sea below, unable to endure the loneliness. They brought about a wave of cool seawater that was illuminated by the light of the star and reflected 7-colored light. It was a good day. However, this quiet and peaceful atmosphere was suddenly broken. The atmosphere in the sky was suddenly broken by something, and an obvious hole was revealed. A moment later, a huge fireball smashed down from the sky with an extremely ferocious aura. In the blink of an eye, it had already cut through the distant distance between the sky and the sea, scaring the birds in the air and the fish and rats jumping on the sea into fleeing and avoiding it far away. However, just as this huge fireball was about to smash into the sea, it suddenly slowed down very clearly. In the end, it actually stopped on the sea and floated in midair. The air around it that was burned because of its rapid speed instantly disappeared after a strange fluctuation flashed past, revealing its true appearance. It was a huge metal box with an irregular appearance and thousands of holes on its surface. It looked like it was about to collapse at any time. What was even stranger was that under this huge metal box, a person raised his hands and actually relied on his own strength to lift the metal box and float in the air. It's actually a pleasant planet. My luck is not bad. Chu Nan looked around and nodded in satisfaction. He had already observed this planet before he fought Master Ro. However, he did not know if this planet was a pleasant planet at that time, so there was a certain gambling nature. Now that he discovered that the water content on this planet was surprisingly high and he did not even see much land in space, he was immediately relieved. After taking a deep breath and confirming that the air on this planet was even fresher than his home planet and definitely did not contain any poisonous gas, Chu Nan's figure moved and he flew to the right with the huge condensation room before landing on a small island that he had already observed in the air. As soon as he landed, Chu Nan immediately placed the condensation room on the ground and slapped out. The star cloud in his body circulated and the spatial energy around him condensed into a special high-frequency vibration state under his control. Crack! This condensation room that could block the explosion of the spaceship without any injuries and could still last for a short period of time under the violent energy impact of the alternate space was slapped open by him. Chu Nan entered the cave and looked around before immediately frowning. As expected, after losing the energy supply of the spaceship, this condensation room could no longer maintain its previous state. Many traces of liquid had already seeped out of the surrounding beehive-like grids. It seemed that the ice used to condense Tiago and the others had already begun to melt. When he thought of Tiago, Chu Nan discovered that regardless of whether it was him or the first girl to be saved, they had already disappeared. The 2 grids that imprisoned them had already closed again. It seemed that they had been captured again in the short period of time Chu Nan broke out. Chu Nan helplessly shook his head, but he did not dare to waste any more time. He rushed over and slapped open the metal doors outside the grid one by one. He dragged out the huge ice cubes in every grid and placed them side by side on the beach of the island outside. All the grids opened and all the ice that froze people was dragged out. Chu Nan silently counted and discovered that there were a total of 27 ice cubes. There were also 27 people frozen inside, including Tiago and the girl. If he included himself, there should be 28. Where did Jigs capture so many people? Moreover, why did he and that guy called Ro capture so many people? Questions arose in Chu Nan's mind, but he did not have the time to think deeply. He squatted down and first found the ice that froze the girl and Tiago. He followed the previous attempt to wake them up. The 2 of them woke up again and were surprised to see Chu Nan again. After seeing the surrounding environment, they were even more surprised. They wanted to ask Chu Nan what was going on, but because of the language barrier, they could not explain it clearly. Chu Nan did not have the time to explain to them and slapped away the remaining 25 ice cubes. Just like saving the girl and Tiago, he used the flame of life and the goddess song cultivation method to recover. Before he was saved, these guys looked like dried corpses like the girl and Tiago. However, after letting them recover, Chu Nan discovered that although these 25 people were different in the description, they were all young people similar to him. Among them, there were men and women, 12 men, and 13 women. This discovery made him feel even stranger. Clearly, Jigs and Ro had deliberately chosen this. Not only did they choose young people, but they also chose men and women. What was their goal? After these 25 young men and women were saved, their reactions were similar. Basically, they expressed great surprise at the environment they were in and were clearly wary of Chu Nan who had saved them. After recovering, everyone dispersed and occupied a small area to be wary of each other. Looking at everyone's reaction, Chu Nan chuckled and pointed at himself before pointing at everyone. Everyone looked down in confusion in the direction Chu Nan was pointing, and immediately, screams sounded. It turned out that they were originally naked when they were frozen in the ice. Although their bodies had returned to normal under Chu Nan's rescue, their clothes could not recover and they were still naked. It was one thing for the young men, but those girls basically looked a little panicked or even frightened. To them, it seemed that their current naked state made them feel even more uneasy than being in their current environment. Chu Nan shook his head. The current him was already used to this state and did not even have the slightest embarrassment. He turned to look at Tiago and saw that he was also covering his lower body with an embarrassed expression. Chu Nan smiled and gestured at him, indicating for him to wait here with these people. Then, without caring if Tiago understood his meaning, he tapped his feet and soared into the sky. Chapter 889. In the silent cosmic space, a strange spatial vibration suddenly appeared. A moment later, a figure suddenly appeared from the center of the vibration. It was Chu Nan. As soon as he jumped out of the alternate space, a metal fragment smashed toward his face. Chu Nan muttered and reached out to grab this fragment. He held it in his hand and looked at it before touching it. However, he did not find much information and could only casually throw it away. He looked around and opened his senses. A moment later, he confirmed that he was not in the wrong place. This cosmic space should be the space where Jig's spaceship exploded. However, more than an hour had passed since the explosion. Now, peace had already returned to this cosmic space. The only difference was that various remains were floating everywhere, and there were even many corpses. Chu Nan slowly flew in this space filled with the remains of the spaceship. As long as he touched the corpse, he stopped and took off the personal terminal on the corpse's arm before putting it in a pocket he had picked up. After collecting 32 personal terminals, Chu Nan had already completely investigated this space area. He was certain that Jigs's corpse was not among them, so there was naturally no corpse of that Master Row. If the remains of all the spaceships were pieced together in his mind, it was clearly not enough to form a complete spaceship. It was also obvious that there was a very important area missing. From this point, it could be deduced that after the spaceship exploded, Jiggs should have activated the emergency measures of the spaceship and brought most of his subordinates out of danger. As for where he and Master Row were now, Chu Nan could not deduce. It seems that I'm not completely out of danger. Chu Nan shook his head. After confirming that he did not miss anything, the star cloud in his body circulated and divided a portion of his energy to protect the personal terminal in the bag. Then, he opened the spatial wall and entered the alternate space again. 10 minutes later, Chu Nan appeared above the planet that was almost covered by the sea again and landed on the island. As soon as he flew close, he saw two figures shuttling back and forth in the air above the island. From time to time, they would ruthlessly collide, erupting with bright color light. He could even sense the fluctuation of spatial energy. Damn, we've only walked for a short while. Why are they fighting? Chu Nan frowned and could not be bothered to pay attention to the two of them as he landed on the island. Looking around, he discovered that other than Tiago, the girl he had saved first, and the other three women and a man, he could not see anyone else. Chu Nan frowned. When he saw Tiago and the girl welcome him, he took out two personal terminals from his pocket and threw them. Although his personal terminal would not accept the use of others after receiving a personal lock, this restriction of not accepting the use of others only prevented others from coming into contact with the personal information on this personal terminal. If he took it off and let it enter a safe mode, the basic functions could still be used. For example, the most basic but most important real-time translation function. After Tiago and the girl brought their personal terminals, Chu Nan immediately pointed at the sky and asked, "What's wrong with these two fellows?" Tiago glanced at the personal terminal in his hand, adjusted it, and opened his mouth. Chu Nan, can you understand me? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. Alright, if you don't understand why I brought these things back, cut the crap. Tell me why these two fellows suddenly fought. Where are the others? Where did they go? After confirming that he and Chu Nan could communicate normally, Tiago revealed a happy expression. He raised his head to look at the two people who were still fighting in the sky and smiled bitterly before shaking his head. I'm not too sure. They entered the island separately just now and should be looking for some resources. Then, these two fellows fought. Is there something wrong? There's still internal strife under such circumstances. Chu Nan was very disdainful. He turned to look at the girl and glanced at her from head to toe before looking at Tiago. He discovered that the two of them had already found a few leaves and woven them together to block important parts of their bodies. They looked like primitive people and could not help but laugh. Heh, you adapted quite quickly. Tiago blushed slightly. The girl smiled at Chu Nan generously and reached out to take out a grass skirt woven from leaves and branches from behind and handed it to him. Hello, your name is Chu Nan, right? Thank you for saving me. Here, I made this up at the last minute. I wonder if you like it. Chu Nan laughed and reached out to take the grass skirt. He was surprised to discover that although this grass skirt only used leaves and branches, the weaving technique was very exquisite and looked very exquisite. Your skills are not bad. Chu Nan praised. As he wrapped a grass skirt around his waist, he asked the girl, "What's your name? Where did you come from? I haven't seen you in the competition. You should be different from me and Tiago. You weren't captured in the competition, right?" The girl rolled her eyes. "My name is Okiya, and I'm from Toledo. You're talking about the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition, right? I know about this competition, but I didn't participate. Because I didn't join the Martial Arts Academy, I'm not qualified to participate in the competition." Toledo. Chu Nan and Tiago looked at each other and nodded. "My opponent in a previous competition is from your Toledo Republic's Mensk Academy. His name is Salemo. Do you know this name?" Okiya smiled. Salemo is a very famous genius in Artillide Republic. He lost to you, but it caused a considerable commotion in Artillide Republic. Chu Nan was stunned. You know me? Of course. Okiya nodded. Chu Nan, you defeated the geniuses of so many countries in the competition and are very famous. Aren't I still captured now? Chu Nan shrugged. But you saved us all, right? Okiya smiled at Chu Nan without any sign of danger. I don't dare to say it now. We're still far from being out of danger. Chu Nan raised his head and looked at the two figures in the sky with a frown. Moreover, there are idiots like them. Let them fight. When they have no strength, they'll naturally stop. Tiago did not mind. No, there's not that much time for them to waste. Chu Nan shook his head. Without any action, his body had already flown into the air and directly invaded the area where the two of them were fighting. He happened to face the palm of one of them and sneered before slapping out. Chapter 890. 2 minutes later. Boom, boom. Two figures fell from the sky and smashed two huge pits in the beach of the island. Countless sand and dust flew everywhere, smashing Tiago, Okiya, and the other three women and a man not far away. The powerful force brought about by the sand made their naked bodies hurt. However, at this moment, they could not care less about the pain in their bodies and could not even be bothered to pay attention to the sand on their faces. They only blinked and stared at the sky in disbelief as they blankly watched Chu Nan slowly land. When Chu Nan flew into the sky and participated in the battle between the two void break martial artists, they did not understand what he wanted to do. However, now that they saw this result, everyone was stunned. In just 2 minutes, Chu Nan had actually defeated those two fellows. This was too ridiculous. Among these people, Tiago's reaction was the calmest. After all, he had already personally seen Chu Nan's strength in the Orion Arm Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition and knew that he had successfully condensed a star cloud. His strength was naturally not something ordinary void break martial artists could compare to. However, even he did not expect Chu Nan to resolve it so easily. The two void break martial artists who were not much weaker than him were simply like children in front of Chu Nan. Tiago could not help but recall the evaluation of Chu Nan in the media. In the few competitions Chu Nan participated in, his opponents did not last more than 5 minutes before being defeated. According to the media's analysis, this was not because those opponents were strong enough to last 5 minutes after Chu Nan accepted them, but because he had deliberately gone easy on them. Otherwise, it was impossible for Chu Nan to immediately defeat his opponent and win every match in 1 to 5 minutes. From this, it could be seen that Chu Nan's strength had actually far exceeded those levels. Before this, Tiago sneered at this statement. This was because he had already fought Chu Nan once at the space station. Although he did not fight with his full strength, he only felt that Chu Nan's strength was at most on par with his, so how could he crush those other opponents? However, later on, he condensed a star cloud in public and made Tiago understand that Chu Nan's strength had indeed far surpassed his. After all, being able to successfully condense a star cloud proved that Chu Nan had already stepped into the ranks of the Heaven Control Realm and was on a completely different level from void break martial artists like them. However, he still did not expect Chu Nan's strength to surpass them so much. Seeing Chu Nan's feet land on the beach, Tiago could not help but swallow his saliva. Then, he glanced at the two young martial artists who had been deeply slapped into the beach by Chu Nan and thought to himself that if he were to attack, not to mention easily dealing with these two people, he would not even be confident in winning. From the situation of the two of them fighting previously, their strength had at least reached the level of a third-stage void break martial artist, not much inferior to him. Compared to him, Okiya's reaction was much more direct. When she saw Chu Nan land, Okiya cried out in surprise and rushed over. She said to him in surprise, Chu Nan, you're really too powerful. Although I've seen your performance in the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition and know that you're very powerful, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Oh my god, are you really not even 20 years old this year? Are you sure you haven't had plastic surgery and are actually a good old man dozens of years old? You. Looking at the excited Okiya, Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why did this girl not see that she was such a talkative person previously? Alright, I'm not even 20 years old this year. Don't talk nonsense. Chu Nan waved his hand and turned to look at the 3 women and 1 man who were also shocked by his performance. He took out 4 personal terminals from his pocket and threw them over, gesturing for them to bring them. Then, he ignored the 4 of them and came to the 2 deep pits on the beach to pull out the 2 fellows he had slapped in. These 2 fellows had already been heavily injured by him and had long lost all their ability to resist. However, Chu Nan did not plan to take their lives, so he heavily injured them and did not even make them faint. After casually throwing the 2 of them on the beach and placing them side by side, Chu Nan squatted down and stretched out his hands to press on their chests under the curious gazes of Tiago, Okiya, and the other 3 women and a man. A moment later, the milky white light that represented the flame of life and the light green aura that represented the goddess song enveloped the 2 of them. The serious injuries on their bodies that Chu Nan had beaten up quickly healed and it did not take long for them to recover completely. The 2 of them sat up at the same time and looked at Chu Nan with anger and hostility. They were filled with vigilance, but they did not have the intention to attack. Instead, they could not help but look at him with fear. Although the battle with Chu Nan had been extremely short, he had already shocked them greatly. Facing Chu Nan, they were almost unable to resist effectively and were heavily injured without any strength to fight back. What frightened them even more was that not only could Chu Nan heavily injure them, he also had such a magical method to quickly recover from their serious injuries. Looking at their gazes, Chu Nan did not say anything. He first took out 2 personal terminals and threw them to them. After the 2 of them put them on and adjusted them, he sneered, "Don't the 2 of you know your current situation? You're actually in the mood to fight at a time like this." The two of them looked at each other and grunted at the same time. They turned around and the taller person on the right said with a dark expression, "What do the two of us do have to do with you?" "Oh." Chu Nan raised his eyebrows and sneered, "To be honest, it's indeed none of my business. However, I finally saved you from those guys and am unwilling to see you die like this. Otherwise, wouldn't it mean that my previous efforts were in vain?" Hearing Chu Nan say that he had saved them, their expressions changed slightly but they did not refute. They were all geniuses on the Orion arm and were not fools. One only needed to think for a moment to know what had happened. They should have been grabbed and lost consciousness, but they had appeared here intact. Although they were not sure if it was Chu Nan's credit alone, it should be related to him. Moreover, they did not understand the surrounding environment at all. Most importantly, Chu Nan's strength was indeed much stronger than theirs. There was a reason why martial artists were always fist-sized, so they naturally did not dare to refute. However, even so, the tall man was still a little unconvinced. He raised his head and retorted, "You speak as if we're dead without you." After saying that, he tapped his feet and soared into the sky. Then, he flew towards the depths of the vast sea outside the island at high speed. Before long, he became only a small black dot. Seeing him fly away, Chu Nan did not stop him. He only shook his head and looked at the remaining person. "What, do you plan to leave alone like him?" Chapter 891. The remaining person was slightly short and chubby. His face was round and he looked like a kind little fatty. It was unknown why he had a conflict with the previous person and even fought. Hearing Chu Nan's question, he glanced in the direction that person left and shook his head. He suddenly asked, "Is our current situation very bad?" Chu Nan was a little surprised. This little fatty was quite calm. From his performance, the previous conflict was probably because of that guy. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. "It's very bad. At this point, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up into the depths of the island. When the three of them saw Chu Nan's expression change, they could not help but curiously follow his gaze and immediately reveal surprised expressions. Although their strength was inferior to Chu Nan, they were all outstanding young geniuses from all over the world. The weakest of them had already reached the level of a third-stage void break martial artist, so their perception of spatial energy was definitely not weak. Just now, they had sensed an extremely terrifying spatial energy fluctuation coming from the forest deep in the island. In the next moment, a furious roar sounded from the depths of the island. Roar! The entire island seemed to have been shaken by this roar. Even the beach under their feet shook violently, and the sand on the ground shook continuously like a boiling pot of oil. In the depths of the island, there was originally a dense forest covering it. Now that the roar sounded, it was as if an extremely violent hurricane had swept up from the center of the island. Countless trees fell out, looking like an explosion had happened in the center of the island. Just as everyone was surprised and uncertain, several figures suddenly flew up from the center of the island. Then, a huge figure below soared into the air. A moment later, it covered the sky like a dark cloud and blocked the light of all the stars in the sky, enveloping the entire island in a huge shadow. Among the figures who had flown up previously, the last one had nowhere to dodge and was enveloped by the shadows. A moment later, he heard an extremely miserable scream, causing his hair to stand on end. What monster is this? At this moment, the little fatty could not be bothered to ask Chu Nan why the situation was bad. He turned around and saw the huge shadow attacking. Even with his powerful strength as a third-stage void break martial artist, he was shocked and his face instantly turned pale. Even his legs could not help but tremble slightly. It was not because of the trembling of the ground, but because of the fear in his heart. Not only had he never seen such a terrifying monster, he had never even heard of it. Those people were the ones who came in to collect resources previously. Tiago pointed at the figures still fleeing in the sky and said, "What monster did they provoke?" However, no one replied to his question. He turned around and discovered that Chu Nan, who had been beside him earlier, had already disappeared. Turning around again, he saw that a figure emitting a black aura had already flown into the air. However, he was not flying into the distance, but towards the black shadow that covered the entire sky. Chu Nan. As a peak 4th stage void break martial artist who had come into contact with the star cloud formation, Tiago's vision naturally far exceeded ordinary people's. He could tell at a glance that the figure was Chu Nan. This guy. No way. Seeing that Chu Nan had already flown close to the huge shadow, Tiago revealed a shocked expression. Although he agreed that Chu Nan's strength surpassed his, that monster was clearly not an ordinary monster. Wasn't Chu Nan courting death by rushing forward with his strength? As if responding to his thoughts, Chu Nan had already flown below the monster and slapped it. Bang! An extremely muffled sound spread throughout the entire island, proving how shocking the force of Chu Nan's palm was. However, the monster only twisted its body as if it had been tickled by Chu Nan. In the next moment, a tentacle stretched out from under it and heavily slapped Chu Nan's body, sending him flying. He immediately flew back as if nothing had happened and slapped the bottom of the monster's huge body. Bang! This time, the muffled sound was even louder than before. The monster's huge body twisted much more, causing the shadows in the sky to distort. The monster seemed to be in pain from Chu Nan's palm and roared again. Roar! Accompanied by this furious roar, countless tentacles suddenly stretched out from the monster's huge body and heavily surrounded Chu Nan from all directions, not giving him any room to dodge. At some point, they tied him up tightly. Then, a huge mouth suddenly opened under the huge body and countless tentacles tied Chu Nan up and entered his mouth. A moment later, several tentacles retracted and the huge mouth below disappeared. As for Chu Nan, he also disappeared. Tiago looked at the huge shadow in the sky in shock and felt a chill. What kind of monster was this? Chu Nan, who was stronger than him, was actually swallowed in 2 exchanges. Although he could not recognize what this monster was, Tiago knew very well that since even Chu Nan was easily dealt with by this monster, it was impossible for him to defeat it. Seeing that the figures that had flown out had already flown above his head while Chu Nan was entangled with the monster, Tiago moved his feet and immediately had the thought of turning around to escape. If he stayed on this island, he would only be swallowed by that terrifying monster. Beside him, the little fatty clearly had the same thought as Tiago, and his movements were even faster. At this moment, he had already flown into the air. Only Okiya stood on the spot, still looking in the direction of the monster. Tiago thought that she was stunned. When he recalled that after he was woken up by Chu Nan for the first time and the first person he saw when he woke up on the island, other than him, was Okiya, his heart stirred and he went up to grab her arm. "Leave quickly, otherwise, it'll be too late." However, her feet did not move at all. Instead, she grabbed Tiago. "We have to save him, otherwise, he's dead." Tiago was stunned. Save who? Of course it's to save Chu Nan. Okiya shouted, "Didn't you see? He was eaten by that monster. We have to save him." Tiago was stunned before he berated loudly, "Are you crazy? That monster swallowed Chu Nan in 2 moves. What's the use of the 2 of us going to die? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we'll be swallowed later." However, Okiya glared at Tiago angrily. "Chu Nan saved us, so how can we abandon him now?" "You." Tiago looked back and discovered that the monster was already flying in this direction. He could not be bothered to persuade Okiya anymore and flew up. As soon as he flew to the same height as the little fatty and gathered with the figures who had escaped previously, Tiago suddenly discovered that the monster that had almost covered the entire sky of the island suddenly twisted violently. Its huge and flat body was completely twisted like a happy rag. At the same time, countless hands stretched out from its body and twisted wildly. Everyone immediately forgot to escape and looked at the monster's abnormality in shock. This monster seemed to be in pain. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, another muffled sound sounded from the monster's body. Then, a huge crack suddenly opened below the monster. Countless blood-like liquids mixed with countless fragments sprayed out from Lai's mouth. Among those jets, a figure left and flew toward Tiago and the others. There seemed to be another figure on that figure's arm. A moment later, he had already flown into the sky and appeared in front of Tiago and the others. "Heh, what are you doing? Are you preparing to escape?" Chapter 892. Although this figure was filled from head to toe with thick mucus, red, white, black, all kinds of colors mixed together, like blood mixed with a pile of internal fragments. Not only could people not see its face clearly, but they even wanted to stay away from it just by smelling it. Tiago and Okiya immediately heard from the voice that this figure was Chu Nan. "That's great. Chu Nan, you're not dead." Okiya cried out in surprise and flew up from below. However, she was immediately sent flying by the pungent smell coming from Chu Nan's body. She waved her hand and pinched her nose with an ugly expression. "It smells so bad." Smells bad." The figure that should be Chu Nan was stunned. Then, he lowered his head and sniffed hard before retching. Then, he hugged the other figure in his arms and flew forward before diving into the blue seawater. Looking at the resources mixed with various ugly colors spread out on the sea, Tiago and the people in the sky looked at each other. Wasn't this guy swallowed by the monster? How did he come out? A moment later, a milky white light suddenly seeped out from under the stained sea, mixed with a light green aura. Those stains seemed to have been purified by these lights. They gradually faded and returned to the blue of the sea. After a while, the light faded and 2 figures soared into the sky from the sea with a bang. At this moment, the grass skirt that Chu Nan had carefully woven had already disappeared, allowing him to return to his naked state. Not only that, he was also hugging a young girl tightly on his arm. She was also naked and her posture looked extremely ambiguous. However, what was completely incompatible with this ambiguous posture was the girl's confused expression. Her expression was stunned as she turned her head slightly and looked around. Her gaze swept past the faces of Tiago and the others not far away before she turned to look at Chu Nan. In the end, she lowered her head to look at herself and, "Ah!" The girl let out a scream and a thick green aura suddenly erupted from her body. Chu Nan, who was originally hugging her, immediately seemed to have suffered a huge impact and his entire body was instantly sent flying. He heavily smashed into the sea and brought about a wave of seawater. However, after suddenly losing Chu Nan's support, the girl suddenly lost the strength to continue flying in the sky and also fell to the sea. However, her martial technique was clearly not weak. A moment later, she had already recovered. A thick green aura surrounded her body and she instantly stabilized herself and floated in the air. At #yin.% and as the girl desperately protected her vital points, she quickly spat out a sentence in fear. At this moment, Chu Nan emerged from the sea and happened to hear the girl's question. He touched his body and originally planned to take out another personal terminal and throw it to her, but he discovered that he was naked. Only then did he remember that in order to save this girl, he had deliberately let the monster swallow him. In the end, after entering the monster's stomach, not only was the grass skirt given to him by Okiya completely corroded by the body fluid in the monster's body, the bag containing the personal terminal had fallen somewhere. Damn, it's not easy to obtain. I can't lose it like this. Chu Nan cursed in his mind before shouting at her in midair, "Hey, Okiya, explain the current situation to her and those guys. I'll go find something." After saying that, he flew up again and flew towards the monster at high speed. Although a huge crack had been opened under the monster's body by Chu Nan and its injuries looked extremely serious, to its huge body, this wound could not be completely fatal. a high-level ferocious beast like it already had a certain amount of intelligence. After suffering a huge loss under Chu Nan, it knew that it was not his match. At this moment, it did not pursue and instead flew into the distance. However, it was already heavily injured. Coupled with its huge body and flying speed, how could it escape? In the blink of an eye, Chu Nan caught up. Okiya, Tiago, and the others watched as Chu Nan instantly caught up to the monster and entered the huge wound below the monster to disappear. They were all dumbfounded. This guy had finally escaped with great difficulty. Could it be that he was going to die again? Okiya was the first to react. Chu Nan could survive in that situation earlier, so how could he be courting death now? Although she did not know what Chu Nan wanted to do, when she recalled his instructions, she flew to the girl who had been saved by him and raised her hand. As if by magic, she took out 2 grass skirts and handed them to the girl. Here, put it on first. The girl glanced at Okiya suspiciously. In the end, she could not resist the temptation to put on her clothes again and took the grass skirt from her to put it on. Although it was extremely simple, it barely covered important parts. This made her feel much more at ease and she asked, #yen% at #and. Alright, I don't understand what you're saying. Listen to me. Okiya waved her hand and stopped her with a smile. Then, she did not only face her alone. Instead, she turned around slightly and looked at the people who had escaped before shouting, "The current situation is like this, Chu Nan." In fact, she did not know much about the current situation, but after all, she had been saved by Chu Nan and was the first to wake up. She had even come into contact with him and knew much more about the current situation than others. These people were originally genius martial artists from all over the world. Although they were not all knowledgeable people, they were talented and smart, so it was relatively easy for them to accept the current situation. Under her explanation, everyone quickly understood their current environment. However, no one knew what was going on with the very bad situation that Chu Nan had told the little fatty. That's what Chu Nan said. Perhaps he has some clues. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, Okiya spread out her hands and looked in the direction of the monster in the distance. The others also looked over. Chu Nan had already entered the monster's body for so long, so why was there no movement? Could it be that he had really been swallowed by the monster this time? Just as everyone revealed puzzled and uneasy expressions, the monster suddenly roared again. Roar! This roar was much louder than the previous few. Moreover, it was obvious that the voice was mixed with endless pain. It seemed that this monster was enduring great pain. A moment later, mucus mixed with blood and body fluid suddenly sprayed out of the monster's huge and flat body like a fountain. A figure flew out. Chapter 893. This time, there was no need to guess. Everyone knew that this figure was definitely Chu Nan. However, this time, Chu Nan did not fly to everyone's side. Instead, he dove into the sea. Then, the seawater suddenly shook and rolled violently, as if it had suddenly boiled. After this lasted for a while, the sea rumbled. Chu Nan flew up and his entire body had completely recovered to a clean and refreshing state. Not only could he not see any mucus, but he also could not even see any stains. Everyone watched in surprise as he flew over. Just as she was about to ask, Chu Nan raised his hand and threw a personal terminal over. Okiya, let her bring this. Then, Chu Nan's gaze swept past the others and discovered that other than the guy who had run away alone, the remaining 14 women, 12 men, and a total of 26 people were all there. He nodded and sent out the personal terminals he had found in the stomach of the monster. After everyone brought their personal terminals and adjusted them, Chu Nan asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Very good. It seems that these personal terminals are indeed worthy of being produced by the Nottem Chamber of Commerce. The quality is indeed too high. Chu Nan nodded in satisfaction and raised his voice slightly. "Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chu Nan, and I'm from the Earth Federation." When they heard Chu Nan say that he was from the Earth Federation, other than Tiago and Okiya, only 2 of the remaining 24 people revealed strange expressions. The other 22 people were puzzled. Clearly, they had never heard of the Earth Federation. Chu Nan could only smile bitterly and think to himself that the Earth Federation was really a small country that was not famous. Perhaps you haven't heard of the Earth Federation and don't know who I am, but this doesn't matter. I just want to tell you what's going on. At this point, Chu Nan raised the personal terminal in his hand. I snatched these personal terminals from the guys who grabbed us previously, so we can't use all the functions of these personal terminals now. However, have you discovered a problem? Everyone looked at each other. The little fatty from before frowned and asked, "What's the problem?" "These personal terminals can't connect to the Milky Way network now," Chu Nan replied. Hearing this answer, everyone immediately lowered their heads to look at the personal terminal on their wrists. When they discovered that it was indeed not connected to the Milky Way network, their expressions immediately became strange. Chu Nan continued, "I believe everyone knows that even if the personal terminal has not been personally verified, it can still connect to the Milky Way network and use the basic functions of the Milky Way network. There's only one situation where it won't work, and that is..." At this point, Chu Nan paused and his expression became even more serious. "It's very likely that we're in the Perseus arm now." Everyone immediately looked at each other, but they were not surprised. The personal terminal and the Milky Way network were both invented by the Nottem Chamber of Commerce and vigorously promoted in the entire Milky Way. On the Sagittarius arm controlled by the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, these two things were naturally extremely popular. On the Orion arm, because of the good cooperative relationship between the Nottem Chamber of Commerce and the various countries on the Orion arm, these two things were also popularized. Basically, all the interstellar countries that had stepped into the Milky Way civilization would promote these two things, even young countries like the Earth Federation. However, on the Perseus arm controlled by the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance, because of the closed-door cultivation policy that the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance had always implemented, although they had accepted the two technologies, the Milky Way network and the personal terminal, they removed the entire Perseus arm from the Milky Way network and did not allow the other two spiral arms to be connected. According to a traditional saying, the Milky Way network on the Perseus arm was simply a local area network, although this local area was relatively large. When using his personal terminal, regardless of whether it was in the Orion arm or the Sagittarius arm, it was very convenient to connect to the Milky Way network. Even if Chu Nan snatched a personal terminal that could not pass personal verification from someone else's corpse, he could still use the basic functions of the Milky Way network. Now, they could not access the Milky Way network at all. That's not necessarily true, right? The little fatty retorted, perhaps the planet we're on now is a very remote rural planet and is not connected to the Milky Way network. The people beside the little fatty nodded lightly. The situation that the little fatty mentioned was also possible. Be it the Orion arm or the Sagittarius arm that was completely controlled by the Noctem Chamber of Commerce, there were places that were temporarily not connected to the Milky Way network because they were too remote. This was not strange. No, it's a pity that this planet is not a remote rural planet because it's not far from the interplanetary channel. Chu Nan shook his head. How do you know? This time, it was another tall and burly young man with golden hair who frowned and asked. Because when I saved you previously, I was on a spaceship that was sailing in the positive space universe, Chu Nan replied. Hearing Chu Nan's explanation, everyone fell silent. Chu Nan was right. If this spaceship was on a positive space cosmic voyage, it proved that he was either preparing to head to the next Stargate or was about to reach the target planet or the target space station. Be it that explanation, it proved that they were not far from the interplanetary channel where the spaceship was because it was impossible for Chu Nan to fly too far with such a large group of people. Now that they were not far from the interplanetary channel, they should definitely be in the area covered by the Milky Way network. However, the personal terminals on their wrists could not be connected to the Milky Way network, so there was only a reasonable explanation. They were in the Perseus arm. Thinking of this, everyone immediately frowned with gloomy expressions. The Perseus arm was under the control of the Arahawana Military Treaty Alliance and had always been xenophobic. It would be a problem for people like them from the Orion arm to live normally here. Most importantly, they could not access the Milky Way network now and did not have anything on them. They could not contact others at all. How could they return to the Orion arm and their country from here? Just as everyone frowned in thought, a voice suddenly sounded. There's a problem. Chu Nan, you just said that you saved us from the spaceship that's currently sailing the positive space universe. Then, how did you bring us to this planet? I don't see any spaceships. Hearing this question, everyone's gazes focused on Chu Nan. That's right, how did he do it? Chapter 894. Chu Nan pointed at the condensation room abandoned on the beach. I pushed you over. Everyone turned around and saw that the outside of the huge metal box-like condensation room was already filled with holes. There was also a shocking gap. No matter how they looked at it, it did not look like a facility that could allow people to survive inside. You mean, we were all in here previously, and you snatched us from that spaceship and flew us over from space? The little fatty asked in surprise, how is this possible? Not to mention how you snatched us from the people who captured us, how did you fly so far into space? Because I've successfully condensed a star cloud and am already a heaven control martial artist. Chu Nan shrugged and replied with a relaxed expression. Ah. Apart from Okiya and Tiago, the others were even more surprised. You've actually successfully condensed a star cloud and broken through to the heaven control realm. The little fatty was shocked. This is too impossible. You don't look older than us. This is the truth. Before Chu Nan could answer, Tiago sighed and replied, Chu Nan has indeed successfully condensed a star cloud. This is a fact that many people saw with their own eyes. However, I didn't expect him to break through to the heaven control realm so easily and even do such a thing. Yes. Didn't you guys watch the Martial Arts Academy Alliance competition? Chu Nan successfully condensed a star cloud in front of everyone. Okiya nodded forcefully with an excited expression. Although I've heard of a super genius who could become a heaven control expert at a young age, this is the first time I'm seeing one in person. Hearing Tiago and Okiya agree with Chu Nan's words at the same time, everyone's gazes toward him instantly changed. Among martial artists, the only standard that determined status was strength. They originally thought that since Chu Nan was from an inconspicuous small country like the Earth Federation that no one had heard of, his strength would definitely be limited and he would at most be a void-break martial artist similar to them. They did not expect his strength to be so shocking. With powerful strength as the foundation, they immediately took Chu Nan's words even more seriously. Alright, now is not the time to discuss my strength. Chu Nan waved his hand. In comparison, you should pay more attention to another problem. Not only is it very likely that we're in the Perseus arm, but there's also a very important problem. The planet we're on is a planet without human civilization. Do you understand what I mean? Everyone was stunned. No way. A young girl looked around in surprise. The air and water resources on this planet are so abundant. Clearly, it's very suitable for humans to live in. How can there be no human civilization? That's right. We're all alive and well here. It's impossible for no one else to live on this planet, right? Another person replied. Yes, I think so too. Everyone discussed animatedly, all indicating that since they could survive on this planet, it should be impossible for human civilization to not appear. Even if there was no primitive human civilization on this planet, according to Chu Nan, this planet was not far from the interplanetary channel of the spaceship and should have been discovered. Since he had been discovered, how could he let go of such a rare habitable planet so easily? This is the truth. Chu Nan interrupted everyone's discussion. I've searched this planet previously and did not find any traces of human civilization. Therefore, we don't have to expect to obtain the help of other human civilizations here, let alone come into contact with interstellar civilization countries. Although everyone still had some doubts about Chu Nan's words, they could not help but frown. If what you say is true. The little fatty's thin eyebrows frowned into two caterpillars. Doesn't that mean we can't return? Everyone looked at each other. The little fatty was right. Although they were all powerful martial artists at the Void Break realm, they could not fly in the universe with their bodies, let alone pass through the Stargate with their bodies. If they wanted to complete the interstellar travel and return to their country on the Orion Arm from here, they could only take a spaceship. However, if there were no interstellar civilization countries on this planet, where could they take a spaceship? That's not necessarily true. Tiago shook his head lightly and looked at Chu Nan. Chu Nan said just now that he saved us from that spaceship, proving that this planet is not far from a normal interplanetary channel. If that's the case, it proves that there should be a Stargate near this planet, or rather, in this star system. Since there is a Stargate, other spaceships should pass by. If we can contact those passing spaceships, there's the hope of returning. Everyone looked at Chu Nan. I don't see any Stargate. Chu Nan shook his head. However, Tiago is right. There's either another planet with an interstellar civilization nearby or a Stargate. No matter what, as long as we can contact the outside world, there's hope. Before too much joy could appear on everyone's faces, Chu Nan added with a serious expression, however, you have to consider a problem. We were captured. Since those people dare to capture us here, it's very likely that this is their stronghold. We're unfamiliar with this place. If we're exposed, the spaceship that welcomes us might not be the spaceship that sends us home, but our people. The smile on everyone's faces immediately froze. Chu Nan was right. This was not the Orion arm they were familiar with, but the Perseus arm that was very mysterious to most of the other two spiral arms. It was the territory of the enemy they had captured. If they were exposed, it was obvious how those people would react. Then what should we do? The girl who had been saved by Chu Nan from the monster's stomach had finally returned to normal. However, when she heard Chu Nan's words, she thought for a moment and trembled slightly again. Can we really not return? The others had dejected expressions and frowned deeply, but they could not think of a way to escape their current predicament. Tiago frowned and asked Chu Nan, since you've already investigated clearly, you must have thought of what to do, right? Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Chu Nan looked around and nodded lightly. Actually, I can't think of much. The only thing we can do now is to wait. Of course. It's not passive waiting. Chapter 895. In the vast space, a ripple suddenly appeared from the spatial vibration. A figure appeared out of thin air and disappeared a moment later. Before long, another spatial ripple appeared in the cosmic space about 3 light minutes away from before. The figure appeared again. This time, the figure did not immediately disappear. Instead, it temporarily stopped. Chu Nan looked around and accurately compared the starry sky he saw to the starry sky he had seen previously in his mind. He quickly calculated the distance and location of his location twice and reflected it in his mind. The star cloud in his body circulated and the spatial energy around him fluctuated strangely. His figure disappeared into the positive space universe again. Before long, Chu Nan, who had only flown in the alternate space for 10 seconds, broke through the spatial wall again and returned to the positive space universe. After spending about half a second adapting to the difference between the two spaces, Chu Nan's gaze first landed on a blue planet the size of a marble far below him on the left. He confirmed that the planet should be the one he had brought Tiago and the others to. After confirming the location of this planet, Chu Nan turned around and took in the scene of the surrounding starry sky. Then, he memorized this starry sky map and carefully compared it to the 307 starry sky maps he had stored previously. With his powerful AI-like brain, he quickly included the starry sky he had already investigated through these 308 star diagrams, forming a completed 3-dimensional star diagram. What he was doing now was simply exploring the map. If he wanted to rely on the clues brought about by that spaceship to find another planet or Stargate that might exist in the nearby interstellar civilization, it was definitely impossible to fly in the positive space universe alone. Even if Chu Nan's flying speed in the positive space universe reached the speed of light, it would take an extremely long time for him to investigate an entire star system. Therefore, the 308 experiments Chu Nan had done in a row were to continuously pass through the spatial wall and travel in an alternate space to perform continuous spatial jumps to achieve true physical travel. In fact, he was not lost in the starry sky. The reason why those spaceships could not be lost when crossing the starry sky and accurately reaching their destination was that they were mainly jumping through fixed stargates. Furthermore, they had a complete starry sky information map and could always determine their location. Of course, Chu Nan did not have such a condition. Moreover, he was not a true star-grade martial artist and had not grasped the method to pass through the spatial wall for long. Therefore, in fact, he did not know how those star-grade martial artists passed through the alternate space completely. Now, it was impossible for him to find a star-grade martial artist to teach him what to do, so he could only use this stupid method. To continuously travel through alternate spaces to see the equally short star jumps and build a complete star map bit by bit. After these 308 experiments, not only had Chu Nan completely grasped the star map of the planet with a 5-light radius with Tiago and the others as the center, but he had also become more skilled in jumping between stars through alternate spaces. With these conditions, it meant that he had the possibility of exploring the deeper starry sky. After confirming another target and accurately arriving through the alternate space, Chu Nan calmed down and returned to the planet. As soon as he landed from the sky, he heard a few loud bangs below. Waves rolled on the sea. A few figures and a huge black shadow shuttled back and forth in the waves with a shocking momentum. Chu Nan was slightly shocked and accelerated his descent. He saw that the huge black shadow had already fallen into the sea and smashed into a huge wave. Then, it dyed a sea area red and he could not move. What's going on? Chu Nan landed beside Tiago, who was floating in midair, and asked, "Oh, Chu Nan, you're back. How is it? Do you have any clues?" Tiago asked instead of answering. "Not at the moment, but I left a personal terminal in the interplanetary channel where that spaceship flew. If other spaceships pass by, I can receive a notification." Chu Nan shook his head and pointed at the few people busy on the sea in the distance. "What are you doing?" "It's nothing. We just killed a monster in the sea. It seems that we'll be forced to stay on this planet for a period of time. We have to resolve the basic life problem first." At this point, Tiago frowned slightly. "However, I discovered a problem. We only wanted to catch a few fish in the sea to eat, but we didn't discover any ordinary sea fish. We collided with this sea beast. When we think of the huge monster you killed previously, I suspect that this sea area might be filled with such ferocious monsters." Chu Nan turned to look in the direction of the island. Previously, he had torn 2 huge wounds on the monster's body. Although it wanted to escape, it finally collapsed. Now, its huge corpse was entrenched in the center of the island, but no one, including Tiago, considered treating it as food. No matter what, with your strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to survive here, right?" Chu Nan asked. "Hey, Chu Nan, are you looking down on us so much?" Before Tiago could answer, a young man who had just hunted the huge sea beast flew over and happened to hear Chu Nan's question. He could not help but refute loudly. Chu Nan shrugged. Pinto, I don't mean to look down on you, but since you can survive here, I can investigate further away. If we can find that possible inhabited planet or stargate, we might have a way to return." The young man called Pinto was a martial artist from the Vig Republic on the Orion Arm. Although he was not even 20 years old this year according to the time on Earth, he had a powerful 4th stage Void Break Realm faction and was an extremely famous genius martial artist in the Vig Republic. This time, he was easily captured for no reason and felt very defeated. However, he was always a little unconvinced in front of Chu Nan. Hearing Chu Nan's answer, he sneered. "Chu Nan, although you can fly in space, how far can you fly? When will we go if we expect you to find another planet or stargate? In my opinion, we should properly explore this planet. Perhaps we can find some clues. This planet is so suitable for humans to live on. I don't believe the countries on the Perseus arm will let it go easily." Chapter 896. This point of view that Pinto spoke of also received a lot of approval from these people. In theory, such an outstanding planet with an outstanding natural environment should not have been given up by those interstellar civilization countries just like that. It would have been fine if it was an undiscovered planet, but there was clearly an interplanetary channel near this planet. However, Chu Nan sneered at this thought because he had already spent an hour roughly exploring the entire planet when he returned to get those personal terminals. After confirming that there were no traces of human civilization on this planet, let alone high-tech civilization, he had long known that it was basically impossible to rely on the power of this planet to escape. However, he could not be bothered to refute Pinto's words, because he knew very well that these guys were all genius martial artists from the various countries on the Orion Arm. To be able to possess such powerful strength at such a young age, every one of them was extremely opinionated and had a personality. Moreover, they were confident in themselves, so it was very difficult to convince them with words. Chu Nan did not expect these guys to listen to him, just like the guy who left previously. If they were unwilling, they could save themselves. Although he wanted to help everyone escape, if anyone was unwilling to listen to him, he could not be bothered. He nodded at Tiago and glanced at him before turning around to fly back to the island. At this moment, the girls had already built a simple camp on the island with tree branches and other materials. They had also built a fire and seemed to be prepared to camp here. Seeing Chu Nan fly over, Okiya happily welcomed him. Chu Nan, have you found a way back? How can it be that easy?" Chu Nan shook his head and glanced at the surrounding situation. He discovered that even if there were only more than 20 people, they had clearly been divided into a few groups. Tiago and the girl called Sangshan, who he had saved from the stomach of the monster, were now gathered together. The others were gathered in 2s and 3s, or they were simply alone. This way, they were separated. Clearly, they did not have any intention of dividing up the work. Seeing this scene, Chu Nan shook his head. These guys were already in such a situation, but they were still unwilling to cooperate with all their might. Did they really think that they were all genius martial artists and were not afraid of everything? He turned to look at Okiya and said seriously, "Okiya, do you believe me?" Okiya was stunned. Her eyes darted around and her gaze swept past the others on the beach. She then glanced at Pinto and the others who were struggling to drag the huge sea beast back in the distance and revealed a brilliant smile to Chu Nan. "Yes, you're the first person to save me. Of course, I believe you. Alright, if you believe me, it's best not to run around. This planet is a little strange and there might be great danger hidden. Just wait for my news patiently here." "Alright, no problem." Okiya nodded readily. "However, how long will it take you to return?" "Perhaps. If there are clues in this star system, I can bring back good news in 3 days at the earliest. However, if there are none. Alright, even if there are none, I'll come back in 3 days and tell you the next step, Chu Nan said. Alright, I'll wait for you. Okiya's personality was as straightforward as her appearance, and her answer was very straightforward, surprising Chu Nan. Under such circumstances, it was really unexpected that there was actually someone who trusted him so much. He turned to look at Pinto and the others and frowned. He opened his mouth to exhort them, but he did not say anything. He only gently patted her shoulder and tapped his feet before flying into the sky again. A moment later, he completely disappeared from everyone's vision. Seeing Chu Nan fly away again, Pinto flew over and asked, "What did that kid say to you?" Okiya glared at him. "What does it have to do with you?" Pinto raised his eyebrows and wanted to be angry, but he discovered that Tiago was also flying over. He sneered and left. Tiago landed beside her and frowned as he glanced at Pinto's departing figure. He raised his head to look in the direction where Chu Nan had disappeared with a worried expression. Chu Nan had been filled with confidence when he told him his plan previously, but even if he was already a heaven control expert and the strongest in this group, what could he do in the vast universe? Chu Nan appeared in the cosmos again. Unlike the star map that he had explored through a short alternate space jump, as soon as he flew out of the atmosphere this time, he directly opened the spatial wall and entered the alternate space to fly out. After flying in the alternate space for less than a minute, when he passed through the spatial wall and returned to the positive space universe, he had already arrived 5 light minutes away from the previous planet. According to the 3-dimensional star map produced in his mind, his current location should be at the edge of the star map, but it was far away from the star. At the same time, he was still not far from the interplanetary channel that Jig's spaceship had passed through. When he was exploring the starry sky previously, Chu Nan had actually basically confirmed that there should not be another civilization planet in this star system. This was because if that was the case, Jig's spaceship would have probably arrived long ago. The people behind Jig's would not have reacted so slowly to Chu Nan's spaceship. At the very least, he could still occasionally find the fragments left behind by the previous spaceship in the starry sky. This way, there was only one possibility left. Jig's spaceship was only passing by this star system and planned to jump to another place through the Stargate. As for where this Stargate was, Chu Nan looked at a certain starry sky in the middle of the 2 relatively obvious planets on the left. This was because the Stargate was actually to forcefully open the spatial wall and maintain a door that connected the positive space universe to the alternate space. Therefore, the setting of the Stargate had strict requirements and could not be successfully set up by casually choosing a place. According to Chu Nan's rough understanding of the Stargate and his detection of this star system, if there was a Stargate in this star system, it was very likely at the location he was looking at. Chu Nan hesitated for a moment. The star cloud in his body circulated and the spatial energy fluctuations around him instantly opened the spatial wall skillfully and entered the alternate space again. This time, he had not flown in the alternate space for long and his speed was not fast. When he appeared in the positive space universe again, he had actually not flown far. The reason why he did this was mainly to confirm that he was flying in the right direction and not getting lost in the starry sky. As he jumped through space, he adjusted his location. After repeating it a few times, Chu Nan jumped out of the alternate space and discovered that he had already arrived at the target star field. Looking up, Chu Nan was immediately overjoyed. The spatial energy in the starry sky ahead emitted an obvious abnormal fluctuation, but the entire space remained stable. Such a strange phenomenon would only appear near the Stargate. Chu Nan flew in the direction of the abnormal spatial energy fluctuation at full speed. However, 7 minutes later, he saw a huge Stargate appear in the starry sky. Chapter 897. When he flew close to the Stargate and saw the scene near it, Chu Nan was shocked. The door of this Stargate was opened at this moment and it was as if a star cloud was surging inside, emitting an intense spatial energy fluctuation in the alternate space. This indicates that this Stargate was still playing the role of opening the spatial wall and connecting to the positive spatial universe and the alternate space, although the facilities near the Stargate were extremely dilapidated. Not only could he not see any Stargate management station, but even the surface of the facility around the Stargate that ensured the stability of the Stargate was riddled with holes as if it had been shot with countless bullets. This discovery made Chu Nan very happy. The Stargate was an important facility that connected cosmic space and allowed humans to interstellar travel. On the Orion Arm, no matter which country it was, they would provide the most perfect protection and maintenance to the Stargate in their territory to ensure that it could always function normally. In addition, it was clearly stipulated in the Pan-Milky Way Convention that no country, organization, or person could attack the Stargate, or they would be punished by all the countries in the Milky Way. The Stargate in front of Chu Nan had clearly suffered an extremely serious attack and looked like it had been in disrepair for a long time. What the heck? Chu Nan flew to the side of the Stargate in confusion and circled it first to confirm that it had indeed suffered great damage. It could even be easily detected that the spatial energy fluctuation coming from the Stargate was already in an unstable state. If it suffered another attack, it might completely lose its balance and cause the positive space universe to completely neutralize this forcefully opened Stargate and devour it. No wonder I can't see a spaceship nearby. Chu Nan felt a little regretful. Of course, no spaceship was willing to pass through such an unstable Stargate, because no one knew when it would completely collapse. If the spaceship suddenly collapsed when it passed through the Stargate, the entire spaceship would definitely be completely shattered by the energy conflict between the positive space universe and the alternate space. No spaceship was willing to take this risk. However, Jigs and the others clearly planned to jump away through this Stargate. Chu Nan touched his chin and glanced at the surrounding starry sky. Although he had not completely investigated this star system, he was certain that there was no other planet suitable for human habitation in this star system, because the distance between other planets and stars was not suitable. It was impossible for there to be a suitable natural environment on it. From this point, it was obvious that Jiggs and that Master Rowe planned to bring their group through this stargate to another starry sky. Therefore, from the looks of it, there was still hope of leaving through this stargate. Chu Nan looked at the stargate that flickered with a mysterious and deep light. He touched his chin and thought for a moment before entering. This was not the first time Chu Nan's body had passed through the stargate, but it was different from the last time he was slapped in by Grek. The current Chu Nan's body was strong enough and his strength had greatly increased. Moreover, he had the ability to forcefully open the spatial wall. Now that he had entered the stargate, it naturally did not make him panic. Feeling the rapid change in spatial energy in the surrounding space, Chu Nan's vision darkened. When it lit up again, he discovered that he had already entered the alternate space he was very familiar with. At first, Chu Nan was a little worried that even if he entered the alternate space through the stargate, he did not have a complete star map and fixed route like those spaceships. Therefore, he could not jump to the next stargate through this stargate. However, after entering the alternate space, he clearly sensed an abnormal spatial energy fluctuation that was not too intense but could be easily sensed extending into the depths of the alternate space. This discovery surprised Chu Nan. Previously, when he was slapped into the stargate by Grek, he did not sense this special phenomenon. However, on second thought, he was only thinking that he might lose his life. How could he care about carefully sensing the surrounding situation? When he could calm down, who knew where he had already flown to? Naturally, he did not have the chance to sense the special situation near the stargate. Now that he sensed the trajectory of this special spatial energy fluctuation, Chu Nan's heart stirred and he flew into the depths of the alternate space along the trajectory. As expected, the trajectory of this abnormal spatial energy fluctuation did not disappear. It was as if it had pointed out a bright path in the alternate space and guided him forward. Perhaps this is the connection between the stargates to guide those spaceships away from the lost orbit of the alternate space. Chu Nan guessed. After discovering such a trajectory, Chu Nan was no longer worried about getting lost. At first, he only carefully flew along this trajectory. Later on, after getting used to this situation, his flying speed in the alternate space became faster and faster. In the end, he even cleverly used the violent spatial energy in the alternate space to accelerate himself. However, even so, he flew for 6.5 hours before finally discovering something abnormal. Chu Nan suddenly stopped in the alternate space. The trajectory of the abnormal spatial energy fluctuation he sensed around him was still there, but he clearly sensed that the trajectory ahead was actually divided into 3 waves and pointed in 3 different directions. Chu Nan followed the 3 scattered trajectories and looked ahead. He still saw the same scene in the alternate space. It should lead to the other 3 stargates? Chu Nan thought for a moment and chose the trajectory in the middle before flying over again. After flying for another 3 hours, Chu Nan suddenly felt an obvious abnormal fluctuation in the huge spatial energy in the alternate space ahead. As soon as he sensed it, he discovered that a huge spaceship had suddenly flown out from the space ahead and almost brushed past Chu Nan's scalp. Chu Nan was not shocked but happy. It seems that I've found the right person. He followed the direction of this spaceship and continued to fly forward along the trajectory of the abnormal spatial energy fluctuations. As expected, less than an hour later, he discovered a few more spaceships flying past the surrounding space. Then, soon, he sensed that the spatial energy in the large space in the alternate space ahead had become less violent. Instead, it slowly flowed in a regular manner. This spatial energy flow contained a certain pattern, causing Chu Nan to be very certain that this space should be the exit of another stargate. Chu Nan thought for a moment and did not leave through the exit of the stargate. Instead, he chose a place not far from the stargate. The star cloud in his body circulated and he forcefully opened the spatial wall and left the alternate space. Just as he sensed that the surrounding spatial energy fluctuations had become extremely calm, it was obvious that when he returned to the positive spatial universe, an extremely bright light suddenly shot over with a terrifying destructive aura and struck Chu Nan. Chapter 898. Cambia hugged his only 6-year-old daughter tightly in his arms, his heart filled with fear. Boom! A loud bang suddenly sounded, and the spaceship under him shook violently. The surrounding people cried out in surprise. Many of them simply cried. The daughter in Cambia's arms finally could not hold on anymore and cried. Cambia tightened his arms around his daughter and looked up at the dazzling starry sky that was already filled with countless particle beams outside the window of the spaceship. The fear in his heart turned into despair. These damned cosmic pirates. Even if I die, I won't let you off in my next life. Cambia suddenly felt intense regret. If only he had focused on cultivating martial techniques when he was young. If only he was a powerful star grade. No, even if he was only a heaven control expert, he could protect his daughter under such circumstances and even defeat these damned cosmic pirates. However, it was too late to regret it now. It was impossible for him to suddenly become a martial artist powerful enough to contend with a battleship in the starry sky. Regarding the current situation, he had no ability to resist. His only hope was that these cosmic pirates only wanted to snatch those merchant ships and let ordinary tourists like them survive to negotiate with those cosmic pirates. As long as he had the chance to survive and protect his daughter, it did not matter if those damned cosmic pirates wanted all his assets or even his life. Just as Cambia gritted his teeth and made up his mind, he suddenly heard his daughter stop crying and shout in surprise. "Ha, my cute Rem, don't be afraid. Daddy is here, don't be afraid." Cambia thought that his daughter had been frightened again and hurriedly comforted her softly. Unexpectedly, Rem, who was in his arms, turned to look at Cambia. Not only was she not afraid at all, but she was also even a little excited. She pointed at the window and said to him, "Dad, look." Cambia looked up in confusion and discovered that most of the other tourists in the cabin had stopped crying in fear. Many of them looked at the starry sky outside the window in a daze. What's going on? Cambia also looked out the window in confusion and happened to see a bright particle beam cutting through the starry sky. However, it did not attack the guard battleship with the caravan like before. Instead, it strangely shot towards an empty starry sky. Are the standards of these cosmic pirates that bad? As soon as doubt arose in his heart, he was shocked to see that the particle beam that shot into the air seemed to have suddenly collided with an iron wall. It suddenly shattered into bright light spots that illuminated the originally dark starry sky. Under the light, a small black dot that was almost indiscernible suddenly flashed and flew to the side of the cosmic pirate spaceship that emitted the particle beam against the light of the particle beam. In the next moment, an extremely bright flame erupted from the huge cosmic pirate spaceship and completely swallowed the nearby cosmic space. Cambia and everyone in the spaceship was stunned. Although he could not hear the explosion, from this ball of flames, the cosmic pirate spaceship had actually exploded. Oh great God, come on. Could it be that a miracle was about to happen? Cambia's nervous heart rose as he stared at the starry sky desperately. With his vision as a third-stage internal breath martial artist that was much stronger than ordinary people, he could see another black dot fly out from the explosion flames of the cosmic pirate spaceship and towards another cosmic pirate spaceship. Before long, in less than 2 breaths, an extremely bright flame erupted from the other cosmic pirate spaceship, illuminating a large area of the starry sky. This time, Cambia and the people on the spaceship were no longer stunned like before. Instead, they cheered at the same time. Although they still could not see what was happening, it was obvious that someone had saved them. As expected, before the cheers could lower, another cosmic pirate spaceship exploded into a ball of flames. In such a short period of time, 3 spaceships exploded in a row, seemingly causing the cosmic pirates to fall into chaos. Countless particle beams flashed through the starry sky, but they could not improve their situation at all. After another 2 spaceships exploded, the other cosmic pirate spaceships did not dare to attack anymore and fled into the distance. After being stunned for a moment, everyone on the spaceship cheered even more intensely than before. That was great. Those cosmic pirates had fled. They had survived. Cambia let out a long breath and ecstasy surged into his heart. He could not help but lower his head and hug his daughter tightly. He rubbed her small face with his face and said excitedly, "That's great. That's great. Rem, we survived. We were saved. That's great. That's great." However, Rem, who was in his arms, did not seem to hear her father. She raised an arm and pointed in the direction of the window of the spaceship. "Dad, look. There's a strange person there." Strange person. Cambia looked up in surprise and saw a person floating in the starry sky outside the window. He was extending 2 fingers and gently knocking on the window. Cambia glanced at the person in surprise, then his first reaction was to immediately raise his hand to cover Rem's eyes, because that person was naked. The captain of the civilian spaceship, Norman Heinaz, led the most important subordinates and opened the emergency side door of the spaceship in surprise. When the person outside walked in, before he could say anything filled with gratitude, he was stunned. The subordinates standing behind him also had strange expressions. 2 of the female crew members could not help but blush. The person who walked in could be said to have a perfect figure. The lines of his muscles were extremely obvious, and no fat could be seen. No matter who saw it, they could not help but praise. But he was naked now. After all, Norman was old and worldly. After being stunned for a moment, he put on a warm smile and went forward. "Oh, the hero who saved us. On behalf of all the crew and passengers of the Hainas, I thank you with the highest gratitude. May the light of God come on forever envelop you and allow you to be healthy forever." The deputy captain beside him could not help but glance at Norman. This person could prove that there were so many cosmic pirate spaceships in the starry sky. Even if he was not a star-grade martial artist, he must be a high-level heaven control martial artist. How could there be a so-called health problem? Of course, this person in front of him was so young that it was impossible for him to be a star-grade martial artist, but it was too shocking for him to have the strength of a high-level heaven control martial artist at his age. Everyone's scrutinizing gazes swept past this naked young man. Even the 2 female crew members did not hide anything and looked curious. The young and powerful martial artist looked at everyone and then at his surroundings. Then, he turned around to look at the starry sky outside the spaceship before turning to Norman. When he spoke, it was obvious that he did not use any language that Norman and the others knew. However, they could still translate the meaning of his words through the personal terminal. "About that, may I ask where I am now?" Norman and the others were immediately stunned. Chapter 899. Yes, I did mention it. Do you? No, do you? Do you have a problem? The female crew member who had her shoulder pressed down by Chu Nan carefully asked. "Tell me in detail about this matter, the more detailed the better." Chu Nan's expression became even more serious and even a little strict, causing the 2 female crew members to be even more frightened. For a moment, they could not say a complete sentence. Fortunately, Captain Norman and the deputy captain, who had discovered that Chu Nan had suddenly disappeared, hurriedly found him. When they heard his question, the 2 of them asked the 2 female crew members and understood the situation. They could not help but look at him curiously. Why was this expert who suddenly appeared so concerned about the death of Supremacy Lahir in front of the half Milky Way standard wheel? About that. Esteemed hero, if you want to know about this, follow me. I'll explain it to you in detail. Captain Norman persuaded Chu Nan. No, I want her to answer. Chu Nan shook his head and still stared at the female crew member. Tell me, what's going on between Supremacy Lahir and the female star-grade martial artist from the Orion Arm? The female crew member glanced at Captain Norman and saw that he also had a helpless expression. She could only swallow her saliva with all her might and barely suppressed the nervousness in her heart. She stammered, that happened before the standard half of the Milky Way. Supremacy Lahir of the Kasha Kingdom suddenly died. Later on, a video circulated, proving that he perished together with a female star-grade martial artist. Chu Nan patiently listened to her intermittent explanation and opened his hand. You just said that the video of the battle between two star-grade martial artists has been circulated. Can you still find it now? The female crew member glanced at Captain Norman again. When she saw him nod, she opened the personal terminal on her wrist and operated it for a while before facing Chu Nan. This video is very famous. You can still find it on the Milky Way network. Look. Chu Nan glanced at it and his eyes immediately narrowed. Although the video was very unclear and he could only barely see two figures appear inside, he could still barely see their appearances from the glimpse of the two figures occasionally stopping. One of them was Supremacy Lahir, whom he had met once in the Lepler star system. The other young and beautiful girl was Supremacy Ovally. Chapter 900. Captain Norman looked at the young expert who had buried his entire body deep in the sofa and could not help but frown slightly. Ever since he saw the video that the female crew member had found, this young expert had been in a strange silence, as if he was considering something that made him feel troubled. This state had already lasted for nearly half an hour. At first, Captain Norman did not dare to rashly disturb him, but now that time was tight, he had no choice but to disturb him. After hesitating for a moment, Captain Norman coughed lightly and walked into the reception room. Chu Nan raised his head and his eyebrows still frowned. His expression was extremely serious, causing Captain Norman's heart to skip a beat. This was an expert who could easily defeat an entire cosmic pirate fleet alone. What could make him so careful and troubled? Cough. That. Honorable expert. My name is Chu Nan. Chu Nan interrupted Captain Norman. Chu Nan. Captain Norman was stunned and felt that the entire name was a little strange, but he did not say anything and continued to smile. Then, esteemed Mr. Chu Nan, may I ask, do the clothes still fit? Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the set of clothes that the two female crew members had just brought and nodded. Not bad. Captain Norman, just say what you have to say. There's no need to beat around the bush. Captain Norman had an awkward expression, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction in front of such an expert. He still carefully and respectfully said, Mr. Chu Nan, do you have any arrangements next? Chu Nan blinked and revealed an enlightened expression. Oh, it seems that I've delayed your schedule. No, that's not true. If you're willing, you can completely set off with our caravan. You previously said that you lost your way in the starry sky, and our caravan's next destination is the capital planet of the Kasha Kingdom, Planet Eden. If you're willing, you can head to Planet Eden with us. I believe you'll know how to head to the place you want to go next. The capital planet of the Kasha Kingdom? Chu Nan glanced at Captain Norman. Can you hear the specific news of Supremacy Lahir perishing with that female star-grade martial artist from the Orion Arm there? Captain Norman carefully sized up Chu Nan and did not dare to ask. Instead, he shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but Supremacy Lahir is a star-grade martial artist of the Kasha Kingdom. Perhaps we can find out more information about him there. Alright, I'll go. However, Chu Nan suddenly spread out his hands and said to Captain Norman, as you can see, I don't have anything on me now. I'm afraid there'll be a problem going to the capital planet of the Kasha Kingdom like this, right? The corners of Captain Norman's mouth could not help but twitch, thinking to himself, why would a martial artist with powerful strength like you need to worry about these things? However, since Chu Nan had said so, Captain Norman pretended to think seriously. He thought for a moment and said, this is not a big problem. If you need an identity, I can arrange it for you. I guarantee that there won't be any problems. Is that so? Chu Nan asked. Don't worry. With the strength of our E2 Chamber of Commerce, we still have this ability. Captain Norman smiled confidently. Alright, I'll leave this problem to you. In addition, I need a personal terminal that can be connected to the Milky Way network. Can you provide it? Captain Norman was in a dilemma. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to provide you now, but after we reach Planet Eden, this won't be a problem. Are we still going to Planet Eden? Yes. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and asked, how long will it take to go to Planet Eden? You only need to jump through 2 more stargates to reach. The fastest is 78 minutes of the Galaxy Standard Time. 78 minutes. Chu Nan quickly calculated in his mind. The 78 minutes of the Milky Way Standard Time was about equivalent to 17 hours and 21 minutes on Earth. If he passed through the Stargate alone, he should be faster than when he came. He would only need 8 hours to arrive. In other words, even if he went to Planet Eden, he only needed a day to return to that planet. Alright, go arrange it. Chu Nan waved at Captain Norman. Seeing that Chu Nan agreed, Captain Norman immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He bowed slightly to him and hurriedly left. Looking at Captain Norman's hurriedly departing figure, Chu Nan calculated in his mind again and felt that this arrangement was already the best. Be it obtaining enough information or finding a way to bring Tiago and the others back safely, it would be more convenient to go to the capital planet of a country. Most importantly, he had accidentally obtained information about Supremacy Ovally, causing him to have to make this trip. Be it the 2 female crew members or the information displayed after the short video information, it indicated that Supremacy Ovally should have perished with Supremacy Lahir or even died without a corpse. As a result, there was no information in this half of the Milky Way Standard Wheel, but Chu Nan did not believe it. Firstly, the strength of a star-grade martial artist far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. It was definitely not so easy to truly die. Secondly, Chu Nan thought of what Supremacy Melanie had said to him. Supremacy Ovally won't die so easily. Chu Nan did not know why Supremacy Melanie said this, but since he had finally obtained the exact information of Supremacy Ovally, how could he be willing to not investigate? After waiting for a while, Captain Norman walked into the lounge again and told Chu Nan that the fleet was ready to set off. After obtaining Chu Nan's nod of approval, 10 minutes later, he felt the spaceship under him tremble slightly. It finally activated again and advanced towards the Stargate that he had not directly flown out. The spaceship quickly entered the Stargate and began to travel through the alternate space. Before this, Chu Nan did not pay much attention to it every time he took a spaceship to transmigrate. Now that he had experienced the physical travel in the alternate space and unintentionally discovered the strange spatial energy fluctuation trajectory that was connected to the Stargate in the alternate space, he could not help but be interested in this transmigration. There was no need to fly out of the spaceship. He only sat in the lounge and opened his perception completely, easily absorbing the spatial energy fluctuations in the surrounding space. He could clearly sense that an energy shield was enveloped outside the spaceship. Clearly, it was used to offset the violent spatial energy corrosion in the alternate space. At the same time, he clearly sensed that this spaceship was clearly moving along the trajectory of the strange spatial energy fluctuation he had sensed previously. However, it was faster than his body flying in the alternate space. After walking in the alternate space for 2 hours, he had indeed arrived at the fork in the trajectory of the energy fluctuation that Chu Nan had discovered. Then, Chu Nan sensed that this spaceship had turned into the trajectory on the right and was in the opposite direction of the first trajectory he discovered after flying into the Stargate. Chu Nan opened his eyes and nodded lightly. Very good. It seems that I won't be lost anymore. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon. Stay tuned.